Welcome to the Author-A-Thon 4, brought to you by the Smile Channel. Very excited to have my co-host, my spiritual sister, here to kick off the traditional prayer before we do our big event. So, Dr. Smile, I find it always funny to say Dr. Smile when I'm Dr. Smiley, but good morning to you. How are you?
Yes, we are Ivory and Ebony, the
I for,
originals.
yeah, but I forget which one's which sometimes. So,
When we
well,
want
you
to
have to
get each
remind me.
other, yeah, when we want to get each other's attention, we always call the opposite out so we can get each other's attention. So you are loved, appreciated, celebrated, valued, and most cherished. It's always an awesome, awesome setting to be hanging with my brother, Dr. Smiley. I am Dr. Smile, aka Auntie Roz, and we are on our fourth Author-A-Thon. I almost said acronym. Author-A-Thon. And it hasn't even been a year yet, y'all. The fourth one, but the first one for 2026. The concept that the Lord downloaded to our dear visionary, Dr. Smiley, this has been so impactful and it keeps getting gooder and gooder and gooder and gooder. Yes, the good, bad, the ugly, and the great has taken place, but yet we continue to move forward by getting known to the world about authors and ways that you can do reviews. So I'm going to open us up in prayer. Heavenly Father, we enter Author-A-Thon number 4 with gratitude and holy expectation. The first Author-A-Thon of 2026 dedicated to you as first fruits. We consecrate every leader, visionary, and author stepping into this sacred assignment. Align our pens with heaven, our voices with truth, and our stories with purpose. From A to Z, let revelation flow. Anointed ideals, bold obedience, clarity of message, discipline to finish, E, excellence and execution, all the way to zeal that glorifies you. Let every word written heal, restore, provoke faith, and unlock destiny. Father, we declare Amazon bestsellers with impact, not for vanity, but for the visibility. So kingdom messages reach the nations, release favor in algorithms, momentum in market, and credibility in reviews. Establish a review directory that Dr. Smiley has done that makes life easy, marked by integrity, excellence, and authentic testimonies from transformed readers. Father, raise up leader readers, those who don't just consume words, but steward them, apply them, and teach others. Let the sermon guide partnerships, wisdom, govern strategy, and joy overflow the process. We cover Dr. Smiley and the team of Perfect Publishing with fresh oil, sharp vision, supernatural stamina, and multiplied influence. May leadership be light, grace be heavy, and results be undeniable. We decree focus over distraction, unity over comparison, completion over delay, and legacy over hype. What begins in obedience, you will finish in glory. We seal the Author-A-Thon with faith, favor, fruit, and fulfillment. In Jesus' mighty name, we say amen, amen, and amen.
Dr. Oz, I've never said this before in my life, but that could be a book drop. I know. That was beautiful. That was comprehensive. That was everything my heart wants to say. And I'm just so happy you said that. Thank you.
Well, what's so interesting because we're all open here. We're very transparent and authentic. In the green room before prep, I'm listening to my brother talk. And then I asked the Lord, help me, remember, and how the Holy Spirit allows me to tie in the thoughts and me still learning you and learning the vision and trusting the Holy Spirit because I never want to do it. I want the Holy Spirit to work through me, through what you do as a we for all of us to be able to be authors, to be known, and to have our books go out to the world.
Well, I want to give a couple messages, and I also want to share our new Author-A-Thon directory because it's very exciting. We have our fifth directory. I know this is only our fourth show, but we've made so many modifications. And, it is about learning. There's no such thing as a parent who brings a child in the world, a baby in the world, and says, I got this. I know exactly. All of a sudden, you have a miracle in your hand, and you say, what do I do next? Well, what you do next is love. What you do next is nurture. And what you do next is care. And what you do next is learn. So the Author-A-Thon that came out roughly, I don't know, about 8 months ago, believe it or not, about 8, 9 months ago, we had a very exciting day. Everyone basically said, let's do it again and more let's do more shows. Let's give a voice to people that are authors and speakers and leaders. And the show blossomed. And as of the end of today, we will have 1,000 shows. 1,000 shows. It'll be posted on Facebook. But I am almost speechless at what an accomplishment, and it is the we. I can get choked up right now, Roz. If it wasn't for you, if it wasn't with Dr. Stan, if it wasn't for Tanisha, if it wasn't for Michelle, and the list goes on, Faison, Daniel, Amy, all these people, and it's such a long list, and it's such a strong team. And one thing I'll tell you about everybody I'm listing is they never left. They kept going and they kept growing, and we did it together. And so 1,000 today is going to be the big number that's posted, and we have more subscribers than shows. So, and they're all organic. And the point I say about that is I've seen a channel that has 300 shows and 15 or 20 subscribers, meaning they're not getting the word out that they'd like to get out. They're putting the work in, they're putting the work in, but they're not getting the word out. So the message I'm going with right now is, first of all, to get your book to be heard in the world, it's not a one show deal. It's how many times do you want to be seen and talking and heard and believing and committing and redoing, relearning, and just getting sharper about how you show up in the world. And today is the fourth time, and believe it or not, it might be the eighth time before someone nails this, and they do it so well that they say it's time to do a TED Talk. And so we're at about the 1/3 mark, Roz. Our goal is 500 authors in a community that support each other, and we are at about 150, I believe. So we're just shy of the third mark. We're about 150, and the idea is, Roz, when it's your birthday or it's Tanisha's birthday or it's Kathy Cross's birthday, and it's their turn to be celebrated, we just tell the community, hey, look, this week, let's all give some love to Kathy Cross. And her page blows up on Facebook. It blows up on LinkedIn. Her Amazon gets flooded with reviews. People post the reviews on their social media, so the word gets out. And it's a guerrilla marketing tactic, but it's love. It really is. I mean, it comes down to that is sharing. So the new evolution of the Author-A-Thon is you do a review a day, and you post it, and you tag the person, you share it with the person, and start creating a friendship and a relationship. And the second part of that message is, if you are needy and you are hungry, you'll become more needy and more hungry if all you do is wait for someone to help you. If you spin that as, how many people can I help while I'm in need, all of a sudden you have no more need. You have no more hunger. And I have done 75 reviews effortlessly. And I wish I could say it was a lot of work, but it honestly probably was 3 hours work. No one has to read a full book to get an idea that the author's a good person. No one has to read a full book to understand it's a heart-centered, good message for the world. No one needs to read a book more than a chapter to see that the book is going to be good straight through. The issue I think we have is that most people say, with integrity, I cannot give a review until I finish reading the book. Well, if you never finish reading the book, you never give the review. So
I think that's the main thing.
So if you promise the review, do the review first while you're reading the book, and then modify the review as you finish the book. And that's integrity. And
I haven't done that yet, the modification. So on my first one, you're saying I can go back to that and add a little bit more.
Yeah, I want to show people how to do that. Okay. So
good morning, Dr. Ken and Dr. Smiley.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
How do I introduce both of you?
There
Dr.
you go.
Smiley, Dr. Smiley? Oh, Dr. Smiley, Dr. Smile. Okay, got it.
I always carry my book with me. And, this book is being featured for International Women's Day.
Yes.
And we're going to have 140 speakers on March 8th, 2026. And we're honoring not only his book, but we might hit 300 reviews by that day, Michelle. But the reason I'm showing these two books right here and not mine is this is how I really win. I win when I show Dr. Roz's books. I should win when I show Michelle's book, because everyone would expect you to show your own. That's egotistical. And it's not that you shouldn't be proud of your book or proud of your baby or proud of your family. But listen, when you're proud of other people, then you're starting to build a tribe of people that are proud of you. So, so I wanted to just show real quickly, Michelle, and then I would like to bring you back in to what you experienced, and of course you being introduced. Okay, so just one second.
I'll just
so here
stick
we
here.
go. All right, so here is something called Amazon. All right, Amazon is a site that you can go to and you can look up any of these books, but there's a secret way of how do I edit my reviews on Amazon. Reviews on Amazon. If you ever forget this link, that's how you get it. Okay, so edit your reviews on Amazon. There you go. Hit this right here, and there's your profile, and here are your reviews. And so if Dr. Roz wants to modify her review on Brick by Body, or let's see here, Gutter to Greatness by, and you can always hit these to see which book it is. But if I want to change this review, there it is. You go into here, go there, and you can just go to the bottom. Where is his book here? I know it's Gutter to Greatness is his book. Well, there it is. Sorry, it's over here. There it is. So you go here and you can go down the bottom and you can just edit your review. Now, this is a wonderful book. He has 23 reviews. I know when he started the Author-A-Thon, he had, I believe, under 5, if I recall. So we're not getting the numbers at this point, but it's about patience. It's about giving. And we don't know if Dr. Paul Miller has given more than 23. He might have given 50 and he's gotten 23. He might have given 5 and gotten 23. We don't know. And so I'll just say the Author-A-Thon is about how much can you give. And you just saw that mine was at 75. I do want to show a second part to this, and that is the actual Author-A-Thon directory. So this is the directory. And when you go through it, these are all the people that you can, let's go to Michelle's, for instance. Okay, so you're on the second page. There it is. So if you go to Michelle Mraz and you click this, it'll take you to Amazon and you can buy the book. See, I got my read now. I must have bought it. Oh my goodness. All right. So same thing, around 23. So as the authors are seeing your book more and you just consistently do it and you give more reviews, you're going to see your reviews go up, and you can always change your review if you want to. So this says write a review here. If I do this, it'll show my review I did last time, and then I can modify it if I wish. See this right here? I can change this. I can say, well, this is better than I thought it was going to be. I keep reading and I keep getting happier. So I could do that. Now let's go back to the directory real quick. So after the directory, you start seeing we have actually accomplished, Dr. Roz and Michelle. We have 9 authors who've gone through the Author-A-Thon experience and done reviews, and we let the community know, hey, it's their turn to get a review. We have 9 books that actually got an Amazon bestseller because of the Author-A-Thon. Not only because of the Author-A-Thon, but because the Author-A-Thon supported it. And then this is my gold star was 75. We have Jody Martin with 64. Dr. Evan Money was 60 something. Kenny was 60. Francine, Beth Robbins, 55. Brian Livingston, let me see. I got to move this down a little bit. 54. And then we have Tanisha with 52. We have Dr. Kevin McGuire with 52. Look at that. I see Dr. Michelle Mraz. She's got 52. Amaya Mott, very smart woman. She's got 51. Her book has not come out. She purposely did it so that when her book comes out in 2 weeks, she can actually have the community support her. Kelly M. Likes, 51. RJ Chapman, 50. Craig Chasky, 50. We're doing a new edition. It's Dr. Seth Hickerson, 50. some of these people hit 50 because they knew if they hit 50, they got an expose. So, um, but this guy right here doesn't like to be number whatever he is. He wants to be number one. So he's assured me that by Sunday he will have a 100. And last thing I want to show is this is a reader leaderboard for all the people. And some people we just don't know what their score is yet. So we're going to reach out to them and find out what their scores are, update the thing. But here's my 75. When you do 20, every time you do 25, you should take a screenshot, send it to us so that we're have the accountability and we can move you up in the star rank. And then this is the Author-A-Thon actual videos. So if you wanted to see a video from, let's say, Celeste Payne, you could just open that up and you get to hear the author, you get to hear what they're talking about. And this is RJ Chapman that's going to be introducing her. And there she is.
Gotta meet her. Now I gotta give her all the time because I can.
There we go. So that just shows you how powerful that directory is. So let's bring Michelle back in. I said my piece. I want to just give one more shout out to two books that I'd like to see be acknowledged. One is the one that's going to be today, and the other one is the one March 8th, 2026, and it is International Women's Day. And I believe we're going to have over 25 countries represented at an International Women's Day. All right, Michelle, I'm going to take a back seat and let you talk a little bit.
Well, I don't know. You pretty much talked about everything I need to talk about. So anyways, my name is Dr. Michelle Moross, and I do have a book called Unapologetic, and it's an entrepreneur's journey from pain to pride. Now, the reason why I even wrote this book, well, a couple of reasons, but number one, when you get your doctorate, you have to write a thesis. And when you write a thesis, you have to publish it. But doctoral theses are quite boring. So what I did is I pulled out the fun parts of my doctoral thesis and put it in Unapologetic. And basically, it's all the life lessons I've learned that I've incorporated into me and who I am. And so what's really neat about this is the Unapologetic book. I love the line for one thing, but the reason why I wrote it, one, my doctoral thank you, that makes it easier, my doctoral thesis. But the other reason is I have had many trials in my lifetime. So I've gone through human trafficking, breast cancer, stroke, you name it. I think I've gone through it. And people wonder, how are you smiling? How do you keep getting up? How do you keep doing what you do? And I said, it's not a one and done. It's learning a lesson from every quote unquote bad thing that's ever happened in my life and building upon the lessons that I've learned. And by doing so, I'm able to take each lesson to the next higher level of whatever tragedy I'm going through and get through it faster. So you don't sit around and do, I'm going to be fine, everything's great, and then bad things happen. You do, oh my gosh, I don't know what to do. No, what you do is you think about it as you watch other people go through lessons, so that if or hopefully, God forbid, it happens to you, you have an idea of what you want to do. And so with Unapologetic, I do it with my health, my business, everything I've done in life by making stepping stones from the lessons I've learned from everyone.
Well, without being too unapologetic, because I know if I apologize right now, you'll be like, no, my message is to be unapologetic. I would like to unapologize to you and say, I had so much fun with Dr. Oz. I just looked at the time. I would like to yield my time so you have a full 8-9 minutes to talk about. This book is too brilliant for you to rush it. I do not want you rushing it. You will get your time. We have time right after this for you to go. Is that possible?
We'll do it after, yeah, because I know there's people in the back room who are.
Well, let me ask you a question, Michelle. Let me ask you a question. Is there anything else you want to say about the Author-A-Thon since you've been here for all four? That would be advice. That way we can wrap this up as more of a welcome.
Okay. Author-A-Thon. The participation of this is amazing. Now, I have many books out, and it was my idea actually to take a screenshot of when you do a review and send it to the person you do a review for. What this is a giant domino effect for the Author-A-Thons. As an author, our biggest commodity is other people saying that the book is great, because no one wants to believe, yeah, they wrote it. Of course, they're going to say it's great. So you want more people to say it's an awesome book or what they love about it. And by being part of the Author-A-Thon, what you've done is you remove the omnis, oh my gosh, I've got to read a 300-page book to do a review, to I saw the author on the Author-A-Thon. I met them. They're wonderful. They told me about their book, and I can't wait to read it. I mean, you could honestly do that kind of review. 5 stars, love the author, heard about it, and think it's just amazing. Can't wait to read it. And then when you read it, go back in and fix it. There.
Awesome. So I want to thank you for being a wonderful partner and a co-host to the Smile and Shine. And I'm committed that today you'll either unapologetically get your real 8 minutes, or we'll do it before our show on Monday. But I got so lost in the time, Michelle. So no apology, but I just want to say that thank you for everything you do.
Okay. And I'll hang around in the back.
All right. So we're going to bring Kathy Cross up next. So Ross, thank you for the beautiful prayer. I guess your prayer with how your download came down, I guess it ate up a lot of the 10 minutes I didn't even know, because I was just lost in what you said. So here we go. We're bringing up Kathy Cross. She has been to every one of them. And Michelle, if you can come back and do your real one, I'd love that. All right.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Hi, Kathy Cross Reese.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, that is a beautiful backdrop. I like that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, since we've seen you so many times, I want to make sure you get all the time you possibly can. But thank you for being part of the Author-A-Thon. Thank you for all the authors you bring to the Author-A-Thon. We are committed to hitting 500, and I don't know where your number is on your reviews and where it is on your how many you've received. But please share how beautiful your book is, and let's get those numbers up. All right.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. And yes, I've been on, I believe, almost everyone except the Baldathon. So again, as you stated, my name is Kathy Cross Reese, and interestingly enough, my book is similar to Dr. Michelle's book in terms of unapologetically. My book is titled Me Unapologetically. And as you can see in the background, it's about me, but it's not just about me. It's a story about birth. When I wrote this book, I wrote it in 3 trimesters because I believe life is like the birthing process. There are trimesters. Now, whether you're a man or a woman, you can still give birth to something. In this particular instance, I gave birth to this book. And so I'll share it in terms of trimesters. So here we go. First trimester. Now, again, whether you're a male or a female, just imagine giving birth to something, a business, a family, whatever it is something new, like the beginning, right? It's like pregnancy. This particular book did not start with an outline. It started with an overall concept. And that concept, again, was pregnancy. I started with this question: who am I when I stop apologizing for being me? Think about that for yourself. Who are you when you stop apologizing for being you? That first trimester is that conception, right? Now, conception in pregnancy is hidden. You don't see it. It lies beneath. There's not a bump. There's no real evidence that there's even something inside of you that is ready to explode. Think about it. Those ideas, those thoughts, those dreams, those desires, they lie dormant on the outside, but inside, there's expectations, there's new beginnings all inside. I realized I had learned in my first trimester. During the first trimester of this book, I shared the beginnings of my life, the beginnings of my business, the beginnings, all beginnings. Now, I learned to survive in the beginning. I learned to survive. I hadn't really realized that I needed to fully show up as myself, fully show up as myself. So I asked myself some questions. And you might consider these questions for yourself. Who taught you to shrink? Who taught you? Who taught me to shrink? When did I stop choosing myself? When did you stop choosing yourself? Who were you before you learned to perform? Ooh, that one's a little deep. Who were you? Who was I before I learned to perform? because conception requires truth. The truth is inside, waiting, waiting to be birthed. Then we go into the second trimester. Now, I've heard this term, it's messy in the middle. Well, in pregnancy, it's extra messy because there's pressing, there's breathing, there's movement, there's life. There is life. There's a stretch. Now, women, we know about the stretch because we have the marks. We have proof, right? We have evidence. There's stretching, there's pressing. And this is the part in life, in business, in family. Sometimes we want to quit. Sometimes we want to give up and tap out. Sometimes there's loss. Sometimes there's fatigue. Sometimes our faith gets tested. Do you really want to continue? Why don't you just give up? All of those things come up, right? Now, let's go to that third trimester. Third trimester, there's the delivery. Delivery is coming. Delivery gets heavy. Everything that you wanted is undeniable and it's ready to come out. It's ready to come out. So the final chapter in this book, Me Unapologetically, is about owning your own voice, owning your own calling, and owning your own legacy. Not loud, not arrogant, not rooted in any animosity. It's all about being me unapologetically.
That was beautiful, but so is your message. And so are you.
You're
So,
too kind.
so our goal is to get you to 100 reviews, young lady.
Alrighty.
So I'm so glad you
Gotta
keep
get
showing
busy.
up. Well, I'm going to interview people that make it to 100. And you saw the exposés. What do you think of those?
I did. I love it. I love it. I will do my part in getting there.
Well, the exposés we think are at least worth $100. I mean, I know what we're paying to get them done. So they're a beautiful rendition and almost a webinar one sheet that you could throw up on a professional presentation. And they have your bio, they have your book, they have the QR code. So they're really a wonderful thank you for people playing at the level we want. So anyone that gets to 50 gets an expose. And
Okay.
and then you get the gold star with the 50 or a high or whatever it is. And all you need to do is send your screenshots in, and you've lowered your price to 99 cents, right?
I did. I
Yep.
did.
Well, the reason I'm sharing this live with you is I'm letting the world know you can't get these books this cheap. This is through the
No.
Author-A-Thon. So,
Right.
and we have a live link that we are encouraging everyone to share on their LinkedIn, their Facebook, Instagram, anything they can share it on, because we want the world to know that the book is not only available, but that it's affordable. And most importantly,
Right.
it is valuable.
Right. Right.
So you didn't write this book just for your health. You wrote this book to make a difference in the world. And you showing up 4 times lets me know and lets the community know you're serious. So thank you for being a very serious person to make a positive difference in the world.
I appreciate
how do people reach you, Kathy?
I'm on every social media platform. My name, Kathy Cross Reese. Very simple.
You're making it too easy on everybody.
I know, I know.
I love your graphic. I might just do a
Thank
little
you.
bit of penciling, some orange and purple and blue on me
It's
today.
the same as the book.
Yeah,
Isn't
I
that
love it.
interesting? Yeah.
Yeah, I might, but I want to do it for me.
Oh, well, I can help you with that.
All right, you have a blessed day. Thank you
You
very
too.
much.
Thanks again. All right.
All right, next we
Bye-bye.
have Chef Craig Chasky coming aboard. He is going to share about his upcoming book, and he has a big launch happening in Georgia. And I'm flying out, not without a plane, but I'm going to be flying out with a Southwest plane. They made it all arranged for me. All I had to do is give them money, and they're going to let me come on down to give a big hug to Chef Chasky. So, Craig,
Yes.
I am so excited. What a great haircut you have.
We go to the same barber.
You know, it was so cool when I met you at an event in Florida, I guess some 5 years ago. And this says a lot about how important a book is, that a book brings your heart into the world. It brings your mind, your message, and your purpose in the world. And it brings friends and people together. I mean, it's like a wedding, like a wedding, everyone celebrates love. Well, you're celebrating the love of what someone wants to do in the world to make a difference. So I do want to turn it over to you for your 8 minutes. but I just want to say welcome. This is
Thank
Chef
you.
Craig Caskey. He has a brilliant book coming out, and I hope you can make it to his launch. Maybe you can give the date of that launch as well. All right.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All
Well,
right.
my name's C4, Celebrity Chef Craig Chaskey. You'll get that on the way home, and pretty explosive here. Very excited about the opportunity after 20 some odd years. I'm 170 years old. I'm just very well preserved for my age because of the ingredients that I use. And my cookbook is infused cuisine. That's 20 years in the making, 50 years, 5 decades of utilizing recipes that enhance people's lives, built their well-being up, built their immune system up. And I had Lyme disease back in the 70s, went through the gamut of all sorts of antibiotics, destroyed my flora, went down to about 90 pounds, was on my hands and knees praying something would come along. And God willing, I met a doctor from Europe after destroying all my flora that turned me onto a rhizome, which is a root derived like ginger or carrot or parsnips, and made a tincture of oils for me. And I took them, and my cells fortified in about 6 months, turned my whole life around. And I was able to learn more about these infused oils that are certified pure therapeutic grade, that are enhanced, that can absolutely enable herbs to just sit by the side. Not that you wouldn't use them in cooking, but they're 50 to 70 times their strength. And that's why they're certified pure tested grade oils. So my cookbook, Recipes of Hope, which launches on February 14th in Georgia, and that's going to be on February 24th from 2 to 3 p.m. at the Spires in Rome, Georgia. That's not Rome, Italy, just to let you know. And you're welcome to come. Just give me a heads up. My email is celebritychefchaskey@gmail.com. And I think my name's spelled wrong on the prompt here. It's Chaskey, just to let you know. Everyone gets it wrong. They put it Key on it, but it's Chaskey. I'm so grateful for Perfect Publishing and Ken and his team of Al and Carolyn and Denisha and the whole group of supporting me and helping me. You know, hope is defined as a positive cognitive state based on a sense of successful goal-directed determination and planning to meet your goals. Feelings of expectation and desire for a certain outcome in your life. And the outcome that you're going to get after you go through my recipes with Recipes of Hope is just off the chain. I mean, you're going to accentuate foods on a normal recipe and take it to the next level. Better enhancement, better appearance, better presentation, better nutritional value. It's just amazing. This is the biggest discovery of this century, and I'm so thrilled and honored and blessed to be able to share this with you, because it helped me with Parkinson's and Lyme disease, and it will help you in your ability to thrive with your life.
You know, you're making me want to eat that cookbook. So I can have my hair grow out like this if I eat everything in that book.
Yeah, I let mine grow out once and I looked like Bozo, and nothing grew up on top, just went on the sides.
Yeah, I loved it when my son, who was 10 at the time, went like this. He goes, "Dad, you can do it." I go, "Only there."
I love it. Kenny's
All right,
awesome.
So what a great message! I'm so looking forward to sampling for the. Tell a little about the book signing, the book launch.
Well, the book launch again is at the Spires in Rome, Georgia. It's located on the property of Berry College, which is the largest campus in the United States, 27,000 acres. You're gonna be able to come from 2 to 3 p.m. I'm going to be doing a special sampling of a recipe in the cookbook to be announced, and you're going to be able to get signed books. You're going to be able to meet me. You're going to be able to ask me questions. We're going to spend some quality personal time together, and it's just going to be a blast. My wife Elizabeth is going to be there. Ken, I understand you're going to be hosting me.
I'm flying. I'm flying in.
He's flying in, and it's just going to be. There's so much energy around this. I'm just so excited to be able to share the knowledge and wisdom that I've accumulated throughout the years, and make a difference in your life with your hope.
Well, I'm excited. I heard rumors that you're doing a bonus that you can get a hug too. You can hug Chef Chasky.
Yes, yes, you can hug Chef Chasky. I just have to make sure that we embrace.
Well, I'm bringing my wide angle, my fisheye lens, because I've never taken a picture of 27,000 acres of plates with food on it. So I'm just so excited to see. That's a lot of plates, young man.
Yes, yes, yeah. It's an amazing facility, and I'm very honored to be there. And we do about 900 meals a day, and that day we're expecting 125 to 150 people showing up with sample plates to savor and give me their feedback and see the distinction between foods that are infused, which is our business, infused cuisine. And again, it's recipes of hope. Don't miss out on the opportunity to purchase this book. February 24th, we're launching. Thanks to Perfect Publishing. You guys have a blessed day.
Well, and it's also not to purchase a book; it's invest in your health, your well-being, your vitality, and your lifelong experience. I mean, it's a lot of stuff that comes out of that book.
Yeah, it's not
You
your
use
average cook. It's not your average cookbook.
no. So, how can people reach you again?
Celebrity Chef CraigChasky.com, Celebrity Chef Chasky at gmail.com. And
Okay.
on social
See,
social media, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, LinkedIn.
and you're not playing around. That's a
No,
lot of channels there.
I
Well,
learned from you.
and you have a Chef's Day you did last year, and I expect this year we're going to do Chef's Day again, where we celebrate maybe 50 chefs that are sharing the health and wealth and well-being of cooking well.
My buddy Jerry Edwards will be on that too.
Wasn't he awesome?
Oh, that guy is off the chain.
Yeah. Well, so are you, sir. So have a blessed day. I'm glad you could make it here to share your wisdom, but more importantly, a way to live life more enjoyably.
Thank you.
All right. We next have Shamika Patrice. Shamika Patrice, welcome to the Author-A-Thon 4. And this is her first time here. I'm very excited to have you here. We love new authors here. You know why, Shamika?
Why is that?
Because that means we're growing. It means we're growing, we're glowing, we're learning more, we're expanding. And someone invited you here. Would you like to give a shout out and gratitude of who invited you here?
Yes, absolutely. I would like to give a shout out to Patria Brimfield. That is my classmate in the enlisted program, and she invited me.
I think it's so important to announce in gratitude when someone changes your life. And I know that you're just kind of getting your toe in the water here, but I promise you in about 3 months and then 6 months, and then at the end of the year, you're going to reflect back on this day and you're going to say, wow, if I hadn't had Patria tell me about this, I would be sitting with 5 reviews or 2 reviews. And people that have 2 reviews and 5 reviews, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just they're not experiencing what they could experience, which is their message having an impact in the world. So I am so thankful to Patria that you're here, but mostly I'm thankful because you now can spread the word beyond the experience. So the floor will be yours. Please share who you are, why you did your book, and why the book makes a difference and why it should be purchased. Thank you.
Absolutely. Well, good morning, everyone. I just want to say thank you so much for having me. I'm truly honored to be here with fellow authors and purpose-driven leaders. Well, my name is Shamika Patrice, and I'm an author, a financial educator, and the founder of Prime Stewardship. Most of us pray for financial freedom. We ask God to bless us, to increase us, and to provide for us. Yet many believers are still overwhelmed by debt, stressed about money, and really unsure about how to build a legacy. And so I'm someone who had to learn that faith and finances were never meant to be separated. I also realized that loving God deeply does not automatically mean that we are stewarding our resources wisely. And that realization changed everything for me, which is why I wrote Stewardship, Financial Freedom Through Prayer and Obedience, because I noticed something very powerful. Many people believe in prayer, but few really understand obedience as a financial principle. So we ask for overflow, but many times we may ignore order. So we ask for increase, but we're really resistant when it comes to discipline. And stewardship is just not about money, it's really about trust. So in my book, I walk readers through what it really means to manage what God has already placed in our hands. Not just income, but time, our decisions, our habits, and our mindsets. My book is not a get rich message, but it's really about a get aligned message. The book, it blends scripture with practical steps, and it includes a lot of my personal testimony. Real life applications are there as well as guided reflections and prayers that are going to help each of you move from awareness to action. I wrote this book not only for the believer, but for the individual who feels stuck financially, but knows there has to be more. Because for many years, that's where I was. I knew that there was something beyond just the clouds, right? This is really for the person who wants peace and not pressure. And I also wrote it for families who want to build a legacy, not just survive month by month or paycheck to paycheck. Because honestly, true freedom doesn't begin in that bank account. It really begins with obedience. And so I really was excited about just give my passion that I have about financial education and bringing that onto paper, onto a tangible item that people can pick up or scroll, on their devices. But it's really about connecting the biblical principles that we have with real life financial education. And so, my heart really is that readers just don't read the book, but actually experience transformation, because that is what prime stewardship is really about. It's about sharing educational aspects, encouraging you, and giving you resources to really walk out stewardship daily in your life. And so, the book can be obtained and is available. It's on Amazon. And if this message of stewardship really resonates with you, I do invite you to grab a copy. But not only read it, but read it with intention, because it is something that you can apply right then and there. You can read chapter 1 and apply those principles right there that particular day. So it's not something that you don't have to just wait to apply. You can apply it right then and there. And that's what was really exciting to me about it, because I'm a person of practical application. I like to get in the information and then immediately, boom, go ahead and get it done. And so that's how I wrote the book, so that you can apply those principles immediately. You can also connect with me through my website at primestewardship.com. And there is where you will find some tools, some education, some encouragement, some things to kind of help you live out your faithful stewardship life.
Well,
So,
you did great. Go ahead, continue. I wasn't
no,
interrupting. I was coming to close you out.
oh, well, I was just going to say thank you so much again for allowing me to share my message. And I hope that it blesses everyone deeply as it blessed me to write it.
Do you have the book handy to show?
I do actually.
Well,
And
I am so happy you do. Lift it
so
up. There we go. And then tilt it a little bit down from there you go. Perfect.
there
Okay.
we go.
Stewardship. That is a beautiful cover.
Thank you. Thank you.
So a beautiful cover from a beautiful lady with a beautiful smile. Man, that is, you know what that is? That's harmony.
I love it.
That's continuity.
Continuity. Yes. Thank you
All
so
right.
much.
Well, thank you for being part of the Author-A-Thon. Watch what happens when you give the reviews, how they come in, and then also watch how someone else's smile gets big when you introduce them to this and they start getting reviews, because it is such, you think it's so easy. Hey, can you just do a review for me? And they say, sure. And what happens? Yeah.
Yeah.
But with this, we have a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful tribe. And your vibe is your tribe. So, since you are talking about love, and I know there's a woman coming up kind of soon that's going to be talking about love too. I just want to interject that we have a love event coming up February 14th. And this is a day you could talk about how love stewardship is love.
It absolutely.
And yeah, so this is an event. I'm just doing a little 1-minute commercial real quick, but I want to say to you that you and Susan are reflections of love. And so I'm going to make sure that we get that out as an event that you can come out and you get to hold your book up if it reflects or if it's supporting that message of love, which yours does. So have a blessed day. Thank you for bringing your smile and your heart to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Smiley.
You just heard from Shamika Patrice, and we are about to hear from our next, not only author, but we're about to hear from our next host. So, Preeti, are you ready? So,
Yes,
I'd like to introduce Preeti Bala Subramanian. Did I do a good job?
yes.
I'm going to say it again though. Bala Subramanian.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I practiced like for probably 3 or 4 hours before you came on, just because I wanted it to really flow. And how are you doing?
Good, I'm good. Thanks, Ken.
I want to congratulate you for something. You are a person of persistence. You are a person that always shows up. You're a person that comes in with different backdrops, always interesting. And you are extremely committed and competitive person. You have so many views on your shows that you've done with us. And you broke the 50 mark on the Author-A-Thon. And since we have 150 people, and I would say maybe 20 have broken 50, I just want to acknowledge you for that. It's a big deal. And was it hard work?
I wouldn't say hard work. I mean, I enjoyed reading their books and I mean, as an author myself, I do like supporting other authors. So yeah, it was fun.
So you learn, you get to know the other people, you get to build friendships. And I don't know if you did this because I didn't do it as a habit, but now I'm doing a review and I actually share the review on social media and I send it to the author, and that's taking the game up another level. So the first thing is you buy a book and they don't know you bought a book. And then the second thing is you review a book and they may find out you did a book, but if you send it to them, they know you sent it. But then if you post it, you're actually helping advertise and promote their book. So it's a cool thing. So I just want to thank you for being part of the program. How many of these have you been part of?
I think 3, 4 now. I was in the Smile-a-thon, the Acronym-a-thon, and I think
And I loved it when you were on the
last time I think you did the author one. I think I was there. So I think this is my 4th one.
I loved it when you were at the Baldathon. That was so much fun having you there. Well, you just saw the love event, and so if you want to participate, you have such a beautiful tonality and message about caring and loving for people. So I would love to have you as one of the people that speak about love, the power of love. All right, so the floor is yours. Enjoy. Tell the world about you, your book, and why they should support your book and why they benefit from your book.
Okay, thank you. So to start off, I would like to say, like, I didn't really set out wanting to write children's books. It kind of happened. And in a way, I think for me, I'm preserving some things because, like, I grew up listening to these stories from my own parents and grandparents. And back then, it was entertainment for me, but then now I realize it was more education. It was that emotional regulation and them kind of teaching me more of that moral compass as bedtime rituals, right? And when I had my own children and wanted to pass on these stories to them, I realized that there are a lot of stories our children grow up around, but not very many of them are like not rooted in value or culture and rooted in that wisdom that can stand the test of time, right? So I that realization is what made me start writing children's books as a way of sharing these stories with my own children. And because children, especially the little ones, before they know right or wrong, or before they know what certain emotions mean or what certain things values mean, they start absorbing them through the characters, through the books that they read. And it's it's that moment when they realize and these lessons get implanted in them. It's a very magical moment to me. So that's and then especially with cultural stories, when I initially tried to find books that I can read to my own children, I realized that most books that are especially culturally oriented or based on like the ancient tradition, they are either like too heavy, too complex, or too distant for the children. And so that's the bridge that I wanted to, like, that's the gap I wanted to bridge. And that's how my first series, The Mystic India for Kids, was born. Now it has about 6 books. They are more, I made the story, like retold the story to make it feel more accessible, more gentle, and more like age appropriate, so that it kind of emotionally like resonates and connects with the little children. And these books are for children like right from infancy to all the way probably till preteens. And these, though are on the religious mythology base, are not meant as textbooks. They are not moral lessons or lectures. They are just living stories that teach you values. So these are my 6 books in the series now. So this is the first one, and this has like um, coloring pages as well. So very interactive with the children. And this is the next book. So also maybe a little bit to talk about each of these characters is this book is about Krishna, who is a little small playful boy who does all playful things, but in the way of play teaches you values like team building and loyalty and standing up for what's right and things like that. And this book is where you would learn about Hanuman, the flying monkey, and his friendship and devotion to Ram. And this is the next book. So this is about Lord Ganesha. A lot of people, even non-Hindus, know Lord Ganesha because I think he is universally now considered as the god who is the remover of obstacles. So this again also has coloring pages, has puzzles in them for children. So, and my intention with all these books are to make them very accessible, very interactive, and in a way that it connects with children, no matter what their ethnicity, what their backgrounds are. And these are this is another book which talks about Shakti as in the power. And I talk about the power that already resides in each one of us. So it teaches the children that they don't have to wait for somebody else to come save them or protect them, that they have the powers within themselves. And this one is about Diwali, the festival of lights. This again talks about various different stories relating to it, but the main essence of all the stories is the light that lives within us. So this is my first series, and now I have started my second series. So this is part of the second series, which is called the Everyday Superpower series. And this book is about a little girl like my own daughter. So this girl is a little girl who, through various things in life, learns how patience is important and how it can be a wonderful thing
Chrissy,
to learn.
how many books are you showing, young lady?
Yeah,
Very,
so those are all my books, and I'm
yeah,
done.
but we're okay. We might have to do a re-record for this. It's okay, but we need one book because one book is
Okay.
what we're selling, so that they support that one book. So
Okay.
I might have you go again a little later because it's
Mm-hmm.
great live, but no one will know which book to buy. So why
Okay.
don't you just show the book you want to focus on right now, though?
Okay. Yeah. So this is the
What book
book,
would you like to focus
my latest book, and like I said, this is the one about patience.
Okay, so that's the book we're going to bring you back on. All right,
Okay.
and then
Mm-hmm.
your host, of course, and you got Susan Clark coming up. So I'm gonna have Susan Clark come up, and I know we have a break coming up, so I'd like to give you a shot just to show that one book and do your talk about that. Is that good?
Okay. Yes.
Right. There's some people here that have 35 books, and you're only gonna hold one. All right.
Okay.
So
Mm-hmm.
thank you. Susan Clark's coming up, so you can go ahead and introduce her. All right.
Okay. Hi, so we have the next speaker, and the next author with us is Susan Clark. And Susan Arlene Clark is an author, educator, and entrepreneur, and a nonprofit founder whose faith centered work focuses on healing, resilience, and unconditional love, empowering others to rebuild, grow, and begin again. Welcome, Susan.
Hello, thank you. Thank you so much.
How are you?
I'm well. How are you doing today?
Good. So I will leave the floor to you. It's all yours. Go
Okay,
ahead.
awesome. Thank you. So, hello, everyone. I just want to thank you for allowing me to be a part of this moment, and this movement is really wonderful. My name is Susan Clark. I am an author, educator, entrepreneur, nonprofit founder. I'm also a wife, a parent, and someone who has lived enough life to know that growth often happens through things we never planned. So I've spent many years serving people through education, business, ministry, and community work. But no matter the role, one thing has remained consistent. I've always cared deeply about people, their stories, and their healing. Now, writing has always been a part of my life. I started writing as a child, poetry, short stories, even a play in the 5th grade. That was amazing. I won an award for writing in middle school, and it was with the SOL, but I won that award. And long before I ever imagined publishing a book, I was writing that's how I process life. Now, I would say in 2016, that's when I began to seriously write. And this book that I have here is Love Without Condition. It's basically a reflection of growth and learning how to live, how to love differently. So I'll share a little bit more about my book and why it matters to you or to any person that's listening to this interview. Again, it's Love Without Condition. Okay, that's the name of the book. And this book was born out of real life, not theory. Okay. It's a short but honest journey through love, heartbreak, trauma, healing, and learning how to love again without fear and without conditions. So I wrote this book because I realized how many of us are loving with limits we don't even recognize. We love while protecting ourselves. We love while bracing for disappointment. We love while carrying unresolved pain. Now, one of the key things in this book is how early experiences shape the way we give and receive love. I talk openly about childhood experiences, loss, instability, and how those moments quietly form patterns that follow us into adulthood. Patterns in relationships, in marriage, in leadership, in parenting, and even in how we see ourselves. I also introduced the concept of ACEs, that is adverse childhood experiences, not as a clinical lesson, but as awareness. I make it clear that I am not an expert. I'm sharing what helped me connect the dots between my past and my present, because awareness can be the beginning of healing. Now, this book matters because it creates space for honesty. It lets people feel seen without judgment. It reassures readers that they are not broken, they are shaped, and shaping can be healed. It's also important to say that this book does address trauma. Some moments are triggering or may be triggering. I don't shy away from the hard parts, but I also don't leave the reader there. Every chapter points toward restoration, growth, and hope. Another reason this book matters is impact beyond the page. A portion of every sale supports Resource Inc., the nonprofit I founded. It helps individuals and families with different things, but mainly right now, our focus is food insecurity, education, and community support. This book is about personal healing, but also collective healing. So, if you'd like to connect with me, there are a few ways. Love Without Condition, again, it is available on Amazon in paperback. This is a paperback. I also have a hardcover and a Kindle version. If you are local and prefer a physical copy, of course, that's a different rate. But right now, you can go on Amazon and check it out. And you see here, Love Without Condition. This is what it looks like. I'm also available for book clubs, community discussions, ministry groups, and speaking engagements. I truly enjoy conversation, not just presentation. I do talk a lot, but I do want to just say thank you for allowing me to share this space with you today. I'm so, so grateful to be a part of this community of authors who are using their voices, not just to be heard, but to serve. So again, healing changes how we love, and how we love changes everything. This book is simply a reminder that we are not broken, we are becoming. So stop, breathe, smile, heal, and love without condition.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you for talking about your book. It was very interesting and nice connecting with you here. Thank you.
Thank you.
So up next, we have Tanisha Carroll. She's a very supportive, encouraging woman of God who helps people identify their purpose and assignment. Welcome, Tanisha. Hi, Tanisha. Welcome.
Hi, Preeti. Thank you. Thank you so much.
How are you today?
I'm wonderful. I'm wonderful. How about you?
I'm good. Thanks for asking. Okay, so I will leave you to it and see you in a few minutes.
Thank you. Hello, I am Tanisha Carroll, and I am the author of Chosen to Rise: How to Stay True to Your Assignment When Your Flesh Wants to Quit. This book is a book of searching and finding. It is a book of introspection. It is a book of understanding. It is a book of clarity. This book is a book where if you are asking questions about what do I do? Who am I? What should I be doing right now? What is expected of me in the earth? This book is an excellent book to help you get to those answers. This book, Chosen to Rise: How to Stay True to Your Assignment, is an encouragement to rise beyond what you see, rise beyond your circumstance, rise beyond what you have been through, and ascend to the place of clarity, ascend to the place of knowledge, and ascend to the place of peace that surpasses understanding. The way that you will get there is by walking through the Word of God. And it's based in scripture, it's based in Numbers chapter 16, as well as 1 Corinthians 12. And in 1 Corinthians chapter 12, it really talks about the parts of the body and how the Lord, in his amazing wisdom, created us to be in the world, be in the body for a particular purpose. And I love that. And so we walk through those understandings over 4 weeks. So this book is a book that you could take 4 weeks to do it. You could take 8 weeks. It gives you an opportunity to really sit with, what is it that I do well? What is it that I understand about myself? And what is it that I can do to have impact and influence in the world? The wonderful thing about being chosen to rise is that when you rise, then you allow other people to rise as well, because you created a pathway, you have given an example, and now that you have come up to the place of purpose, to the place of clarity, to the place of understanding, now you can also bring others into that awareness. And that's what we're here for. We're here for to not only do for ourselves, but to open doors and create pathways for others. And so when I think about this book, Chosen to Rise, I think about the fact that I had to make a decision one day that I didn't want to live life in a low place anymore. I didn't want to live in a place of not really knowing who I was, not really walking in who I was, because once I know who I am, then now I have to actually walk in that. And being encouraged to know that when I walk in that and how I show up does not have to agree with anyone else. How I show up only has to agree with what God said about me. And so this book, I want to encourage you to go to Amazon and grab it. I want to encourage you to not only get one for yourself, but get one for the people in your life. I'm going to tell you the right people that need to have this book. If you are a college student or you know some college students, this is the book. If you are a mom, particularly moms of tweens, that's 8 years old to 12 years old, this is the book for you, mom, because this book is going to help you get clarity about that assignment of motherhood. Do you know that motherhood is an assignment, is something that you have been called to? And so when you walk through this book, it's going to help you to understand and not be overwhelmed by all the things that being the mom of teens and tweens bring to us. Okay. And so I want to encourage you to grab the book, again, not just for yourself, but for the young adults, college students that are in your life, for the moms, and especially moms of tween daughters that are in your life. You can connect with me on Facebook or Instagram at Tanisha Carroll. You can also go to my website, TanishaWCarroll.com. Also, you can follow me also on Instagram at I'm on assignment 1. And listen, I want to just encourage you that everything that you do, everything that you desire to do is available to you. You can achieve it. And using this book, it will help you to get there even quicker than you desired or imagined. So thank you so much to Perfect Publishing for hosting me and allowing me to share this information. And I'm grateful to be here and to share it with you.
Thank you, Tanisha. It was such a nice message, and I'm definitely checking out that book as a mom of of an almost teen myself. So yes, I'm checking out your book. Thank you for sharing that book here with all of us. It was nice speaking to you today.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Preeti. Take care.
Thank you.
Hello, I guess I'm up here with you.
I
You're the
can.
one who's we're doing your book. Okay, here we go. So welcome to the Author-A-Thon 4. And I certainly am excited that you've been here 3 or 4 times. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is Prithi Bala Subramanian, and she has a wonderful book to share with you. So the floor is yours, and please.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you for having me here again. So the book I want to share today is this one. The book, it's called Arya's Patience Project. And so to give you a little bit about the book, so the reason I wrote this book was me kind of working with my own daughter to teach her the importance of patience and why she has to wait. So that's how this book came about. So I was basically trying to teach my own daughter and other children about the importance of patience, and it's more like I was trying to give them a language uh, to express what it feels like, because patience, it's not just about time, it's more about the emotions. It's like being willing to sit with a disappointment or sit with that excitement, frustration, hope, right? Like without needing to immediately fix it or escape from it. And many of us as adults, I would say, are also still learning patience. So this book, and I kept noticing it with my own children, myself, a lot of us, that we keep struggling with patience and wanting immediate results. And honestly, like, who's to blame? Because the world that we are growing up now in, like thanks to the internet and technology, Children are used to instant answers, the fast content, constant stimulation, and then it feels very unnatural, uncomfortable, and almost wrong for them to wait for anything. So instead of writing a story telling children that, oh, you have to be patient, I wanted to explore what happens inside a child. So this book is very much from the perspective of Arya, a 7-year-old, and she expresses her emotions like curiosity, how she's eager, how she wants to get things done immediately, and that familiar rush of frustration that she feels. So it kind of makes you want to quit, or it makes you want to rush. It wants you to get that immediate help. So this is very much like from the workings of the child's brain, and it's a space to try to pause and to be comfortable with the discomfort of waiting. And that's why this book is called Arya's Patience Project. And in this, it is like a personality trait, and it is how she learns to practice it and how she learns to use it. So I would say this book is for any parent, caregiver, grandparent, a teacher, or an educator who is looking for ways to teach children the importance of patience. Things like patience can become a superpower if you know how to use it and how to be patient, and how many a times that waiting can get you better results. So this book is available on Amazon. This book is available on Barnes and Noble and quite a few other local bookstores too. So I would encourage you to go check out this book. And this also does talk a little bit about journaling. So the whole story begins when Arya's party or grandmother gives her a book or a notebook called The Patience Project, which helps her walk through, learn patience through journaling, everyday activities. And there are like, it's a very humorous book. It talks about how the child feels in her head and learns from things like waiting in the lunch line or waiting, or how not being patient like leads to some small misunderstandings with friends. So it's a very approachable, very readable book for children between the ages of, I would say, 6 to 10 or 12. So I welcome you to check out this book and my other books too on Amazon. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Prithvi, for a wonderful presentation. And thank you for being a gracious host today.
Thank you. Do we have the next author up?
I will check the backstage and send them up. All right.
Thank you. So while we wait for the next author to come on board, I would like to take this few minutes to thank Ken, Dr. Smiley, and the Perfect Publishing House again for giving me and all the other authors this opportunity.
Well, thank you, because with all these authors being here, we are creating a community. So I'm equally excited. I do have a new Smile Channel directory that we can show off today. So let me see if I can get that to be shared real quick. You know about the next events coming up?
Yeah, I do know the Valentine or the love event that you're doing next.
Yes, that's well, technically the next event is actually Black Bold Leaders of Authority, Courage, and Knowledge. And I'm going to go ahead and show that off right now. So it's an opportunity for 28 days for 160 speakers to share about a leader that inspired them, that made a difference in their life, and also made a difference in the world. So I'm going to go ahead and show that off right now. I think this is the time to do so. And there it is. So that's the cover. It's the 5th volume. And these are some of the people being acknowledged and our amazing team here. And this gentleman here, I believe he has about 16,000 views for his pr- uh, his show that he did, and he also got an international Amazon bestseller. And these are some of the folks that we had in the top 100 shows on Dr. Smiley's show. And this gentleman, for instance, is from Kool and the Gang, Skip Martin, and he was the past Attorney General of Nevada, George Chanos. And Neil Patel is a lot of people know him as a brilliant marketer. And then we have Robbie Wells, who's run for president a couple times. So some pretty notable people. And our own Faison, I think, is sitting around with about 10,000. And he's the number 2 show out of 1,000 shows, by the way, Prithvi, out of 1,000 shows. And this is number 3 is Dr. Michelle Mraz, who you saw earlier. And she's one of the partners of Perfect Publishing and Smile Channel. And she's sitting around 6,000. Merv Jerzak with his book here, Lead Smarter, Not Harder. His rank number 4 with something like 5,000. Jody Martin with her 5 and he's on 4,000. My son, these are 4 of his 14 books, but he's ranking around 4,000. William Paul Young wrote The Shack and many other great books. He's around 4,000. Beth Robbins, he wrote 7 books. And we have a show together. And there's one of the events coming up is the Carpe Diem date, 26th. And then we have Rahan Allah Wala out of Pakistan. He has about 4,000 views. He's number 9. And finally, we finished with Francine Julien, and she is number 10 with about 4,000 views. So you can see where the views are. In the next edition, we're going to actually have 20 people. So, Prithvi, I expect you're going to be in the top 20, right?
Hope so.
I hope so, because you're a winner. You've been in the top 10 before, so I want you in at least the top 20. But this is an older directory. This only goes to 700 shows, 640. The new directory has 1,000 shows, and we're going to feature the top 2,000. This is the Acronemathon we did January 9th. So this is technically our second event of the year, the Author-A-Thon 4. And look, we already had Chef Chasky speak. And we just had Tanisha speak recently. So this is, here's some of the other speakers, I think, today. And we need to get your beautiful picture in here. And this is, of course, my partner who helps me host these Author-A-Thons. This is the love event coming up February 14th. It's 24 hours of speaking about the power of love. And these are some other renditions of that flyer. And then we have the Black Power Hour, Hour Power, and that is bold leaders of authority, courage, knowledge. We have 6 speakers a day for 28 days, speaking about an inspiring Black leader, innovator, inventor, business person, celebrity, actor, anybody that has changed the world in a good way. And then this is Carpe Diem Day on February 26th. We have moved this date here. It's going to be April 6th. And it's going to, and this is going to be like April 8th. So, Prithvi, if you want to come down from Canada and join us in DC and New York, we'd love to have you. And then we have our next Author-A-Thon. This will be Author-A-Thon 5, and it's going to be around June. Then we have a back to school one, typically before school starts. That'll be our Author-A-Thon 6. And then, Prithvi, I know you can't wait to shave your head so you can be part of the Bald-A-Thon. And we have the poet event coming up October 2nd. So that if you get this Smile Channel, this is Chef Chasky talking about Chef's Day. That is October 20th, 2026. So that brings you out a ways. But we have about 50 events we're doing this year. And I've never seen you bald before, Prithvi, so this will be interesting. So I think we might have our next speaker ready. You're still hosting, I believe. So I'm going to go down there and check and bring in your next guest. Okay. I thought they had that guest ready for you, but we're going to go ahead and make sure they do. All right.
Okay. Thank you. So the next author we have with us today is Dr. Hildia Martin Suggs. So on Jan 8th, 2020, she made history for being the first youth mitigation investigator to work in a district attorney's office. I'd like to welcome Dr. Hidea here to share with us about her book and her journey. Welcome, Hidea.
So I guess we had a couple of authors that got stage shy, and so they won't be here. They heard that you're such a vicious host, and they were going to be mean to them, Priti. I'm just kidding. So Tanisha and I are going to take advantage of this time and just give some updates on when some of the events are happening. And we're going to have you probably go back stage when she comes up, and we're just going to do an ad for a while. And then Dr. Michelle Moras is going to be on with you to complete your hosting position. Is that cool?
Okay.
So I'm going to get the events ready to go here for the Black History Month. I'm very excited about that one. I don't know if you are going to speak at that event, but you are certainly welcome to speak at Carpe Diem, Black History, International Women's Day. How many women would you say you know from around the world? How many countries would you say?
Countries? Yeah, I know women from, of course, US, Canada, India, UK, Switzerland,
All right.
Australia.
Because that's 6. I'm going to challenge you to go to 10.
Okay.
Invite a woman from each of 10 different countries. And it looks like Lori's on deck here. So we're going to do a little an ad, and then it looks like Lori will be ready to go for the next author. Is that correct, Tanisha?
Yes.
Okay. So
Okay, so
Priti, if you'd like to, they're going to put you backstage, and Tanisha and I are going to do just a little ad just to keep people informed of the next exciting opportunities. So who would have thought, last year we did our first Author-A-Thon that it would take off and we'd be at number 4. And you just heard when I went through the Smile channel, we got that we have before the end of the year. And if we keep growing at this rate, we'll be around 300 or 400, maybe even 500 authors.
Wow.
A doubling factor is very interesting. You ever heard the mathematical equation? Would you rather have a penny? Would you rather have a penny double for a month, or have, I think it's $100,000? You ever heard that math?
I have. And it's the penny.
It's the penny. And the penny by like 10, maybe even 11 or 12 times what the 100,000 is.
Yeah.
But what's interesting is you can ask the question, well, how much is a penny that doubles every single day worth the day before the 30th day? And people say, I don't know, let me think. It's half. So if it was $1 million, it's now $500,000.
Right.
And so if you went 26 days, you'd rather have the 100,000 is my point. But those 4 days change it. And so Malcolm Gladwell talks about a tipping point, and we're not entering the tipping point. We are working through the tipping point.
Yes.
And so this is still the drudgery. This is still the unexcited numbers, right? They're not happening. We're putting so much effort in, and we're putting so many reviews in, but we're not getting it back. But all of a sudden it just takes off. And Tanisha, if I hadn't been doing this for 10 years in different experiments and not seen it, I wouldn't do something like this. This is crazy, but it always happens.
Oh, for sure. For sure. There's always a moment where.
Yep. Consistency, love, integrity, and love.
For sure.
You got those 3 ingredients, you're going to have a tipping point. So you look like you're ready for the love event with your red.
The red is my favorite color. And the opportunity to share about love. I mean, and with a host, what an amazing host like Evans Karamu. I mean, he's such a kind-hearted person and just joyful, and has the whole book about love. And then the opportunity to connect with him and his community around what is love? How are you expressing love in this world? How are you allowing your love to make a difference and make an impact? I mean, February 14th, which is a National Love Day, And then you have the opportunity to not only celebrate a day that is all about love, such as Valentine's Day. Is Valentine's Day international?
I believe it is, and I want to show Mr. Kamaru real quick. I want to show his book. Oh no, I'll show the author first. So
Yeah.
there's the
It's taking a second to load,
oh,
but
so oh, it
there
is.
you.
It isn't. It's not showing yet.
It is there now.
So Evans is from Kenya, and we had a very difficult beginning Tanisha, because my name's Ken and he's from Kenya, and we had a little bit of a battle of who got Ken first, the country or me, and I finally yielded. I yielded with love. Let Kenya have Ken first. I will be the second. Okay, but Evans is, as you said, very gentle, very loving, very inspiring, but he is actually a strong force too. He is a brilliant speaker. He speaks with fluidity and pace and song when he speaks of love. And I want to show his gorgeous book. And, we chased him. I mean, I did, but I know the company chased him because this message of love is so important. We say it now more than ever, but it's always now more than ever. There's never been a now that's not now that we don't need love. And so he is inspiring us to do a book called Love Makes the World Go Round. This is the book we're celebrating. And Perfect Publishing is actually learning about the power of this channel and the purpose of this channel. We are turning the events into not just a voice of an author and a leader, but we're turning it into a just like on International Women's Day, we have Michelle's book is going to shine, and our intention is to have at least 25 countries of women, but I might be saying a number too low. I mean, there's 206 countries. Wouldn't it be beautiful as 50 countries or even 100 countries? And the more countries involved talking about leadership, the more leadership shows up in the world.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Yes.
So,
Yes.
and then you told me some very good news. You have some spots still available on the Hour of Power.
Black Hour of Power, Bold Leaders of Authority, Courage, and Knowledge. Excellent opportunity to be a part of this. Really, February 4th has just 1 or 2 days of people options left. February 6th, February 7th, February 18th, February 20th. Those are definitely days you can fill up. We have a couple more, but we are just about halfway there when it comes to filling every single day of February for 1 hour to discuss amazing leaders, amazing Black leaders that have had impact, influence, and have changed the world in some way. And so to be able to host such an event and then to be able to be a part of it, and the best part is you get to invite someone that you know and that you love. And isn't that, that's back to the love, sharing that love by inviting someone to join you. We actually saw how that makes a difference earlier when we had Shamika and Susan, and then Patria is going to be on later. So I invited Patria to the Black Hour of Power as well. And then Patria invited Shamika, and Shamika invited Susan. Boom.
And Dr. Roz invited you,
and Dr. Roz invited me.
Invited Dr. Roz. And you start realizing that everything is connected when it is about pushing someone, or not pushing, but bringing somebody up to let them have a voice and to have them shine. And, Michelle, the reason I do show her book off so often is because I usually stayed really in the background, and she started putting the light on me. And so I put the light back on her, and that's what you feel like doing when someone puts the light on you. You want to reflect it back. And we have some brilliant hosters. And by the way, if you want to be a host and you want to carry an hour, that just means you bring 3, 4, 5 people into your hour and you host them, you introduce them like we're doing today, you get to have a lot more exposure. This is the first poster we made, and their names are above their face, and these are some of the amazing leaders, inspiring. I would say the are black because they are not with us anymore, but names. And then here's another one, and every one of these people I have met in the last couple of years, and what a difference they made in my life. Here are some people that are more local to my DC area. I found out that Dr. Joel Freeman is a whopping 25 minutes from my house. He was recommended nationally as one of the most knowledgeable people with a PhD in African history. Oh, is that correct, Tanisha?
Yeah.
Okay. And then this is the fourth one, and this is Dr. Geddes, who's a scientist and does STEM education, STEM in Atlanta. And then we have Rochester with Dr. Paul Miller, and then Dr. Charles Wheeler does a lot of the biggest events in DC. Kalia Lee, we are hoping that she can join us. She told me when I had a dinner with her in December that she would be part of some events. So we are looking forward. She was married to Muhammad Ali. And then, of course, we have Paul McFadden, who is a brilliant podcast host and speaker. So we have really a lot of talent starting those hours.
Wonderful.
So those are, and then we have Carpe Diem, which is celebrating a day of people that seize the day. It's Carpe Diem Day, seize the day. So you got to say day, and you don't say day-o. Okay, it's seize the day. Okay, and then I guess the final one I'd want to say is again International Women's Day. We started with Prithvi by saying that. So we have 4 massive events. One of them being Black Hour Power. That's 28 days. Every day you can tune in for an hour, whether you're East Coast or West Coast. Every week it moves so that it's a little more convenient for some people, but you can always catch the live channel, like the one that you're seeing today right now. That is live. And please share this. If you know an author that is just frustrated, and I got news for you, mathematically, almost every author is frustrated because they thought the world was going to run and buy their book and celebrate them. And the world says, I got a lot of things to do right now. And we'll get to you when I have time. So this is a community of authors that love on each other. They celebrate each other. They support each other, and they get results for each other. So please, for a friend who's an author, or if you are an author, step into your power by having the missing ingredient, which is marketing and a tribe that will carry you where you want to go.
All right, awesome. So Preeti, you got some new guests for us?
I think she does.
Awesome.
Preeti, you ready? You got some guests excited to share their book?
Yes.
All right. Well, we're going to leave you to it. Thank you for giving us a chance to share some updates.
Thank you. So next up, we have Jen Perez. She's the author of 69 Ways Money is Like Sex, helps entrepreneurs simplify cash flow, increase profit, and have bold, honest conversations about money that actually sticks. Welcome, Jen.
Hello, thank you so much for that introduction. I am so excited to be here. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I will leave you to it and see you in a few minutes.
All right, sounds great. So my name is Jen Perez. I am known as the Spicy CEO. I am a profit strategist, and you're probably asking, what is that? Well, if you had a business strategist and then you had a CFO and they had a baby, that's me. So what I really love to do, though, is help women entrepreneurs in turning their inconsistent income into predictable profit in 90 days or less. And a lot of the times I've had people in the past even tell me, like, it's scary because I get to see what's behind closed doors. In fact, part of what got me to start this journey and coming up with my book, which is a very unique title, is I'm going to just tell you how it came about. I was told, Jen, you're like seeing a gynecologist for the first time. I'm like, okay, tell me more. And she said, well, you're like, you go in, you don't know what to expect. Are you going to judge me? You're going to see what's behind closed doors. Oh, no, I don't know what I don't know, right? It's the same thing with money. And so I love that analogy with the spiciness of it because that's just my personality. My background is in accounting and I own a bookkeeping firm, but I've always had this interest in the sexology of things. In fact, that's what I wanted to. I went to school and got a degree to become a sexologist. Didn't go that route, but it's just always been a passion of mine. And so I figured this is really cool. This is up my alley. This is what really works. So I ended up using that in networking for like a 30-second commercial, right? And everybody's phones went down, heads went up. I had the whole room. And then I was like, okay, I'm onto something, right? So tried different analogies and ended up finding someone who taught me how to be different, right? Especially when you're in an industry where it's the same person, you know, the McDonald's in every corner, right? You offer the same thing. What makes you different than everybody else that does what you do? And she said, find a hobby or an interest. And I'm like, I'm running a household, two businesses, and I have two kids, two boys at home that are a handful. I don't have time for a hobby. And so that's where my book came about. Is the next time I asked her, I'm like, what about sex? And so I was like, okay. So I kept going with that analogy. And then it finally came about I went to a conference. Actually, this is a conference where I have met Ken at as well. I think I knew him before then, but learn how to write a book a gazillion times, right? And then someone said, I think it was Scott McCain, and he said, be creatively different. And I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to do it. So I started the book, and it actually started off as 100 ways. And so this here is my book. It's called 69 Ways Money is Like Sex. And I did that because it started off 100 ways. I thought, oh, I'll just like a quote book, right? Just listing 100 ways. And then I thought, why 100? Let's do 69. And then I figured I want to add value. I don't want to just have quotes of this, you know, that's fun and all, but I wanted to add value. So in the book, you'll even see like each page has a way, right? And it's a quick read, an airplane read is what I call it. And what's really cool is that it's going to share my story. It will share some mistakes I've made that hopefully you don't make the same. It will share some tips, some things that you can start implementing in your business right now. There's some mindset in there. And it's just overall, if you can get one thing out of this book and it helps you get clarity around something or take one step in the right direction in your business, then I feel like I did what I wanted to do. I wanted to be able to help people understand money and put it in a fun way because, to be honest, both sex and money are taboo topics that people don't want to talk about, right? They probably weren't taught how to do either very well, and everybody wants it. So this is just something that I made to have fun with it, and it's been blowing up. I have been so excited about this book because it has given me opportunities to be on stages, to be on podcasts, such as being on this Author-A-Thon with um, Dr. Smiley, Ken, and it's been doing so much for me. So the book is geared towards business, but it's any business, right? Whether you're thinking of having a business, whether you're already in a business, sometimes we kind of need to get back to basics, or we need to get to past that plateau to the next stage. And this is going to help you guys with that. And honestly, I'm also a certified Profit First professional. And what I'm really excited about is on the back here, you can't really probably see it from there, but I have received an endorsement from Mike Michalowicz, who wrote the book Profit First. And actually his book, The Money Habit, which is the personal side of things, just came out the other day. So I'm so excited for him and proud of him for that. It's been a long time coming, and I'm so excited that that's out. But this is just a way to kind of make things enjoyable, make money spicy, make it sexy, right? We want to enjoy business. In fact, I tell people that the sexiest thing in business is your profit. And I go into teaching, right, making sure you pay yourself first, because we are in business to make money. Your business should support your lifestyle, not the other way around. So give you little tips on some of them. So my probably top 3 favorite ones. And the first one I would say is too much or too little can cause stress, right? The next one, foreplay matters. And there's some that are more conservative and some not so much. So it kind of is all across the board in that way. But when I talk about the foreplay matters, we talk about the foundation, right? Because quick wins are fun, but it's not sustainable in a business. And so you have to create that foundation. And then my all-time favorite one, honestly, I ironically was the one I opened it up to you, number 27. Ladies, if you're not getting yours first, you're doing it wrong. And that's where I talk about paying yourself first, because that is truly why, as a single mom of two, I have to be able to make money to put food on the table, to have my boys enjoy things in life, right? So I don't have that spouse to put in more money and, oh, this is just a side hobby or whatnot. So I have to make money if I want to enjoy my life. And those are the people I honestly love helping, because we know we leave it, we need it, we're driven, we're purpose driven, we want to help other people. And so a lot of times people say too, oh, I don't want to make too much money. Well, why not? If you make a lot of money, then you can give to others, you can help, you can give back. There's more opportunities for your family or whatnot. So with that being said, it is a bestseller on Amazon. Go ahead and check that out. I do have it on Kindle for 99 cents right now. I'm super excited about it. And if you guys want to reach out to me, again, my name is Jen Perez. I'm the Spicy CEO. So you can go to thespicyceo.com to get more information. And I'd love to make a connection and see how I can help you further beyond the book.
Thank you, Laurie. And I think it was a nice different take of making money sexy. And I think the very title of your book would make people want to pick up your book.
Yes, I have had people like, just because of the title, I want the book.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yep.
Thank you so much for being here today and sharing your book and your knowledge with us, and those 3 tips too. Yeah, thank you so much.
Yes, thank you for having me.
So up next, we have our next author, Laurie McDowell. She is a retreat strategist, bestseller, award-winning author of The Reinvention Mindset, and international speaker empowering women leaders to live purposeful, joyful lives while creating extraordinary impact and ripple effect. Welcome, Laurie.
Hello, hi Preeti. I'm happy to be here, everyone.
Thank you. How are you today?
I am fantastic. Yeah, it's been a great day so far.
Okay, so the stage is yours. I'll see you in a few minutes.
Okay, well, hi everyone. I am Laurie McDowell, and I like to call myself the Retreat Catalyst. So I want to tell you a little bit about me. Today, I work with established business owners, and I empower them to make more impact, more income, and have more fun through their business. And I do this by doing done for you and run for you transformational retreats for for them and their clients. I do all the details, all the planning, all the logistics. My team and I do all the work, and I even come and facilitate and set up the agenda and help with sales. So they just show up and bring their magic and give themselves and their clients an incredible transformational experience. And I'm living the life I love right now. I travel all over the world. I'm an award-winning best-selling author. I've spoken in 7 different countries and I plan to speak in a few more this year. I'm an international speaker and I write books. And that's who I am today. But it wasn't always like that. For over 30 years, I worked as a chemical engineer in corporate America. And I always liked what I did. I always, I had good jobs. I had great coworkers, yet something was always missing. It was always a little bit like, why am I not fully satisfied? And then I ended up I got fired in a horrible fashion. I was working at a job where I was a top performer and I liked the job. And my boss retired and a new guy came in and we had different values. And one day I went to a sales meeting where I was supposed to speak on the second day. It was 4 hours from my house. And when I checked into my hotel room, it ended up I was told my room had been canceled. And I met with my boss and he had HR on the phone. And they told me, you're fired. You'll be paid till the end of the day. Turn in your laptop and company credit card and go home. I was just like, what? You made me drive 4 hours to fire me? Like, who does that? And I drove home. I was angry. I was frustrated. I was terrified. I was the breadwinner. I was a mess. And about halfway home, I got this idea that I don't have to go to work tomorrow. And it was just like a weight was lifted off my shoulder. And I decided right then and there, I was going to do something different. I was going to do something amazing and live my purpose. And I would never work for someone else again. And that's when I decided to start my business. And I still didn't know what I was going to do. but I always wanted to write a book. I knew I had a book in me, so I never had the time. And now it was like, I have time. I'm going to write a book. So I started writing a book. The book I wrote was The Reinvention Mindset. And when I started writing it, I really wasn't sure where it was going to go. I just knew that there were people that inspired me. There were people like Dominique and Amber who were featured in the book where something tragic, something awful and unimaginable had happened to them. And they didn't fall apart. They didn't let it affect their lives. Instead, they turned it around and they made it into something amazing. Both of them started nonprofits that helped thousands of people in their situation. Dominique was diagnosed with MS and had all 30 symptoms that the doctors told her she would never walk again. Today, she's this vibrant, energetic person running a nonprofit that helps other people with autoimmune disease. Amber lost a 2-year-old to childhood brain cancer, and that's something devastating. No parent wants to go through it. And she turned it around, and her husband, Tony, started a nonprofit to help parents of kids who have brain cancer with medical expenses, and they support medical research, and they support the family with money and with love. And the book is really all about people like that and how you can reinvent yourself at any time. You don't have to wait for something tragic. We all can live extraordinary, incredible lives and do amazing things. And this book kind of takes you through. Each chapter is focused on a different tip to help you create that extraordinary life, reinvent yourself to live the life and have a business you truly love. So it's not just for business owners, it's for everyone who wants more love, more joy, more fun, more impact. Some of the chapters are things like facing your fears, not doing it alone, having a higher power, never letting someone else affect your choice, because it really is all about choice. We can't control what happens to us, yet we can completely control what we do with it. We can choose to let it crush us. We can choose to be affected and become negative, or we can choose to just go beyond, to say, I'm going to learn from this and I'm going to turn it into something amazing. I am going to reinvent the situation into something that moves me forward, that brings me joy, that makes a difference in the world. And these ripples will change the world. So the reinvention mindset is not just about reinventing yourself. It's about reinventing the situation, and it's about reinventing the world and creating something extraordinary, because that's something we can all do. The book is a fun read. It's not a heavy read. It's not a how-to book. It's filled with stories and inspiration. There's even a playlist, my playlist in there. It's filled with uplifting moments. One of the stories takes place at South Beach, Miami, where my mom and I were having a trip. And it's the first time I shared that I was an author, and it talks about how I changed my life. The chapter on fear is really powerful. Talks about how we have to face our fears to get by them. So the Reinvention Mindset, it is available on Amazon. The Kindle edition is 99 cents right now, so you can get it, read it, review it if you like it. If you don't, you don't have to review it. No, but like I said, it's fun. It's an easy read. It'll make you laugh. It'll make you cry, might make you cry. Some of the stories are a little sad, and I think you'll really, really enjoy it. So, and I'd love to hear what you think about the book. You can reach out to me on social media, on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, Lori McDowell. You can find me. And you can connect with me on my website. My website is yourextraordinarylife.net. That's yourextraordinarylife.net. I chose that name for my website because I believe we all are extraordinary people. We can live extraordinary lives and we can change the world. And that's really what the book is all about. It's about how you can reinvent yourself to live that life you desire. You don't have to wait for something tragic to happen. Yet if it does, it's a great book to help you get over that. Because so many people get stuck on things like being fired, having a tragedy, and they can't get over it. The Reinvention Mindset will help you. Once again, you can reach out to me. My website, yourextraordinarylife.net. I know people tell me that's hard to spell, but I think you can do it. yourextraordinarylife.net. Or you can email me if you like. Lori L. McDowell, LMCDOWELL, at reimagineyou.net. That's reimagine the letter U, like university.net. I would love to connect you. I would love to reach out to me, connect on my website. You can get some free gifts there. You can get you can book a call. I'd love to talk with you, but have a fantastic day. Go out there and be extraordinary. You all have it in you, and I love you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Laurie, for being with us today and sharing your book. And yes, I also do talk about the powers and the extraordinary that we all have within us. So thank you so much for that message. Thank you for being here today.
All right. Thank you so much, and have a fantastic day. Bye-bye.
Well, Preeti, thank you so much for being a wonderful and gracious host, and excited to see your new book and review it. And that's the nature of the Author-A-Thon. As you grow with the Author-A-Thon, you get to have more of your books on, you get to have more reviews. So congratulations for playing big. And you hit the 50 mark. I'm excited when you hit, we're going to have some people hitting the 100 mark by next week because of all these authors that just got added.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
have a great day. And we have Dr. Michelle Mraz coming next. Thank you for all you do, Prithi. We have Dr. Michelle Mraz joining us, and she has been instrumental in having all these events curated and inspiring and correctly done. So thank you, partner.
You're welcome.
And we have a show every week called Smile and Shine, and it gives you updates on these type of events. So please share, watch the shows, get some ideas on how you can play bigger in the world. The big thing I've noticed that people have hampering them is they don't know marketing, or they don't have the budget, don't have the means to get the word out on what they're doing that's so great. So this is a channel that's built for you, and it's built for your book. So Michelle, I understand you're going to be talking about this book in your 8 minutes or 9 minutes or 10 minutes, because you
Yes,
get a couple
I
extra
am.
minutes if you want.
Before I bring on all the 5 guests behind me. But yes, and I want you to check your internet. Something's wrong. I don't know if it's me or you, but you're jumping. Okay.
Oh, I'll tell you why. There's a storm here in Maryland. I'm on a hotspot. That's the best I can do.
Oh, okay. Well,
So
we're all
maybe
having...
they keep me off. Maybe they keep me off more today. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll go ahead and.
Okay. Hello, I'm Dr. Michelle Mraz, and if he did not give a bio of me, I'm an international speaker, 40-time author, singer, and keynote and MC. I do a lot of things. I wear a lot of hats. And my book that he showed that I'm showing is Unapologetic, an entrepreneur's journey from pain to pride. And do you know where you're going to? Do you like the things that life is showing you? Where are you going to? Do you know? That is the question that I started asking myself very, very young, back when Diana Ross sang that. I think I might have been 7. And it's been haunting me all my life. My book, Unapologetic, is a journey of a young girl who didn't know where she was or what she was doing and how she was going to do it, to who I am today. Oh, and my most recent, I'm a ambassador for peace for the United Nations. So here's the thing. When you were little and someone said, what do you want to be when you grow up? What did you say? Did you say, I'm going to be an astronaut? I'm going to be a this. I'm going to be a doctor. I'm going to be, and you had these dreams that you wanted to be something. And it was usually like astronaut, doctor, ballerina, just 4 completely crazy things that you're like, can that really happen? But your young mind believed it could happen. What was it? Did anyone tell you, you can't do that? There's no way you can do that. Well, I'm here to tell you, you can. And in my book, Unapologetic, I walk you through the things I've gone through and how I viewed it and how I learned the lessons from it. And the problem, not the problem, the major thing in life is that life is a series of choices. No matter what is happening, good or bad, it's a choice on how you react to it. And I decided back in 2016 that I'm going to quote Maya Angelou here. My mission in life is not merely to survive, but to thrive, and to do so with some passion, some compassion, some humor, and some style. Why did that Maya Angelou quote resonate so much? Well, when I was a little girl, I was told you can't do all that. Now, I wanted to be a dancer, a Broadway singer. I wanted to be like Martin Luther King and influence the world to be a better place. And I wanted to sing like Etta James and Ella Fitzgerald. And then I met Tina Turner and wanted to be her too, you know? And so I had all these crazy dreams. And on top of that, I wanted to fly around the world in my jet. Now, you think about a 6-year-old saying all that, and people laughed at me. What do I do now? Well, I'm an international speaker. I'm always jet setting. I do not fly my own jet. I do dance on stage because I'm a speaker, and I usually entertain while I'm speaking my keynotes or my MC as I'm inspiring the world like Martin Luther King. You see? My dream as a little girl didn't come true identically to what my mindset could see at that time, but it did come to fruition in its own way. And to be at my age, pushing 60 right now, to find out that I did what I said I was going to do, not knowing I was going to do it. Now, this is what Unapologetic is about. Unapologetic is helping the reader find what they used to dream about and then correspond it to all the lessons they've learned through their life to figure out how do they shift what they're in now to make it to be more of the dream they wanted. I have a friend, she was in my speaker boot camp, and she said, all my life I wanted to be a nurse and take care of people. And I told her, and she says, well, I'm not. I do marketing now, so I'm not a nurse. And after I learned more about what she did, I'm like, you did become a nurse. She says, no, I'm not a nurse. You are a nurse. You triage people's businesses. You find what they need in their business to help them be better, to market themselves better. You are the nurse that helps their business grow. And she went, oh, that is what I wanted to do. I am a nurse, just in a different viewpoint. Do you understand how that is? So, Unapologetic, go to Amazon when you find it and realize that, well, I've got to share more of my story. All these things that have happened from a little girl to now. I have kind of rough childhood, great childhood, but it was rough. I didn't realize it was. You never know when you're in it. In college, I was human trafficked for 2.5 years. Then years go by, you know, I had a miscarriage and life happened. Then I got hit by a car and had a brain injury, couldn't walk or talk for 2.5 years, had to learn how to walk and talk and feed myself. While I'm learning to regain self-control and care for myself, I found out I had breast cancer, and it was a very rare type of breast cancer, and I was given 3 months to live. And in that 3 months, I became a TEDx speaker, started my first international speaking gigs, and kept moving. Came back, had now breastless, full of cancer, and then they found out my body had fused together inside. I'm one of those rare people who react to medicine, and it fused my soft organs together. So I had to have many, many surgeries, about 12 in a row, 6 months apart, to to cut apart all the organs in my body. In that process, I ended up losing my 3 feet of my colon. And in all of this, now I'm going through stroke. I have a hole in my heart. They fixed that. And then I keep having strokes. So I'm dealing with more. Am I curled up in a ball? Am I asking why? Am I worried about? No, I'm not. I believe that everything you go through, how small it is to how big it is, there's a lesson to be learned. And in every hardship, that lesson is not meant to be taken and stuffed in a box and forgotten. That lesson is meant to be taken and added to whatever's coming next. So when you have another trial, you don't think, oh my gosh, I've never had this before. I don't know what to do. No, look back at your other trials and do, what did I do with those other trials that helped me through them? Can I apply them to this one now? Now, this is not just health. I'm just using health because it's easier for me. It's also in your business. Everything you learn through whatever trial it is a building block for the steps for the next thing you might have to tackle. You are not going through trauma or trials just to go through them. They're being brought to you as lessons so you can improve upon them. You are building a Lego block of lessons for everything you do. Unapologetic, an entrepreneur's journey from pain to pride, is the fun parts of my dissertation for my doctorate. And I wanted to share that with the world because I meet people and they do, how do you do what you do? And what I realized was what I learned to survive after my brain injury is very helpful for other people. Take baby steps. My mindset is embrace your childhood, embrace your toddler mindset. Because if you can embrace that young child in you that believed in miracles, believed that you can do anything, that adult mind would step back a little bit and you will reach that goal. Now, let me tell you on that one. When I say embrace your toddler mindset, if you have a box of cookies and you're with a toddler, if you don't have a toddler or met a toddler, watched a toddler on TV, someone in your world, you've seen a toddler, they are tenacious. And you say, toddler, this cookie is not yours. Do not eat it. Toddler would do, kind of have a little bit of a fit, but you can take that box or the cookie and put it on the top shelf. Think of it as an adult goal, top shelf. When you leave that room, that toddler will find a way to get to that top shelf to get that cookie. That's the toddler mindset that you need to have to reach goals. I don't need someone to show me how to climb that cabinet. As a toddler, I'll find my own way. Be like water, over, around, and through. So my name is Dr. Michelle Moross, and I really summarized the heck out of this book, but Unapologetic, an entrepreneur's guide, entrepreneur's journey from pain to pride. This lioness was drawn by a local artist in Colorado Springs. Her name is Mary Kay, and she drew me as the lioness. So look up Unapologetic. The link will be sent out and all over the place. It'll be 99 cents on Kindle. Please support the book and really have a notebook with you, because what most people have told me with this book is they're using it as a journal, as a process journal, to process the things that they've gone through, to realize that what you want is very close. You just haven't trusted yourself yet. So go get that toddler mindset. Embrace the best version of you every day and be unapologetically you. I get the honor of hosting other authors today, and I'm really excited because you get to meet them too. Now, the beautiful thing about Author-A-Thons is that we get to meet other authors, and then we learn about them and their book and why they wrote their book, and then we can go out there and give reviews for their book. So my next speaker is D'Angelo Lee, and D'Angelo is a two-time published author, professional speaker, builder, and thought leader. And we're so excited to have them come over and speak about their book. So, D'Angelo, where are you? Hello. So, D'Angelo, I'm waiting for you. And as a published author 2 times now, I want to tell you about being an author. Those authors on this Author-A-Thon understand that being an author takes a lot of guts, because not only are you writing down your thoughts, a lot of people write their thoughts in their journal, but no one ever gets to see it. But to be able to write down your thoughts, share what's in your mind, put it on paper, and then put it out to the world for the world to judge is a very terrifying thing to do. So I applaud all authors, anyone who writes and is brave enough to put it out. I'm so honored that you have been able to give parts of yourself to the world and share your book. And D'Angelo Lee is with me now. So D'Angelo, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Doc. I am so excited. I am peacock proud and high and happy to be on the Author-A-Thon for the second time. So I'm very, very excited to talk about my first book. I'm a two-time published author. Amen. Amen. And that's a huge, huge, huge honor, particularly to be an African-American man who's a two-time published author. So I'm among a very, very distinct group. And for that, I give God the glory.
Amen. Have at it. Go share. We'll see you in about 8 minutes.
Okay, good deal. Everyone, my latest book, or my very first book, is called Parenting from a Distance. And both of my books, my other book is Theology of Fitness, but Parenting from a Distance is a heartfelt note or a book to my children. Unfortunately, I was separated from my children for a time, and my greatest desire at that time was to keep my family together, to stay connected to my children who were school age at the time. And I wanted to make sure that I utilized every available resource that was made available to me while I was away to keep my family connected. And I remember so vividly my ex-wife at the time, was mentioning to me how well I was doing parenting our children from a distance. And she made the statement to me that you're almost doing it better than you were when you was present. I didn't know how to quite take that, so I just wrote the book. I wrote a book to make sure that other parents would have a guide on how to maintain the connection between your families, how to sustain connections, regardless of what the distance might be. It may be incarceration. It may be deployment. It may be what I call baby mama drama, where the dad is on one side of the country or a state and the children are on the other. What are the connectors? What are the things that we can use to continue to keep us connected? And I've learned that there are some available resources that I was taking for granted. Like, for example, in the book, we talk about the telephone, how I was able to structure my telephone use so that my telephone use connected to, check this out, that I tutored my children on email. So I revamped and focused and redesigned how to use email. I even use mailing as a way to critique my children's writing, to make sure that they were writing properly. So then when we were together, that the time on the phone, the time on the email, the time of writing, and our time physically together was all connected. There was not a moment in time that I was not engaged and involved in my children's life. And so I wanted to make sure that I made that available to other parents. And again, not just to parents that are separated, as I mentioned, by incarceration, but those that are deployed in other countries. What resources are available that are right in our faces that we can use to consistently maintain connection with our loved ones. It's also made available for those that may work and you may do remote work and you want to maintain a connection with your staff that may be on the East Coast and you may be on the West Coast. How do you use those available resources? How do you use the email? How do you use the phone? How do you use those opportunities that you do see each other in person? How do you use those resources to make sure that you sustain relationship? Because we know foundationally, life is built on relationships. And so my book, Parenting from a Distance, allows you and provides you the opportunity and the ways to keep your relationships and to sustain those relationships in a very effective way. It was so effective that, again, as I mentioned to you, that I wanted to author this book to provide the resources to every man, woman, boy, and girl, to every types of organizations, so you can maintain and keep those connections. I make this book available, to our family courts, where families are adjudicated to take family courses. My book is used as an example on how to take the resources that are readily available to us and to maintain and keep your families together. It is also made available in our prison systems so that those that are separated from their children will have a guide on how to keep their families together. One of the first principles in the book is make a declaration. I help people make declarations about keeping your family first by any means necessary. Because so many people, when you're separated by distance, you tend not to want to keep those relationships together because of the distance. I want to close that distance. Parenting from a distance closes that distance. It empowers you, gives you the tools, the necessary tools to preserve your family connections, because we know that family connection is one of the strongest ties, and it is something that we can see through generations on how we can maintain and keep legacy alive. So I am so excited about parenting from a distance and the benefit that it will have upon the lives of individuals, organizations that purchase the book, that may go online to Amazon.com and pick up the book Parenting from a Distance, because it will radically change your life. If you're looking for a way to keep family connections, to keep relational connection, to keep family, friends, relationship connection, Parenting from the Distance is your book. It is 7 effective exercises, principles on how to do it effectively. After each chapter, when you read it, there is a opportunity for you to put the work into action. So right after each challenge, as I mentioned to you, the first chapter talks about creating your reason. If you know your why, you can always find your way. So I want individuals to first make a declaration to keep your family together. So in the first chapter, you may not see it very well, but then I give you the opportunity to make your own declaration to preserving your family ties. And after each chapter, you have an opportunity to do that. I see that my time is up, but Parenting from a Distance, pick it up at Amazon.com or go to my email. To my website is dangelolee.com. That's DANGELO Lee.com. God bless you. Thank you. Look forward to preserving families with you.
D'Angelo, say your book slower.
It is Parenting from a Distance. 7 principles, techniques, and exercises on how to do it effectively. And you can pick it up on my website, D'Angelo Lee. That's DANGELOLEE.com. It's a beautiful website. Scroll down to the bottom and you can pick up my book there. And I look forward to transforming your life and maintaining connections with our families.
I love that, generational relationships, and that you have a workbook. Is it the workbook made so that you work with your family or with your?
Yes. Yes. And right. So the beautiful part about it is that both sides gets it.
Yeah, I love
that on each course. So each person is writing their commitment, understanding the principle of family and relationship and connection. And so each chapter brings you closer to that reality, because we know faith without works is dead. You got to put the work in. And so
Oh,
this book is also a workbook as well. And what's so unique about it, Doc, is that, I mean, we use basic resources that we use every day, like Zoom, FaceTime. How do you use this time in a structured way to achieve your goal of family preservation? How do you
fabulous.
use it? Big
Okay,
deal.
so people go find Parenting from a Distance on Amazon or his website, but do Amazon so you can do a review because you can grab his Kindle for a low, low, low price today, right?
Yes,
Okay.
you can.
Well, thank you so much for sharing
Thank
today. I
you.
love your
Thank you.
smile, and we'll
Thank
see
you.
you on the next Author-A-Thon.
God bless you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Mhm.
Now, my next guest, dun, 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 my next guest is, his name is Harry Black. He's a 36, for 36 years, he was a general surgeon. He developed a high-grade prostate cancer in 2021, metastatic disease in 2023, and he's finally started researching and repurposing drugs. So he's coming on to talk about his new book coming out, and I welcome Harry Black.
Hi, thank you very much. I appreciate the introduction like that. And yes, my name is Harry Black, and this has been a long journey for me to get to this point of writing a book. I never expected that. I was a surgeon for 36 years, like Dr. Michelle mentioned, and I had a great career. I love what I do as a surgeon. And my whole world started changing actually before the prostate cancer, when I had to come to terms with having type 2 diabetes in about 2016, 2017. And it worsened until about 2018, when I finally said, enough is enough. I'm not pre-diabetic anymore. I don't want to take these medications anymore. And I needed to find out what I could do differently. And as an allopathic physician, a traditionally trained doctor, I didn't have any idea of what I could do except take medication, because that's all we were essentially trained to do and have been trained to do. And as a surgeon, it wasn't my gig anyway. So what I did was
Wait, I need to ask you a serious question.
Yes.
What's the name of your book?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't have the book to show.
That's
I don't
okay,
have the
but
book
tell
to
us the
show.
name of your book, because it's coming out very soon, and
Yes,
that I
about
will
2
leave
weeks.
so you can talk.
Thank you very much. Yeah, the name of my book is um, How to Cut Through Prostate Cancer Confusion. How to Cut Through Prostate Cancer Confusion. And the subtitle is A Surgeon's View from Both Sides of the Knife. And I wrote this book to introduce people to the concept that we can think through this together. And I'll get back to that. I wanted to tell the rest of the story real briefly, but I'll mention the book a lot more here in a minute. The thank you. And the thing about the type 2 diabetes was I learned how to reverse it myself. And once I started doing the things I needed to do, like eating right, intermittent fasting, no sugar, obviously. And once I started doing that, I was able to get off the metformin off a maximum dose in about 9 months. And my diabetes was way better control, and then has been reversed. So that was the beginning of it. And then a few years later, when I developed the prostate cancer, I had a very high grade prostate cancer, as a Gleason 9, as people would say. And I elected to have surgery. As a surgeon, I thought it'd be better to get it out. And then everything was clean. It was wonderful. The lymph nodes were negative, the margins were negative, and my PSA, prostate specific antigen, was undetectable up to 18 months. At 18 months, it was not undetectable anymore. And 3 months later, it became more detectable, and it doubled. So at that point, I had androgen deprivation therapy, which takes man's testosterone to zero, which is no fun, because ladies, I can identify with your hot flashes and the menopausal symptoms that people have. But that was one of the things that it was very humbling to have that experience. But after that, after the 2 injections of that hormone therapy that each last about 3 months, I decided to look deeper into what causes things and what I could do differently. And a whole world opened up to me. People call it different names: integrative medicine, functional medicine, holistic medicine, lifestyle medicine. There's a whole lot of things that kind of represent that space of medical care. And it was about that time that I wanted to introduce concepts of the what people need to do and understand about prostate cancer, and it's all very complex. Along with breast cancer, it's some of the most complex things to look at as far as the smorgasbord of treatment options that you can have, and you're dealing with surgeons and radiation oncologists, medical oncologists, and it can get to be a fearsome complex of information. And so I started putting it down to actually teach a course. And along the way, I noticed that this course actually looked kind of like the outline of a book. So I started uh, doing it from that angle, and I got to know Dr. Smiley, and it was off to the races from there. And it's been a joyful journey for me to write this book, and I'm excited to do that because all my life as a surgeon, all I've done is want to teach people about the surgery they need and what they can do to get better faster after the surgery. And it's one of those things where if you're a surgeon, you're probably a teacher anyway. And that's what this book is all about, is teaching people how to understand and hopefully layman's terms what's going on with all the discussions that they'll be having with all these different doctors, and to kind of lay it out so that the man involved and their families can understand a little bit more fully. The reason for that is that I think it's very difficult for us as physicians to see patients and spend a whole lot of time. I mean, some of us do, but it's more and more difficult, especially in a very busy practice, exactly how you do that. And so, for instance, I spent not that much time with the surgeon who was going to operate on me. Now, he knew I was a surgeon, so I guess there was some communication on a deeper level than some people have. But still, I had questions about it because it's not the surgery I do, and it wasn't anything I'd certainly experienced. So I learned that the oncologists, the medical oncologists, radiation therapists, don't have that much time to spend. And so I thought spending some time with somebody who's been through this from the surgeon side might be useful. And so far, I've had a wonderful experience with it. And that leads into what I'm doing after my stint as a surgeon. Retired 4 weeks ago today, as a matter of fact. And it's one of those things where I didn't know exactly what I was going to do, but a year ago. But over the last year, I've started to develop my new business, which is Sunrise Institute. Full name is Sunrise Institute of Health, Wellness, and Longevity. And I'm hoping it's going to be something that could be very useful for people to help reverse, if they can, or at least get better from chronic diseases, and to maybe hopefully reduce their chance of getting cancer. That's a pathway there. And also I've learned a whole lot of things that I can do myself that I can help teach other people to do to help reduce their chance of recurrent cancer. To this point, after 28 months of no therapy after the hormone therapy, I'm still cancer free, and I've done no other standard treatment other than what I've learned to do myself by research and everything else with supplements and different kind of medications. And I'm healthier now than I've been in 30, 35 years. So I feel great. And I'm excited to move on from here with Sunrise Institute. And I'm also starting to write a second book on breast cancer. I hope to have that out probably within the next year or so, um, cutting through breast cancer confusion, because cancer is confusing, and I learned that on my side of it, and I'm really excited to share this with everybody else as far as what we can all do individually to take control or more control of our own health, and what we can do to get ourselves, number one, healthier, and then number two, fight whatever disease process we have. Because I truly believe the Bible is correct when the I think it's in Proverbs says, we are fearfully and wonderfully made. And we are fearfully and wonderfully made, and we are created to heal. And what we have to do is engage the processes that allow us to heal, and that is to engage our own immune system and get us back to a normal state where we can um, live the way we are supposed to live in good health. And what that means is, yes, you have to change. And just like I had to change just about everything about my life, but I'm having a great life. And I enjoy really good food. It's just not the food that I eat out of a box or a bag anymore. And I enjoy being with my friends, my family. I love everything about all of that. And that's part of healing also is having proper sleep, having really close family connections, friend connections, and as well as mindfulness, meditation, prayer. It all works together for not only our health, but to help us treat cancer. And so I'm therefore excited about the future. Once again, the name of the book, as I know we're going to close here, but the name of the book is Cutting Through Prostate Cancer Confusion, a surgeon's view from both sides of the knife. It's up on Amazon now. If you look at my name and prostate cancer, you'll find the book. It says out of print right now on Amazon, but the Kindle version and a soft cover version will be available in about a week and a half to 2 weeks, according to Dr. Smiley. So I'm looking forward to that, and then we'll do a book launch after that. So if anybody has any questions or anything, please feel free to contact me through Sunrise Institute, and that's sunriseinstitute.com, and I'll be around. And it's been a blast meeting the people here, and I appreciate Dr. Michelle and her expertise.
Oh, Dr. Harry Black, my goodness gracious. You and I need to meet off camera because
I
we
believe
think
that.
a lot
I
alike.
agree.
And with your second book coming out about breast cancer, yeah, I want to talk to you because that was the biggest nightmare, not knowing, just like with the prostate cancer, not
Mhm.
knowing, and doctor doing, hey, I'm coming in to cut you open. Bye. And just out. You're like, wait a minute. Who are you? What are you going to do? There is
Right.
so much. So your book, Cutting Through Prostate Cancer, what from both sides of the knife,
Yep.
that your perspective is going to change lives.
Well, thanks. I hope so, and that's what I hope and pray for that, because it is confusing, and I hope I can do that. And just like D'Angelo mentioned, in the book, in the back of every chapter, there's a place where you can write down questions or thoughts that you had from the chapter. So I hope it's used as a workbook, and that is beneficial for everybody.
Yes, thank you for making all those terms into normal English. And so for those of you looking for his book, you want to watch the Perfect Publishing, all of our social media, because we will be pushing it out as it launches, and you will see it because you will not forget both sides of the knife. Those words alone, you will never forget. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Michelle. I appreciate it. It's been great meeting you, and have a great day, everybody.
Oh yeah, definitely. Tell Dr. Smiley you need to meet me. We need to talk.
I will.
Okay, take care.
All right.
Bye-bye.
You.
All right, everybody. Wasn't that fascinating? I mean, to share from his perspective and give back. It's amazing. For those who have ever experienced cancer in your family, you need layman's terms, and for a doctor to be able to do that and be willing to do that is amazing. I'm excited for Harry's book. Now, my next guest is Nikki Green. She's a business transformation expert and creator of the Chameleon Mindset philosophy. She's an 8-time published author, spoke on over 500 stages, and host of the Stand Up and Stand Out podcast. I was excited that she was put with me because we have a lot in common. And I'm excited to learn more about her, because the most powerful thing about being the best version of you is to get out of that chameleon mindset, to figure out who you are and what you have to be at different times. And I can't wait to learn more about that philosophy. So stay tuned. Make sure you start sharing this link so those that you know and love can listen and hear more from Nikki Green. Please welcome Nikki Green.
Hello, hello. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Nikki. What's the name of your book?
My book is called Chameleon Mindset. It's about building and embracing mental resilience so you can overcome challenges in your life and do some cool things, not just in your life, but in your business too.
Awesome. Okay, I need you to get highlighted so that you could take the main stage and do the thing you do, Nikki.
Awesome.
It's not letting me move you to the main stage. Somebody put her on main stage. She's got to talk. Go ahead, start talking.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, so actually, I just got off the marketer's cruise. Look, I have the book to prove it. And I saw Dr. Smiley right there. And he said, you know what? I have this great event coming up, this Author-A-Thon, and you're an author. You should jump on and come say hi to all of our folks. So here I am, literally just days off the cruise. As you can tell, I live in Chicago. It's a little bit chillier here than it was on the West Coast. But I hope you guys are nice and toasty and warm wherever you guys are watching the live stream and checking out all these amazing authors. So hi, if we haven't met before, my name is Nikki Green. I'm a life and business resiliency expert. And so I help people overcome amazing challenges in their life so that they can figure out what's next. How do they still keep accomplishing goals and doing their best, no matter what things come their way? And I agree, like, hey, everything doesn't go our way and a lot of stuff happens. And so, hey,
Can we do
even going,
WhatsApp call?
oh, there's somebody else talking.
Okay, so how things going on your end? Yes, should be able.
There we go. Always, never a dull moment when we're live on air, right, kids? The good thing we know how to use Zoom. But anyways, if you guys didn't meet me on the Marketers Cruise, I would love to catch up with you guys. We have a great community called the Business Foundations Collective, where we work through not just our mindset, but also like working towards specific goals. One thing I like to do with Chameleon Mindset is live in this book, you can actually do exercises. So it's not just about like, let me sit and read this whole thing and I'll absorb it and magically become the person I want to be. It's about really getting out and doing the thing. For us, it's mindset in motion. And a lot of these exercises are very simple. They're things you can do just right in your own home. You can do them with your family. You can do them with your friends. So that way it also becomes a collective journey and that those around you understand what it is that you're trying to get to. I really love that about it because one of the most difficult things we have when we try to transform ourselves is it feels like a very lonely journey. And so we have to really go through this together with a group, which is why I created our community. You can see behind me, our Green Chameleon Collective is a group of people working through this chameleon mindset and trying to get to their next level. If you guys haven't read the book yet, you can grab a copy right now. It is now 99 cents on Amazon, along with all the other amazing authors here on our channel. And my book's been out for a couple years. This is actually one of 7 books I have. I do a mix of both fiction writing and nonfiction writing to help people with their careers, but also show folks you can be anything you want to be. When we talk about creating a chameleon mindset, CREATE is actually an acronym for the elements of the training. The first one is C for creative adaptability. This one isn't one a lot of people maybe have heard of before, but it's a way of taking something you already know and using it in a new way. That can be something very simple as like knowing how to use a tool and using that in a different way, or it could be something very robust, like I know a lot of great engineers that also make movies. And so I love this aspect and starting with this with creative adaptability because it gets you to think of all your experience as a thing that builds you into the next thing you want to be. A lot of us have that fear of overcoming and feeling like being something new is very scary and that we're starting completely from scratch. But so many of us have amazing talents, we've had amazing careers, and the next thing is just another building block with that. R is for risk tolerance because, well, the scary part is there's always a bit of risk in doing something new, in reinventing ourselves, in transforming. And so it allows us to think of risk in a new way and allow us to gauge that risk more explicitly. So you can put really a voice to it, a name to it, a number to it, and know that you're making progress, even if it still feels a bit scary. We talk about E as evolve, your law of attraction. A lot of people talk about law of attraction of, how we work together and, bringing people into your sphere with your positive energy. But when we talk about this, when I say things like mindset in motion, evolving your law of attraction is about how do you make sure that you're continuing to push yourself, not passively sitting back and just saying, hey, the right customers will come to me, the right business partners will come want to work with me. It's really making sure you're continuing to push yourself, to push that energy field and that way you want to work with people out very clearly into the world And that can be social media, it can be on stages like this, podcasts. There are a lot of opportunities to share the best of what you do and continue to allow people to come into your world and come and want to support you or be your client. A and T of the Create is abundance and growth mindset, which is your bookends for a positive mindset. Some people know about abundance mindset, some people about growth, but not often do we combine those two things together. I think it's a great way to think of not only pushing ourselves through that growth mindset to always be learning, but to also know that there will always be more, that we can always do more to bring people into our world, to help each other, and to help ourselves become that better person. And then we round things out with the last E, which is emotional intelligence. And that's helping us become more aware, not just of our own emotions, but what our emotions do to other people around us and how that interaction can either help us or hinder us as we go through each adventure. So I love each of these modules, and there's little fun exercises, like I said, for you to do with each of those things throughout the book. If you join our community, you can also do a live action version with some of the other community members as they're learning the lessons, which is super fun because, again, the more you can go through these transformational journeys together, the easier it gets. So if you haven't connected with me yet, I'm at thenikkigreen360.com. There you can find me on social media. You can grab a copy of Chameleon Mindset or any of my other books that you might be interested in. Maybe you just need some relaxing fiction book to read on the beach, or next time you join the Marketer's Cruise. There's so many opportunities for us to collaborate. We have events all the time, a lot of them free for people to just get out and start to meet other people that are going through these transformational journeys themselves. You'll find that although it seems scary in the beginning, when we start to think about maybe starting a new career, maybe making a personal change in our life, that there are always people like this coming through that journey too. And so within the community, we have lots of different ways for you to step through each of those pieces. If you are interested in maybe writing a book, we have a section called the Book Nook, and that's where writers become authors. And we have a lot of resources for people to learn about the book creation process, all the steps involved, or maybe just explore some creative writing to help you get out of your shell and figure out more of what you want to do in your next chapter. If you like speaking on stages, we've got both a podcast palace and a speaker space where we can teach you how to be a better speaker. We can also teach you how to get on podcasts and virtual summits like this so that you can better connect and say your message out loud. It's one thing to write the book, but then you got to let people know about it, and you got to get on stages like this to do just that. There's lots of resources in there, and we love having people come and hang out with us anytime they're free. So again, it's thenikkigreen360.com, and we can catch you there. And I can't wait to hang out with you guys more, and hope you guys grab a copy of Chameleon Mindset.
Oh my goodness, woman. We talk about the same kind of stuff. And
yes.
And I was laughing because my background's in engineering.
Yeah.
It's like, and I'm in 6 movies. I sing on stage. I'm a jazz singer. I mean, just because you got the degree doesn't mean you can't do other things. Matter of fact, it enhances what you can do. So I love that idea and how your book, Chameleon Mindset, because people don't realize they compartmentalize everything and don't realize if we just flow through the ideas and the thoughts and the learning we have, you're unstoppable.
Yep. Exactly. And that's what really makes us interesting people, more well-rounded. We become unsettled and unhappy in our lives because we're so compartmentalized, because we think there's only one track. And the more we can have a variety of experiences and find other interests, find other communities to support us in those different interests, then the better we're going to feel. Because when one thing isn't quite the way we want it, go over to the next one and do something new.
Make it your own. Yes,
exactly.
And when you were talking, the one that came to mind was Hedy Lamarr. Do you remember her?
Oh, yep.
She was this glamorous beauty queen, but if it wasn't for her, we would not have Wi-Fi and GPS. That is called stepping out of the boxes people put you in and be you. Yeah. Thank you so much for writing that book. People, go find that book, because the more of us who are doing and tapping into all of our different strengths, the better the world will be. So thank you so much, Nikki Green, and we'll see you on the flip side. and take care. Have a great day.
Thanks so much. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye. My next guest. Oh my goodness, his name is Connor Hebel, and he is an amazing young man. He started his first business when he was 14. Now, I'm excited about introducing him because 14, and he teaches aspiring entrepreneurs. Now, if you ever wonder what my doctorate's in, my doctorate is in the study of entrepreneurship. And that's the power of entrepreneurship, is seeing something and finding a way of doing it that no one else thought about it. He thought it at 14 and did it. A lot of us thought of things at 14 and went, well, I'm not old enough to do it yet, so I'm just going to wait. And then while you waited, you got older and other things took over and you never got to do what you said you wanted to do. So Connor, you have helping people unlock their potential and grow through their life challenges. What's so amazing is you are still a baby, by the way, you're still so young.
Thank you.
That you are challenging yourself and going out and doing things and speaking on stage with people like Les Brown and Sharon Lecter. So have I.
That's
They're awesome
awesome.
people. Yeah.
Yes.
What I'm excited about is to watch you grow. And I cannot wait to hear about your book and to learn more about your book and be able to write a review, because we need more people like you who think outside of the box and jump. So
Thank you.
happy sharing, and we'll see you on the flip side.
All right, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Connor Hebel. I'm an author, best-selling author, founder of Island Microgreens, and I work with one core question. What actually helps people grow when life doesn't cooperate? And I started asking that question early out of necessity. As a kid, I dealt with chronic pain and medical uncertainty and systems that weren't designed to support me. And I had two choices: let that define my limits or learn how to grow anyway. And like you were talking about, it goes into that space of you want to grow, you want to move forward, but how do you do that? And a lot of it is through learning from the challenges that we have in our life. As Napoleon Hill says, when you're faced with a challenge, it can be the seed of equal or greater opportunity. So let's unlock that. So that decision led me into business, health, and eventually writing Let's Get Growing at 18 years old, a book about what happens when you stop waiting for perfect conditions and start building momentum from where you actually are. Because when you start where you are, that's when success happens. Don't wait for perfect conditions. They're never going to be there. Just keep going. And everything I share today comes from my own lived experience, tested principles, and one simple belief. Growth is available to anyone who's willing to stay small or start small and stay consistent. Because I didn't know back then, but the very thing that slowed me down could become the foundation of everything that I do today. Let's Get Growing is not a how-to book. It's a how do I get through this book. Because when your life doesn't go according to plan, you have those two options. You can either shrink or you can grow. And for me, growth started in the smallest way possible. While doctors were trying to figure out what was wrong with my body, I was put on an extremely restrictive diet. Food became medicine, and eventually medicine became a mission. I discovered that microgreens had something unexpected happen. My body slowly started to begin to heal as I ate them, and so did my mindset. I learned something powerful that I repeat again and again. You heal before you feel. And that lesson doesn't just apply to health. It applies to business, it applies to confidence, it applies to your habits, and it applies to life. When you're not feeling the impact, it's still happening. There's still gears moving towards your success. So just know that you heal, you succeed before you feel it. And that's why I built my book around this simple idea. Start where you are and move forward. Not where you should be, not where everyone else is, but right where you are today. Because where you are has those seeds of opportunity that are so much bigger than you could even imagine. So just start today. And in this book, I share stories about losing momentum and finding it again, pivoting when plans fall apart, learning to speak up, and slowing down so that you can speed up and turning that pain into purpose instead of letting it define you. In fact, today I was really nervous to get on here, but I decided to not let that fear stop me from getting on and talking to you all today. Because when we have that seed of doubt, move towards it. It's telling you that you're moving in the direction of your opportunities. And so I didn't write this book because I had it all figured out. I wrote it because I know what it feels like to wonder if what you're doing will ever matter. And Let's Get Growing is a reminder that the seeds that you're planting, even the ones that no one sees, still count. So you can grab a book of Let's Get Growing on Amazon, and you can just search up Let's Get Growing by Connor Hebel and it'll come up. You can also go to letsgetgrowingbook.com. And inside the book, every chapter ends with simple, actionable reflections because growth only happens when insight turns into action. You can read all the books, but if you're not doing the next step and the next step, then it's just knowledge. And so my goal is to make sure you get to the next stage and you do the next thing and you continue that growth pattern. So if you'd like to connect, I would love that. You can find me through my website, Amelia Island Microgreens, or just my phone number is 904-337-8167, and I'd love to connect with you all.
Connor, you're awesome. My
Oh,
goodness.
thank you.
You have learned so much at your age. I wrote my book. Oh, we're doing the same stuff. Do you remember a Christmas show? Santa Claus is coming to town, I think it is.
Yeah.
It's put one foot in front of the other.
Yes, exactly.
And that's what happens, like with you, with your with all your health problems and with my health problems. It wasn't I'm going to jump 50 feet and do all of this. It's like, no, I'm going to grow one minute, tiny thing every day. And the next thing you know, you're like, holy smokes, I did it. And then as you apply it into your world, the same thing happens. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry you had to experience it to learn it so soon, but wow, that is amazing.
Thank you. Yeah, and it's so powerful when you have those experiences and then you take the learnings because we all have those moments that we can learn from.
Learn to grow anyway. That was what you said. Learn to grow anyway. And the thing is what we find out is pain tends to be like the light bulb that says you might want to learn from this one.
Yeah. And you can either learn it that time or wait for it to get much more challenging to learn it.
Yes. And the same with me. The meds didn't work for me. I healed with food.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I'm so glad you did. I like the saying, let food be thy medicine.
Yeah. Well, over my last, 10 years, I've dropped 245 pounds.
Wow. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's crazy. But I can't wait to get your book. I can't wait to write your review because I'm so excited about who you are, what you represent, and the future you will bring to the world. So thank you so much, Connor. It was a joy to hear you.
Likewise. And I'm excited to get your book too, because it's so great when great minds think alike.
I know. I want to meet you. I'm going to talk to you. Okay. So
we'll talk
later and we will bring up the next person. I just forgot who the next person is because I'm a professional like that. No, my next guest is actually a host and her name is, where's Tanisha? Tanisha, where are you? Can you come on up? Come on up. Come and talk to me. Talk to me, talk to me.
Yes, we are learning so many things today, aren't we?
We are. And I thought, wow, we might as well just come up and talk real quick about what's coming up with Perfect Publishing. And then I'll let you do your thing.
I mean, we have so many things considering it's only the end of January and this is already our second event for the year. And now we're heading into February where we will be hosting a 1-hour event every single day, 28 days. So Black Hour of Power, bold leaders of authority, courage, and knowledge. I mean, that's a mouthful in and of itself, first of all. But we are hosting wonderful leaders who are going to talk about amazing Black Americans who have had an impact and influence on them. And I you had a whole list of people. You had your fave, and then you had a whole list. I know.
Well, I already requested. Can I do 3 during the day? Because I need to do Maya, I need to do Tina Turner, and I need to do it was kind of
right.
Well, and the thing is now when we say power hour, you're not speaking for an hour, okay? You've only got the 8 to 10 minutes thing, but you're sharing that hour with multiple other speakers who are also highlighting someone of historical history that has influenced who they are. Right?
Exactly. And so we have a powerful host, such as yourself, and you're going to speak, and then you have 5 other people who are going to join you and speak for their 8 minutes. And so when we say an hour of power, that is 6 people talking about 6 different amazing leaders, historical figures from any area. Think about it. In politics, in leadership, in speaking, in podcasts, in music, in art, in literature, in education.
Yeah, any aspect of Black history, because it's Black History Month, it's February. And so we wanted to be able to highlight who affected us and how did that shape us to who we are today. And we asked all these amazing people to join us. And if you want to join us, sign up, write us right now, actually go in the thread and say, hey, put me in. And because we want more, And what we're doing is we're educating the world. We're educating the world of what shapes the people who shape other people. Yeah, it's exciting. You don't have to be an author. You just have to have an opinion on who helped you. Right? Now, after the Black Power Hour of Power, an hour every day for the month of February, so 28 days. So we have lots of opportunity. The other one is February 14th.
The Love Day. Celebrate love. We all know February 14th is the day of love. We know that. And we are taking the opportunity to take it to a next level. We've partnered with a wonderful author and humanitarian.
He's awesome.
Evan Kamaru. And he has written a wonderful book, Created for Love. And we're using that as a template for us to share how we were created for love, how we use love in our everyday life, and how it influences everyone around us, and how it influences us and made us who we are. The greatest thing about it is you don't just get to be a part of it, but you get to invite someone to join you and be a part of the conversation. That's the best part.
And I'm excited for everyone to meet Evans, because I met him at a conference and we sang, Love, L is for the way you look at me. So he and I are singers too. And he's an amazing man. I can't wait for all of you to meet him and get his book too. But sign up for the Love event. It's February 14th. And then we have one more event in February so far. We might get another one in there, is the Carpe Diem. Carpe Diem.
Yeah. Carpe diem, seize the day with a smile. Yes. Seize the day. Maybe you've heard that phrase before, carpe diem, and it is like
it's a Marine thing.
It is a military, it's a Marine thing, and it's about doing what needs to be done.
Get her done.
Going after what you really desire and what you really want and making it happen. And not letting anything stop you. And so this is not only an opportunity to share about how you seize the day, but our partner, Beth Robbins, who's going to be on here later today, she is created an opportunity for you to not only share a spoken, a speech about it, but also to join her as she is making a book about this very thing. And I mean, when you connect with someone like her, she's very influential, very well-spoken, and she is, you talk about seize the day, she is the epitome of seizing the day and changing her life, and you'll get to hear her story. But February the 26th, that's another opportunity that you have, and that link is coming out. And let me just say, if you are a part of our community and you haven't received our emails, I want you to look, dig in those spam boxes and in those promotions and those socials and all those little boxes that they put us in, and add us to your list and say that we're a safe sender. So that way, when we send you something, it's going to come to your primary mailbox and you won't have to look for it anymore. You can be like, oh, I know.
And we have another place for them to go. We have another place. Go to the website, perfectpublishing.com, and there is an events page. You can go there and we will be we have all of the events that are coming. If you want to be part of any of them, you just click it and sign up. So 2 ways, look in your box, because if you're part of our community, we're already telling you about it. If you're not in our community, get to that community, sign up, and then you'll always know. And then we also have the newsletters that will always keep you up to date. That's a new one. And that will be coming out twice a week now, right? It'll be fun.
It's going to be a good time. You want to get connected with us. We're
so
doing
I'm
so
gonna
many
leave
things.
you.
We got to talk about one more thing before we go on, and we can't forget about this, and that is March 8th.
Oh, yes. Oh, my goodness.
International Women's Day. Go get your book. That's right. Hold My Crown, International Women's Day.
Women of Grit share stories of resilience.
Yes. And so we are going to be inviting women and men from all over internationally. So we will definitely, if you are in other countries, tell us, let us know where you're coming in from, because we want to hear your story of how you were impacted by a powerful woman in your life, and how women change the world every single day, how women impact the world. I don't think people, sometimes people don't give women the credit that they're due. They want us doing it though.
Women make the world go around.
Listen, and this is a great day and an opportunity for us to lift up women, because women are, we're the beginning. We help to give and facilitate life.
Yeah, we're the beginning. Yeah, we're
wouldn't be here without a woman.
Yeah, say when I first started speaking, that was my thing. I would go into women's shelters and say, we are the beginning. We're the beginning. We're the chain breakers. We're all of it. Why? Because we are the mother, and the children look at the mother for examples of how to be if you're a boy, and what to accept if you're a girl. And so we are the shapers of the world. And although we don't want all that responsibility, it's who we are. It's what God gave us. We are the chalice that holds the families together. And I'm going to get off the air because I just realized what time it is in Colorado. And your next guest, I believe, is Tara. Oh.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to get off the air so you can bring on Tara. You guys have a wonderful day, and I will see you later on today. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Have a great one.
Well, we have a wonderful opportunity to listen to an amazing leader and a thought leader, a spiritual guide, and a person who desires to make a difference not only in the lives of parents, but also in the lives of children through their parents. And so we are welcoming Miss Tara Hope, but also AKA Tara Bulkey, to come and share about her book. So Tara, welcome to the Author-A-Thon Perfect Publishing stage. You are welcome to share about your book at this time.
Hi, thanks again for having me on. This is a last minute catch for me to be able to do this, so I praise God for this opportunity. The majority of my books, and I have just 4 children's books out right now, it's all about our identity and everything pointing towards the creator. The specific book that I chose is one that has had the most emotional impact, that when I'm at book fairs or I'm wherever I'm talking about my books, when I sort of flip through it and I read it out loud to the audience, there's this moment of recognition of forgiveness and reconciliation. And what happened, how this particular book came across, I said, Lord, there's a wonderful book that most people know. It's called I Love You Forever. And I remember when I first read that book, I had my husband read it. And I said, okay, you read this, and I'm just going to the kids, right? And I'm just going to clean up the house while you do it, because I knew what was coming at the end. And he never read the book before. And of course, you know, he gets to the end, and the common phrase in that is, I love you forever. I like you for always. As long as I'm living, my baby, you'll be. And that's about a mother's love with her son, and then the son loving her mother back at the end. And I said, Lord, that book has been so impactful to so many people. I go, I want something like that, but I wanted to point to you and the legacy of love. And I went to sleep and I heard the song, I heard the words, welcome home. Welcome home. Okay, Father, welcome home. And I woke up the next morning and it's welcome home snickerdoodle. And why is that important? Well, right now, I don't know if you're aware, but I'm sure you are aware, there's this pandemic of children divorcing their parents, going no contact. And it's nuts. It's all throughout the US and from the UK as well, is what I have witnessed. And I sat down, and now I have a daughter that's gone no contact, and and she has, it's a part of this, in fact, two daughters. And I'm going, Father, what's going on? And what, how can I just point this to your love, the legacy of love, of forgiveness, of mercy, of reconciliation? And that's when this book comes along, Welcome Home Snickerdoodle. And it's done in a poetic form, right? Just and basically, the instead of whatever you instead of I love you forever, this is whatever you do, wherever you roam, I will always love you and welcome you home. And in the illustrations came out just significant. It's just about, you know, when your child is young and all the things that they go through. And just to read a little bit from it, I grew bigger and I learned to say no. I would scream, give me what I want, and I want it now. She would say, snickerdoodle, the time is just not right, perhaps after dinner or maybe tomorrow night. But I was impatient. I did not understand time. I sneaked that cookie, took the toy because it was mine. I ate that cookie and it made me sick. I broke the toy and then I threw a fit. And ultimately, the mother's there consoling, fixing the toy, consoling the daughter, and singing to her throughout the whole book, whatever you do, wherever you roam, I will always love you and welcome you home. You see, what makes my books, all the books I've written, unique is there's a QR code on all of them. I've even written a lullaby or a song that goes with each book, that at the end you'll be able to listen to this song and it just enriches the entire experience. I don't know if anybody else has done that. I got the idea through using Suno. I'm a part of Kingdom Authors, and the idea came in. I'm like, I can do that. I've written songs my whole life. I've written poetry my whole life. And now that I'm an empty nester, I'm an international evangelist. I work with Global Network of Evangelists. I travel the world and I see the pain points of all these different countries. And the pain points, more than anything, is people don't understand who God is, nor do they know who they are in Christ. And once you know these things and you understand the character of God and his love for you, his provision for you, you understand mercy and grace and unlimited access to limitless resources, then all of a sudden that can be poured into you. And to whom much has been given, much is required. And you're able to pour that out. I decided there's this law of first mentions. Now, I could have written books for adults, and in fact, I'm working on workbooks for adults right now. But I was taught a lot becoming a new Christian through Max Lucado. I was a brand new baby Christian as an adult with children, and I start reading his books to my daughters. And I learned so much about the character of God. And I want that for myself. I wanted to be able to write, what I like to say is I write children's books for adults, because in all of my books, it's always it's something that's a child will understand as a child would understand, but as an adult, it's going to go deeper and deeper and deeper into you. This is when I travel and I speak in prisons and I speak all over Africa, South America, you name it, I've been there. And I'm able to go in with that mother's love or the father's love of understanding they probably had a bad first mention, but I'm going to bring in with the power of God and through allegories and stories instead of lessons, which are great. But I learned through stories. And I knew that that's how God made me to be since I was a child, loving to write. And now that I'm an empty nester, all of these stories that I've made up for my daughters, you know, I would create stories to help them to go to bed and or to teach them lessons. I'm able to now I'm able to now turn those into these books that speak to the adult heart. It could be a teacher, it could be a parent, it could be an auntie or uncle, grandma or grandpa who are going to read these books, and they're going to circumvent a hardness of your heart into this tender place because of its authenticity and its hope and the power of truth through these books. So I have 5 children altogether, and I have made a lot of mistakes, and the right thing that I have done is really submitting and surrendering to the power of God's word and all the parables that Jesus spoke to us. And it spoke to us in these parables that really, it helped us to even understand to a deeper level what he has provided and his love, his provision, and the identity. And that's a big deal in all of my books as well, is identity. Where do you go? I know that you're having a rough time where you're at. It may be because you're trying to be something you're not. And I am so delighted about how well these books have done right now. Welcome Home Snickerdoodle and another book, Petey the Pathetic Dump Truck, are finalists in a major book competition, and we'll find out how well they do at the end. But they're being recognized because I think people are hungry. They're hungry for love. They're hungry for truth. They're hungry for something that they just don't know. And sometimes they're not reading scripture. Sometimes they're not, but they'll go and see these books with the illustrations that God has given me, and they'll be attracted to that, and they'll want to become a part of that. So that's a lot of my story. I do appreciate your time, and I'm looking forward to the 21-day devotional that I have coming out called The Antidote to Rejected Love. And I'm able to write, and just like any of you, you're able, the places that you have overcome is where you become an authority in these areas. And it's a shocking time of life, because I think when you are prepared and you've gone through everything that you've gone through, now you've become an authority in that. Now you have a responsibility to share that. People need your voice. They need your words. They need your experience. What was the antidote? What was the antidote that got you through that dis-ease or that diagnosis or that judgment that somebody laid upon you, or maybe that you laid upon yourself, and you need to break free from that? This is who God has created me to be. And I have a company right here. It's called I Am Kind of a Big Deal. It's not that I am, but the great I am is kind of a big deal. And he thinks you are too. And he dwells within you. And all things are possible through Christ. It is I who no longer lives, but it is Christ who lives in me. I can't fail. I can speak to mountains and they'll fall and crumble into the sea. And these are these books that I've written, and specifically, I want to say specifically, all of them are about that, is speaking to these mountains and understanding forgiveness, grace, mercy, provision, hope, joy, peace, all the fruit of the spirit being introduced in a story form that everyone can enjoy. So yeah, that's what I have to say. And I'm looking forward to you getting a hold of this book and the others. And when you go look at my website, iamtarahope.com, go look at that, and be encouraged that there's a lot of positive, incredible voices out there that God is releasing into the ether, that this is the time, this is the tsunami that we've been waiting for a long time, a tsunami of hope, a tsunami of transformation of everything the enemies try to do to steal, kill, and destroy. Here we are. We didn't wait too long. We didn't go too soon. But right now, for just a time as this, we can jump on this wave and surf across the land that the Lord is creating something brand new.
Tara, thank you so much. What a powerful ministry you have through these books. I appreciate everything that you're doing and how you are sharing, just an opportunity to encourage people of who they really are. The world has a habit of trying to tell us who we are. And even sometimes we try to tell ourselves who we are, but God has already told us. He's already told us, and it's written. It's down.
Amen.
And so I love what you're doing. I love what you're saying. Tell us how we can stay connected to you via email, social media, website.
Well, I am tarahope.com. We just got a I'm just It took a long time. You talk about foundations. If you're a builder, you know the hardest part of building anything is the foundation. It's taken a long time to get it out. It's a beautiful website, iamtarahope.com. I'm on Facebook and LinkedIn. Facebook, Tara Hope Bulke, Boehlke. That's a rough last name, I know. But yeah, connect with me there. I talk every day. I do lives, and yeah, and then soon I do have a YouTube account, but we're making a professional YouTube account where every day I do 10 minutes with Tara. And that's just a thought for the day, what God has brought into my life, my perspective, encouragement, but it's just 10 minutes and you can double time and make it 5 minutes, but it's like an injection of vitamin Jesus.
Love
Just
it.
something like, oh, that was good.
I love
Feel
it. Vitamin
good. I'm
Jesus.
not going to get
Yes.
sick today because I have that antidote within me.
For sure. For sure. Love it. Well, thank you so much for being with us and joining us today. You guys make sure you go and grab Tara's books online at Amazon. All right. Thank you, Tara.
God bless you all.
Take care. And we are going to, oh, there she is. I was just getting ready to say, Michelle is coming back. And she's going to be with you guys just for a few more minutes. And then guess what? I'll be back again.
We're going to tag team out. Thank you so much. My next guest, by the way, my name is Dr. Michelle Moras, and I'm a story editor for Perfect Publishing, but I'm a keynote. I have about 40 books and MC. I have a music album. I do a lot of things, but one of my passions is helping authors get their word out and get more people to recognize why they were brave enough to share their story in the first place. My next guest today for the Author-A-Thon is Mark McCraw. He's an Air Force veteran, international author, and he's from Oklahoma. So he's a national and international author. He's got 12 books and he's been published in 3 anthologies, and soon he's going to have 4, I believe. And he's featured in Kid Leo magazine, and he's also a former educator. Now, the cool thing about Mark McCraw is that his book is called It Happens, and he's going to share that with you and how you can find it and how you can figure out how it goes through. Oh, wait a minute. That's Mark Roddy. That's the wrong Mark.
two marks, that's what it is.
I got 2 marks. I need the other Mark, please. Nice meeting Mark Roddy. And there you are, Mark McCraw. So we'll see Mark Roddy right after Mark McCraw. But right now, Mark McCraw is going to share about his book, It Happens, and enlighten you. Make sure you guys get his book, download it, because it's a special price only today. Take it away, Mark.
Yes, thank you. Like she said, I'm an Oklahoma author. I've been writing since 2020. I have been doing a lot of theme-related books over the years, and I'm Air Force Reserve, Air Force veteran. I do a lot of theme-related books. I feel like that is so important in the schools, and when I go into daycares and schools. My philosophy is that literacy, learning, and legacy, those are the things that I focus on the most. And I also want to focus on making a difference in the lives of children. So this book, It Happens, this book was made with Iris Davidinko. She is a Ukrainian author. And she has done several books of mine, but It Happens is a book about children that, sometimes they have accidents, and sometimes the adults will they'll get upset at a child because they have an accident or what have you, and really you know they got to realize that adults and children obviously have accidents. And so that's how that book came about. Is it goes through scenarios back and forth about the child and how he deals with it, and how the adults deal with the accidents. And I just enjoy writing so much, and I just have a lot of these ideas, and very theme-related ideas. So really, go out and look at my website. It's www.markmccraw.com, markmccraw.com. You can find me there. You can find my books on Amazon. You can go to the links directly in my website under catalog. And once you go under the catalog, you can find my books and anthologies out there. So it is certainly a pleasure to be here today. And, greetings from Oklahoma, the wintry Oklahoma right now. So thank you so much for having me today. There I
Hello?
am.
I
There I am.
know. I got brought back in.
Okay, great, great. So yeah, like I said, I love to do theme related books, and I've read to over 1,000 students. I'm actually doing this book on World Read Aloud Day on February 4th, and I'm actually reading to a school in San Antonio, Texas. So I'm looking forward to that, and I'm looking at doing some more virtual activities in the next couple weeks or so.
That's fantastic. And it happens. And I love that you reach back to the children. My next book is a children's book too, because my thought is we need to start early instead of waiting for crisis and then say retroactively, this is what you should probably have learned, to go to the children and let them realize things happen and it's okay and we can make it through, right?
Yeah, no, that's right. And a lot of librarians rather, and a lot of the schools, they really, and daycares, they really like that I have theme related books. And so if a school or a principal asks me to, or daycare asks me to give them a list, I can give them a list of my theme related books. And they're very happy that I'm reiterating some of the, not only the literary elements in the books, but also a theme related book that is, and I could have written about dinosaurs. I could have written about other things, animals and all of that, which are very popular, don't get me wrong, but I chose to go down this path to do the theme related. So
I love it. I mean, my children's books are just one word books, so like joy.
mhm.
They're just one word, and they're just picture books. And I thought, what a great way of being able to reach adults because they're with their children and they'll learn at the same time. So I'm being sneaky about it. So Mark, your book's on Amazon. People, everyone go out there and find It Happens, Mark H. McGraw.
Yes, that's correct.
And then that way you can go on there, read it and share it and make sure you do a review because that's the whole thing about this. We want reviews. And Mark, thank you so much for sharing your love for children and for the future.
Oh, thank you so much. Thanks for having me today.
Oh, we're so excited that you came and joined us. As I said earlier, I'm impressed with every author. For anybody to put their thoughts on paper and put it out into this world where people are going to judge and point fingers at you and be brave enough to do it anyways to help the world. I think it's awesome.
I'm all about that.
Thank you for your service in the military, but thank you for your continued service to humanity. Have a great day, Mark. We'll see you later, okay?
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye-bye. Hi, it's Dr. Michelle Maras again. And my next guest is the other Mark. If you were here earlier, we accidentally popped him in, and his name is Mark Roddy. Mark Roddy is a retired Air Force colonel. He served for 24 years on active duty, and he's previously published like several articles in professional journals. But right now, he's going to be talking about his novel, The Third Day. Now, Mark Roddy, he's a hoot, actually. He's kind of cracking. He cracks me up in the back room here. And he's going to share about his book and how to reach him and his book so you can get it for the nice price that we all have today on Amazon. So please, Mark Roddy, take it away.
Dr. Michelle, thank you and good afternoon to all. As Michelle told you, I'm a new client with Perfect Publishing, and I'm really looking forward to being part of the team. I think I just caught you saying I was going to talk about my book, The Third Day. I'm actually going to talk about my book, which is coming out before that from Perfect Publishing, which is called Angela's Letter. Here's the cover that the good folks at Perfect Publishing have already put together for it. Now, Angela's Letter is a romantic story, so that's why we're hoping to have it launched next month. And along those lines, what's the story about? Well, it's about high school sweethearts who go their separate ways and try to reconnect about 45 years later. And the reason I did that is I wanted to look at three different things, if you will. The first thing is I wanted to have a story that ascribes to one of the philosophies I have, that you never forget your first love, as is the case in this story here. Angela and Jack Doherty, they're both widows and a widower, and Angela takes the initiative to try and reconnect with Jack about 45 years after they last saw each other, and see where things will go from there. Now, just like any other love story or probably story in life, it's not a direct line from wanting to getting. But there were three reasons that I wrote this book and the way I wrote it. And the first one was, I've just told you the first one. The second one was, I wanted to have a story that would resonate with older writers, or excuse me, older readers. Um, a lot of the love stories today are young people, and that's great. But being a senior citizen myself, I wanted to have a story that would entail relationships among people that are older. And that was actually motivated by the fact that the first couple I met about 30 years ago, 20 years ago, was an older couple who, in fact, had been high school sweethearts. They'd gone their separate ways for a number of years and had reconnected and were now married again. So that kind of got me thinking that this is the way the story should run. It should be for older folks, because I know a lot of people who have been married 50, 60 years and still thoroughly enjoy all aspects of their relationship with their spouse, or in case might be a boyfriend, a girlfriend, a lover, whatever. Myself, I've been married for going on 55 years. My wife, Dawn, was not my first love, but she was definitely a case of love at first sight when I did meet her. Now, the third reason I wrote the story is a concept of life or philosophy that I have of forks in the road of life. And by that, what I mean is that I think we all are faced with choices as we go through our lives where we have to make the choice between two options, not a good option and a bad option, but maybe two good or really good options. What do we do and what happens with the decision we make? For example, a young woman who's graduating from high school gets accepted at three different colleges. Which one does she decide to go to? Somebody graduating from college gets two job offers. Which offer does that individual take? And what you'll notice in each of those cases is it's not a choice between a good option and a bad option, such as like deciding whether you want to be a bank teller or a bank robber. It's between two or three good options, but whichever choice the individual makes is going to take him or her in a very different direction as it relates to their life. Go back to the high school senior who goes to college. If she chooses college A, she's going to have hopefully as good an education as she would have had she chosen college B. However, the professors that teach are going to be different. Their teaching methods are going to be different than the other school. Even perhaps the area where that college is located is going to be different than what she would have had in the other place. And all of those characteristics or elements in her life are going to make her life path different than if she had chosen the other school. I had the same thing happen to me. I'm retired Air Force, and when I was in active duty, actually towards the end of, well, about halfway through my career, had a choice between two different locations, and we were coming back from an overseas location. The choice I made was very different. The two jobs were extremely different. However, the choice I made took me on a different life path than the other one would have, to the extent that perhaps for all we know, I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you now if I had chosen the other assignment. So I see these, as I said, as forks in the road of life that we're all going to face. They're not bad. The choices between two good or great options, and we should take them accordingly. So what I think about when I wrote the book were those three items. They all work into the story. They do have choices to make. Angela writes a letter to Jack. Does Jack decide to try and connect with Angela, or does he just decide to stay as a single older gentleman? Choices like that. And what I tell people, or like to tell people, is that you're going to face these choices. And when you do, again, two good choices, not a good choice and a bad choice. But going forward, make your choice, and may your choices be inspired and the choices you have to make on your road of life very few. Again, the book isn't on Amazon yet. It will be very soon. You can reach me at mroddybooks@gmail.com, and I'd be happy to talk to you or respond to you if you're interested. And I'll be putting some information out, as will, I'm sure, Perfect Publishing when the book comes out, hopefully in the next couple of weeks. But I look forward to you reading it, and I hope you enjoy it as much as I enjoyed writing it. So back to Michelle.
There, I'm not muted anymore.
Hey, I can hear you. I'm not a very good lip reader, so.
I was like, I was so excited. I said, I'm sorry about introducing your other book, but no, your other book's out there. But Angelo's letter,
Mhm.
it's almost like you wrote about me and my husband.
Really?
We're high school sweethearts. It took us 10 years to come back to each other, but we've been together for 44 years. And so definitely want to read that book because that is huge. But your characters had entire other lives together before they came back together again. I'm excited to read that because I kind of live it.
It's surprising how many people I've run into that have run into that situation and talking to them. A friend of mine several years ago, I was talking to her about, writing the book, and she told me at the time her mother, who was an older woman, was on her way. She was on an airplane going to Seattle, and she was going to marry her high school sweetheart, who was now an engineer at Boeing, and both of them were like in their 70s at that stage of the game. So it happens. It's kind of interesting, and I think that's what intrigued me about the story was that people can find second love or first love, and it doesn't necessarily have to be. And I have friends who were high school sweethearts, got married right out of high school. They're still married today, and they're having good time with themselves. But other people, they, for whatever reason, they don't connect, and maybe they do reconnect later, or their lives just go separate paths.
And that's
Fortunately,
okay.
life.
But I'm excited about your book, and people can go get it once it comes out because Perfect Publishing is the one publishing it. And so watch out for Perfect Publishing's social media campaigns and things, because what will happen is you will see the bestseller campaign with his book out, and then you can help us with that and help him get to #1 bestseller on Amazon. So thank you so much, Mark, for helping out and sharing your book and sharing your imagination, because that is such a gift. And thank you for your service in the military. And thank you for your continued service by giving back to humanity. So have a great day, and we'll see you on the other side.
Okay, take care, everybody.
Bye-bye. Our next guest coming up is, let's see if I mess up his name, Murthy Gokula. I love his name. And he will be talking about his eight habits to health and happiness. Now, Murthy is a concierge, a physician specializing in lifestyle longevity and geriatric medicine, blending Ashtanga yoga and modern science to help patients live well with health, purpose, and happiness. He's coming to save America and everybody else who reads his book. So make sure you keep an eye out for his book, 8 Habits to Health and Happiness, and take it away, Murthy.
Thank you, Dr. Michelle Maras. My name is Dr. Murthy Gokula. I'm from India, came to United States in 2000, finished my family medicine, geriatrics, lifestyle medicine, and longevity medicine. I was a professor at University of Toledo, so did sick care for a long time. And now I am actually a healthcare specialist practicing medicine, concierge medicine in Perrysburg, Ohio, with a special focus on lifestyle and longevity medicine. When I blend those two, I address the 8 drivers of chronic diseases. And as a country, we are burdened with chronic disease, and most of the healthcare dollars are spent in the last 2 years of human life in our country. Despite being the most advanced nation, it's painful to see this pattern that we have a world-class sick care, but very little true health care. We are brilliant at treating heart attacks and conquering cancer, but not good at preventing them, either the heart attacks or the dementia or heart disease. So we medicate anxiety and burnout, but rarely teach people how to build resilience, joy, and meaning into their lives. And that's the reason I came up with this model to bring healthcare to every American. And I wrote my book, Live Well, to 8 Habits to Health and Happiness. There's a lot of knowledge around using the artificial intelligence. Anybody can get the information, but how do you actually bring these to simple habits to bring health and happiness? Health is one wing of the bird, happiness is the other wing, and I want patients to fly to reach their goals. My mission is simple: to help people take their health back into their own hands and to transform medicine from what's your diagnosis to how vibrant can you live life and improve your function and quality of life And I want every American to be healthy and young until they die. Rather than dying frail and old, I want them to die young. The core idea of Live Well is that health is not an accident and it's not genetics, but it's a daily practice, doable, and it's human practice. I bring together modern functional and longevity medicine with lifestyle medicine, six pillars addressing the nutrition, exercise, stress management, sleep, addictions, and social relationships. The ancient wisdom of Ashtanga Yoga, which is like 8 steps to health self transformation, which was designed about 3,000 years ago in India, I'm trying to bring that back into the modern science, wherein the first step is how do you treat others, the ethics, the boundaries, the non-violence. And the next step is how do you treat yourself with discipline, gratitude, and devotion. And the next step is movement. Movement is medicine, caring for the body through postures and movement. And then the breath work to help balance the sympathetic parasympathetic system and energize the system. And then the next step is unplugging from overstimulation and turning inward to meditation. And the next step is training your attention to focus, wherein when you focus, you reach your goals. And the next step is about being sustained mindfulness or meditation. And the next step is the state of deep connection, clarity, and peace. How does this actually address the 8 drivers of chronic disease? One is the inflammation, wherein you can actually choose a whole food plant-based diet, create a schedule, and focus on anti-inflammatory nutrition, create healthy boundaries, reduce toxic conflict, and self-criticism. And the next step is creating daily self rituals like cleanliness, contentment, discipline, self study map beautifully onto habits like sleep hygiene, gratitude, journaling, morning routines, and personalized health tracking. And the next step is the intelligent movement and posture. Tr- you can translate that to aerobic training and strength training, mobility work, yoga, and ergonomic habits that protect joints, fascia, and mitochondrial health. And the next step is about your nervous system regulation, where breath work becomes a good way to handle stress, heart rate variability, hormonal balance, and you balance the sympathetic parasympathetic system. And the next step is about digital and sensory detox, wherein you take away your screens and news and negative news and noise that parallels your toxin reduction sleep rituals, creating a healing environment at home and at work. So the next step is the focus, mind, and purpose, wherein it aligns with your work on focus, epigenetics, and cognitive health, deep work that's purpose driven, goals that you protect your brain from distraction and overload. And the next step is for meditation and emotional resilience, wherein it supports your gut, brain health, mood, and long term nervous system repair, integrating beautifully your mindset, your mental habit. And the last step is living well, not just long, but wholeness and connection, and translate it to your ultimate outcome. And uh, you really need to follow these 8 steps, which are not some esoteric methods, but evidence based that are translated into live well and driving the 8 drivers, bringing meaning to your life. And the way I wrote the book is based on each driver. The first chapter is about inflammation, which is one of the hallmarks for aging. And how do you address the chronic inflammation, the quiet fire that is underneath, and problem for many modern illnesses like heart disease, autoimmune condition, dementia, and depression. In this book, I help readers identify hidden inflammatory triggers with food, sleep, stress, and toxin, and replace them with simple anti-inflammatory upgrades, real food, restorative sleep movement, and targeted practices like breath work. When you cool your inflammation, your pain eases, energy rises, and body can finally heal. And the next driver for chronic disease is insulin resistance. And I help create habits to balance your blood sugar, wherein insulin resistance doesn't just lead to diabetes, but it drives to fatigue, weight gain, brain fog, and accelerated aging. I teach readers how to balance their plate, their movement, and their fasting window so that blood sugar stops behaving like a roller coaster and start behaving like a gentle wave. Balanced blood sugar means steady energy, fewer cravings, and clear mind. And the third driver for chronic disease is balancing your hormones and harmonize them and follow the daily cortisol curve, which is like body's symphony. And when you're out of tune, you feel it: mood swings, sleep problems, low libido, burnout. I guide the readers in Live Well through the daily choices that support hormone balance, light exposure, sleep timing, protein, stress recovery, etc. And I give you the labs that are covered by insurance and not covered by insurance. And the message is you're not crazy or weak, your chemistry matters and you can influence it. The fourth driver is toxins that we are accumulating. And we live in a sea of chemicals, plastics, pesticides, synthetic fragrances, and heavy metals. And I try to help find detox ways and give you easy steps with your cookware, sweat regularly, and support your liver and gut detox with natural methods. And gut health is the key, and it's an ecosystem, immune organ, and it talks to your brain, affects your hormones and immune system. I help decode symptoms like bloating, constipation, reflux, and skin issues. Create a simple, practical way that you can restore your food rhythm. And the next driver is epigenetics. I help people how you can fit the 6 pillars and show readers to send their genes a different message. And one, safety of nourishment and growth, not survival mode. Your mitochondria is the powerhouse. I teach practical ways to recharge them, and people feel tired and give foods that recharge the mitochondria. And rather than feeling dragged during the day, start feeling truly alive again. And the last driver is stem cell dysfunction. And aging is not just decline, it's renewal. And I help people how you can regenerate your stem cells naturally and create habits that are lasting. And you're not at the mercy of the doctor or the healthcare system, but your patient is the boss and the doctor is the coach, and not a pill for every ill. And here I'm trying to help rejuvenate your own body to take in charge of your health and become the boss of your own health. I hope this is a first attempt to live well, and I've decided to reach out to every American and give back to the country that has blessed me with so much blessings. I've been here in the United States 25 years, and I'm a US citizen and want to give back to this country that has given me so much and make America healthy and keep it healthy always. And this is my attempt to do this course and do seminars and webinars and motivate people to take charge of their health. And thank you for this opportunity for listening to me.
Dr. Gokula.
Yeah, you can say Murthy.
I don't like it. I like Dr. Gokula.
Yeah,
I love your
fine.
name.
Dr. Maras.
No, don't call me more ass.
Oh, no.
It's Maras.
Maras. Dr.
Yeah.
Maras.
When I first did my first speech, someone said, and please welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Morass. And I walked on stage, turned around, hit my butt and said, if that was his name, I wouldn't have taken it. It's perfect. But anyways, your book, 8 Habits to Health and Happiness. You and I should probably talk because health is a daily practice. I am someone who went through a brain injury, gained a lot of weight. I was close to 400 pounds at my heaviest, and I've dropped over 300 pounds. Well, 258 pounds, if you want to be really specific.
So
and
when you have a lot of brain injury, you get neuroinflammation and it affects the hypothalamus, pituitary, adrenal axis and your cortisol.
Everything. It hurt everything.
Yep.
Yeah. And so when you talked about, the 8 steps of wholeness and connection, I had to learn, and that's why I'm excited about your book. I had to learn this on my own to stop my body from basically domino affecting more and more problems. So it went from brain injury to cancer to organs failing to, it just kept going. I'm like, how do you stop this? I have to fix my body with food. And
That's
so
right.
I had to back everything up and start fixing myself with food. And 258 pounds later.
You look beautiful and you look very young.
Thank you. I'm pushing 60. But it's all about food and health and taking care of your body. And as I tell people in my talks is mind, body, soul. You can't do one and not the other. You must do them sequentially together. Yeah, I can't wait to get your book. When does it come out again?
It's on Amazon. I put it up
Oh, it's
there.
there already.
It's on. But if you want me to, Connor is the one who asked me to come here, and
Oh,
and I'm just new to all this. I'm learning the business of medicine, and that's how I met Connor in a Rainmakers class with Bill Walsh.
okay, I know them.
So I did the Rainmakers, but now I'm creating a course of the Live Well onto Tag Mango and start creating webinars and anything you can help me because I'm not used to this marketing stuff. But if you
That's
can,
what Perfect Publishing is about. We will help you. You are in this community now, and then we'll get your link for your book and we'll share it with the bigger community. And what we do is we all start sharing and going on and doing reviews and reading bits of the book and learning more about the author and why they wrote the book. And that's why you're on this, because it's all about paying it forward together. Okay.
absolutely, this is my third thing. I wanted to give back three things, and I created the fellowship for the University of Toledo in geriatrics. I created a sheet that reduced hospital Foley catheter use, and now this is the third thing I want to give back before I die to America. That has blessed me so much.
Well, thank you. And I'm so glad you've joined the Perfect Publishing community so that we can help you amplify your message. So we'll see you somewhere down the line. And I have to bring up my next guest and stay
Please, and I
on
can give you my cell phone, text me, and I'd love to talk and get mentored by you.
Okay, well, write me. Write me.
Okay, so what's your number?
Well, if you go to backstage, I'll have one of the team members give you my cell number. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, you take care. Okay, that was awesome. With all this health and stuff, and I get a little rattled about it. Our next guest, well, he's already here. Robbie Wells. Robbie Wells is a perennial presidential candidate. Robbie Wells is an author, motivational speaker, news correspondent, and businessman. He's a former college football coach who's won many championships and lost it all. He is an overcomer, and his book is called, hold on, I got it, Touchdown America. Why? Because we all need that, right? It's a memoir of his life. And if you hear that bio, you know he's gone through a lot of things, ups and downs, wins and losses, with a lot of people looking at him, and that's a tough place to be. Great. I can't wait to hear more about your memoir. So without me taking your time, Robbie Wells, please share your book, Touchdown America.
Well, Dr. Michelle, thank you so much for allowing me this opportunity to speak today. And it's great to be a part of Perfect Publishing with Ken Rochon. But yeah, Touchdown America, you can find that at barnesandnoble.com. And it is a book that talks or that goes in detail with my life from birth all the way up until basically right about now. The book came out about 2.5 years ago, and we're actually working on reformatting the book as well to get the sales up a little bit. So yeah, it touches on all sorts of things, such as overcoming death about 7 times in my lifetime. So, if you can overcome death once, you can say that God's not done with you yet. That's happened to me about 7 times now. And it talks about the wins, it talks about the losses, it talks about the ups, the downs that most anybody that lives long enough goes through and experiences, the roller coasters of life. And how to overcome the obstacles, because I truly believe that those that are truly successful overcome the adversity that's been placed in their life. The book goes into detail with that. So yeah, truly an awesome opportunity to be here right now with you, Dr. Michelle. Do you want me to keep going? Because I can. In fact, let me just say this. I've got a speech that I'm going to be giving out in Los Angeles, and I'll give you guys
There you are.
Hi. You're back.
Yeah, that was so like just unmuting myself in the backstage. So I have to ask you, because I didn't hear the beginning because I was talking to the other author, and my thought with you is, I always think with authors to be able to put our words down and put it on paper for the world to judge.
Right.
How did that feel?
Well, the book was definitely a work in progress over many years. And what I would do is ever so often I just write a page or two a day. And then all of a sudden, we've got a book, and it was time to go to publishing after we had it edited and looked at by a few people. Yeah, it's good to go. So that's exactly what we did, and we put the book out here, and we're just going to see what happens with it.
Well, and what's neat about it, and why I'm one proud that you did it. Okay,
Thank you.
Put your life on paper and let other people read it and do, I wouldn't have done that. Or I didn't. You get that in your head. What are they going to say when they read this? Why I did that. This is what I did. And there's a lot of angst to being an author. And what I think is beautiful about it is I think authors are all superheroes because we all are brave enough to put it out there and let the world hit us for a little bit until they realize, yeah, that it's a brave thing to do. And in your background, what is a perennial presidential candidate?
Well, I've run several times, and
really,
I've actually been on stage and shared the microphone on stage with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and all of them when we were running back in 2020, right before the pandemic shut everything down. Yeah. Yeah. So I've had some great opportunities, and some of them, my campaign manager will to this day say it's absurd that we were able to do some of the things that we've done. But I just say that it's a great big loving God that we serve, and that's the way I look at it. I do have like a statement I'd like to give everybody. Can I do that? And it's going to take about 2 minutes, if that's okay.
Please, we got plenty of time with you.
Okay. Okay. So we say we are united, but really we're divided. We say that we are great, but Kirk in 25 and King in 68. Sit back with pen and paper. Let's take a little quiz, because at the end of this talk, we will all say it is what it is. School shootings are common. Watching the news is drama. We've devalued human life, men creating babies without a wife. We wonder why we are not blessed, but the unborn are distressed. We have become way too lenient when we can kill a child for convenience. Going too far to the left, going too far to the right gets all of us hot and bothered, ready for a fight. We keep telling ourselves we are better. We tell ourselves we want more. But how can we broker for peace when we keep paying for war? Students can't afford college. The system makes us groan. You know that there's a fix when Uncle Sam profits on student loans. When it comes to justice, we know that there's a void. Black men afraid to walk the streets in fear they will end up like Floyd. We say we are the greatest, in liberty we are based, but we won't achieve true greatness until the division is erased. Little boys growing up without fathers, no male guidance in this world. Does it really even surprise us that they transition into girls? We say that we're the richest nation, golden streets and pearly gates, but how can this be true when 350,000 people is the homeless rate? The U.S. is the beacon of freedom. That all sounds very nice, but how can this be true when we are ripped apart by ICE? Now, I was raised in the country. I was brought up in the South. Let's stop listening to folks who talk from both sides of their mouth. The solutions are here deep within my head. Let's all come together and put these problems to bed. Vets for kids, service for freedom will solve pieces of this puzzle. The elite don't want to hear it. They want me in a muzzle. Equal justice and unity sounds great for the people, but nothing will be solved until we go inside the steeple. Incentives to stay married, better education saves the day, but nothing will get better until we get on our knees and pray. May God above forgive us for all our many sins. Let's all join and be united so that we, the people, can rise up once again.
Wow. Amen. And I just made a post on Facebook about basically, I'm starting with the man in the mirror.
Right.
I'm asking him to change his ways. Yeah.
There you go, Michael Jackson.
Yeah, but I would sing it. I am starting with the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways.
Oh, you can sing.
Yes, I can sing. I have a jazz album out. But that's
Okay.
the whole thing about why we keep bringing people together. Because the more we bring together and we share ideas, people will be able to see what's happening around them instead of just blindly walking through life. And so at Perfect Publishing, we believe the more we share across lines and people and genders and whatever, we can see the world as it is instead of looking in this little box that we've gotten
Right.
we've gotten programmed to look through visors or whatever. And so I thank you for coming out and doing what you do, doing all you've done, and then the book that you've put out, Touchdown America, to share your world, your life, and how you view the world to all of us. So those of you who haven't figured it out yet, go to Amazon. You've got to find his book on barnesandnoble.com. And we will be reading each other's books and doing reviews. And we look forward to having you again, Mr. Robbie Williams.
Well, thank you, Michelle. And if they really want to real easily get to the link for the book, they can go to my website, which is Rise Up with Robbie, spell Robbie with a Y, riseupwithrobbie.com.
riseupwithrobbie.com. Yeah. And then Perfect Publishing will put out a list of all the authors that have been on the Author-A-Thon, and it will have the links to your book. So choose which link you want them to go to. And I suggest have them go to your website. That way they go into your website, not Barnes and Noble's or anybody else's. And then that way you know who they are and they can talk to you directly. So you be well, you take care. And I have to bring on our next guest because you did awesome.
Thanks, Michelle.
Okay.
You're awesome too. Bye-bye.
Bye. My next guest is Jody Martin. Jody, where are you, Jody? As a heartfelt children's series, she has a heartfelt children's series inspired by real military life. She's a soldier mom and helps kids navigate deployments, pride, and love, showing that even apart, family bonds can stay strong. Jody has a very special part in my heart because I am a military spouse and I was a military child. They called us military brats. And we used to just do what we did because we did. And I remember my father disappearing for a year or 2 years and coming home. And at one point he just left us in the Philippines with our mother. And he would come in and out when all of us kids watched our families and became our own families because our parents were going away. And to have someone who writes actually several books about dealing with military life is precious to especially someone who knows that other side, because of we thought it was just life. But looking back at it as an adult, going, oh my gosh, the things we had to do, the things we listened to, and the things we put in fact in our lives, it affected us as adults. And so that Jody wrote these books, a series. Thank you, Jody. And I wish someone had thought of it sooner so that people like our age group would have had an easier life. So Jody, take it away, lady. I can't wait to read more of your series because I already have read a few, and for our audience to listen and learn more about you. So take it away, Jody.
Thanks so much. I will just say that I think being Gen X helped us get through some of that stuff as well. But hi, everyone. I'm really honored to be here today. I look at these Author-A-Thons and I think I've been with the Author-A-Thons from the very beginning, or at least close to it. And they're just an incredible group of people to be involved with. And I just want to take a second to acknowledge Dr. Ken Rochon, who's been a part of my journey now for over a year. And honestly, if you had told me in 2025 what 2026 would look like, I don't think I'd believe you. But a huge shout out to Ken, Dr. Mraz, and the team for creating such an incredible and supportive community for our authors. Thank you so much. But now for those who don't know me, I'm Jody Martin. As Dr. Mraz said, I'm a U.S. Army veteran, teacher, author, speaker, but more importantly, a mom, a sister, and a great friend. But before I talk to you about my newest book, I want to start with one simple question. When you hear the word leadership, what comes to mind? Most of us automatically think of adults. We think titles, positions, uniforms, or people in charge. But what if I told you leadership doesn't actually start in adulthood? It starts much, much earlier, many times in quiet, everyday moments. Leadership starts when a child decides whether to include someone who's been left out, when they choose to speak up or stay silent, when they decide whether to follow the crowd or just trust their own instincts. Those are leadership moments, and our kids are facing them every single day. You know, serving in the Army, leadership and loyalty were not abstract ideas. They were everyday lived experiences. Loyalty meant trusting the person next to you. It meant knowing someone had your back, even when things got hard or uncomfortable. But later, as a mom and as an educator, I saw these same themes show up in a very different setting: the schools. One afternoon, my kiddo came home from school upset about a situation with a friend. Nothing dramatic, just one of those moments that feels really big when you're a kid. He said, "I didn't say anything because I didn't want to be a bad friend." And in that moment, I realized something. That was loyalty in its earliest form. And my child was already trying to navigate peer pressure, values, and right versus wrong. That's when it really clicked. Kids don't need leadership lessons someday. They need them now. In the military, we don't leave leadership to chance. We teach it, we talk about it, and we practice it. But with kids, we often expect them, they'll just figure it out. They don't have to worry about it too much. So the Leadership for Kids series was created to meet kids where they are now, through stories, characters, and situations they recognize. Not through lectures, no moral checklist, just real moments that open the door for real conversations. Each of the leadership books focus on a core value, and I started with the most important one: loyalty. My book, Loyalty, explores what really means to be a good friend, because loyalty isn't just about sticking with someone no matter what. It's about making thoughtful choices. In the story, kids will see situations where loyalty is tested. Do you help a friend? Are you a good teammate? Do you do your homework or your chores without being asked? Or do you stand up for what's right, even when it's hard or uncomfortable? One of the core messages of this book is this: being loyal doesn't mean following blindly. It means choosing integrity, another value we'll discuss later in the other series. And that's a powerful lesson for our kids to start learning early. So you may ask, Jody, why is this message so important now? And I would respond, our kids are growing up in a world full of noise and pressure. Books like Loyalty slow things down. They give kids language for feelings they already are having. They help the parents and teachers in their lives start conversations that matter. This book isn't about telling kids what to think. It's about helping them to learn how to think. If you want your kids to hone their leadership abilities, pick up Loyalty as part of the Leadership for Kids series. It's available on Amazon or through my website at jodymartinauthor.com. And there's a QR code and a book copy here for you to see. But jodymartinauthor.com, you might find a freebie or two there. If there's one thing I hope you take away from this today, is leadership isn't about age, rank, or title. It's about choices. And our kids are making them every single day. But before I go, one last thought. Think about this. Every strong leader you admire today was once a child trying to figure these things out. They learned leadership not from a lecture, but from moments where someone showed them what it looked like. When we give kids stories that talk about values, we're not just reading books, we're shaping how they see themselves and how they treat others. If Loyalty helps even one child choose kindness over pressure, courage over silence, or integrity over fitting in, then it's doing exactly what I meant it to do. Thank you for believing in our kids, and thank you for believing in the leaders they're becoming, and for being a part of the journey of raising the next generation of leaders. That's it for today. I'll see you next time. Love you.
Always amazing. Thank you, Jody. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
being here. Thank you for sharing. I really appreciate, just the many different aspects and stories that you tell when it comes to being a soldier, being a mom, and how that impacts all the aspects of life, parenting the children, yourself as one who's in and out and all over the world. And
Yeah.
so thank you so much for sharing that. We're so grateful to have you in our community.
I had a great time today. Thanks for having me. And I can't wait to see everybody else's time on here as well. So thanks, Tanisha.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Well, we have made it to the 1 o'clock Eastern moment, and it is time for us to transition into a new hostess, the hostess with the mostest, and that is the Francine Gillen. And we're going to ask her to come in, and Francine is going to come and she's going to share about her book. She is the proprietor of Sparkle Feathers. And so we love Sparkle Feathers, and it's such a cute and unique approach and very exciting. And so we're going to give you the opportunity. So Francine is not only going to share about her book and everything that she does, but she's also going to just be introducing our next authors for the next little while. And I'll come back in about 20 minutes and do a little pause for the cause.
Hello, everybody. I am Francine Julene, and I am otherwise known as Princess Francie, who just happens to be my inner child. And, some people joke around and say, your inner child gets to go to work with you every day. And then I correct them and say, no, my inner child runs this business. She helps me write my books. She helps me develop the events that I plan for children. And she's the one who told me that kids need the sparkle feathers down. And I can't get good light on him. He's really cuter than this in good lighting. But anyways, let's talk about some books. This all started out because I wrote some self-help books for adults. I developed the 6-step process of personal change, and I coached some adults through changes from weight loss to overcoming fear of public speaking to personal branding and getting over that imposter syndrome. And I recognized while coaching these adults that there was a theme that all of these negative beliefs the adults held were due to negative childhood programming. I started thinking, wouldn't it be great if we could raise strong and confident kids today so we don't have to reprogram them later? And that's when the Confidence Club for Kids was discovered. I'm the founder of the Confidence Club for Kids, and the books about Camp Confidence are the foundation of the whole program. So let's start with, now book one, see this tree in my background? I bought this backdrop several years ago because I thought it was pretty. And it inspired the magic tree in the first book. Like I said, Princess Francie, the inner child, is running this business. She liked a tree, and so it became. Well, I just want to talk about the more recent book more than the first book. The one that is nearest and dearest to my heart is Let Your Sparkle Shine. There we go. Got the glare off of it so you could see it. And Let Your Sparkle Shine, which is day 2 at Camp Confidence, because each book is another day at camp where the children learn something new and exciting that will make them more confident. Well, on day 2 of Camp Confidence, the kids start out all talking about something that they don't like about themselves, or something that they hide, something that they're afraid to share because they're afraid the other kids might laugh at them. And I'm going to take these off for now, because in the beginning of book 2, Princess Francie doesn't like wearing glasses because she's afraid of being called Four Eyes. Just like one of the boys, he gets so excited and he's afraid. He tries to cover his excitement because he doesn't like when the other kids laugh at him for getting so excited. But that's his sparkle. One of the girls loves to dance, but, well, she's a little chubby and she's afraid of dancing because she doesn't want kids to make fun of her. Well, guess what? That comes straight from Princess Francie's life. You'll notice that, well, when you read my books, and please do, you will notice that all of the issues these kids are going to overcome came from my life or a life of one of my friends. Well, in book 2, Eugenia, who is one of my friends personally and in real life, is Eugenia the mermaid. And Eugenia told me the story about how she used to be called Gina because she didn't like her name Eugenia, until somebody told her that it meant princess or queen. Can't remember now, but it changed her perception of her name, and now she uses her full name, Eugenia. In the book, Eugenia tells the story of the kids and lets them know that it's what makes them unique is what makes them sparkle. So Princess Francie gets her glasses in book 2, and that's her sparkle because it makes her different. And Princess Francie will be getting all kinds of cool, funky glasses because that's part of her sparkle. Well, guess what else? Princess Francie could see now because she wears her glasses. And Sam gets all excited and he shares his excitement about all the things he's passionate about. And Lola dances without worrying about that body image she was so concerned with. So you have to read the book to find out what other sparkles the kids find in themselves. And there's also a little secret about Eugenia's pet who teaches her how to love her own sparkle, her name, Eugenia. Now I want to talk about something else. We talked about this guy, Sparkle Feathers. Sparkle Feathers is in all the books. Sparkle Feathers is the character who helps the kids learn something special about building their confidence in each book. Sparkle Feathers is also the namesake for the new foundation I'm starting. This foundation is going to be called the Sparkle Feathers Foundation. And today I'm so excited to announce I filled the board and I'm filing the paperwork. And the whole purpose of the Sparkle Feathers Foundation is to help raise money to get more books into the hands of underserved children. I'm also the leader of a group of children's authors called Children's Authors Unite. You can visit our website, children'sauthorsunite.com, and check out all the great authors in our community. The Sparkle Feathers Foundation is going to help spread all of their books to all of the events that Children's Authors Unite will go to in the future. Now I have a question. What sparkle are you hiding? How could Sparkle Feathers help you let your sparkle shine? How about a little sneak peek of book 3? Elizabeth has an interesting pet that she brings to Camp Confidence. Well, you're just going to have to stick around to find out more about Elizabeth and her special pet. And you could do that by following me on Facebook. That's Francine Julien, Juhlin, on Facebook, where I will be sharing tidbits about book 3 of Camp Confidence, about Elizabeth and her unique pet, and how Sparkle Feathers helps the kids change their perspective on an interesting pet. Let's bring Tanisha back out, please, because I don't want to be running late for the next person.
Hey, Francine.
Hi.
So, this is very exciting about the foundation. Wonderful. Congratulations. Congratulations. It's going to be great. What another level, and another opportunity for us to support you as an author and you to support others. And this is what it's all about. This is what it's all about. So we're excited. And you know what I'll go ahead and do is tell everyone, if you are an author and you have participated in the Author-A-Thon, or you're going to participate today or have in the past, go to Facebook and join us at Thriving Authors Network. Thriving Authors Network. And I will put it in the YouTube so that people will be able to jump over there. And then now we are going to bring Jimmy to the stage so that no, it's 110. Oh, no, it's me again. Listen, it's been that kind of day.
I will stay out here and talk if you need something to talk about.
Well, you know what I want to tell you about is all of the amazing events that we are having this year. So we're gonna wait for you, Jimmy. You can turn your camera off. You can stay there. Just turn your camera off. And what we'll do is I'll let you know, Francine, about, and everyone else, about all of the wonderful events that we have. First of all, this is already our second event in January of 2026.
Wow.
So, yeah. And then Sunday begins the beginning of a wonderful opportunity for everyone where we are going to be celebrating Black History Month every single day of the month. Black Hour of Power, bold leaders of authority, courage, and knowledge. Anyone who has ever been influenced, impacted, or inspired by a Black American is welcome to come and speak about that person for 8 minutes. So, for example, I will be speaking about Toni Morrison, who is an author. I don't know if you've ever heard of her, but she's an amazing author and poet. And she has since passed away, but she was the first Black woman to ever receive a Nobel Prize for Literature.
Wow.
And yes. And so Every person, no matter who you are or where you're from, you're welcome to come and share about a Black American who has influenced and impacted you in your life, or inspired you to be something, inspired you to do something. For example, people like Katherine Johnson, who was worked at NASA and was one of what they called a computer. She was a mathematician. Even former President Barack Obama. Those are people, no one else can do Barack Obama because we already have two people talking about him. But we want to really expand it because people are not always aware of the magnitude of the contribution that Black Americans have made to this country. And so we take this opportunity to celebrate those things that have been done, those influences and impacts that have been made. So you can go to our website, to the events tab and perfectpublishing.com, and find the link to sign up. You can also email me. Actually, it would be better for you to email me at events@perfectpublishing.com, and I will give you the link and let you know exactly what day is available. And those are opportunities that are happening every single day in February, just for 1 hour every day.
That's
Just for
awesome.
1 hour every day. And guess how many events that is?
Well, it's 28.
28 events in the month of February.
That's amazing.
And so also in the month of February, we will be hosting a Love Day on February the 14th.
Oh boy.
We're going to celebrate love. We're going to celebrate Evans Kamaru, who is an author and an amazing dignitarian. He's a wonderful person. He's an inspiration to all, and he has overcome much. And he has created this book called Created for Love. And we're going to celebrate that book and talk about how much we love, how we share love in our community and in our world. And then, as if that's not enough, February the 26th, we will have Carpe Diem Day. Seize the day. Seize the day. Seize the day. Go ahead out there and grab what is for you. Go ahead and grab what you are meant to be and do, and make it happen in your life and in the life of others. One of the most important things about all of these events is not only that you get to be a part of it, but that you get to invite someone. That is the big part, Francine, did you invite somebody? You have such a wonderful platform, and hopefully you're going to bring some of those people, those children book authors, to talk about love and to talk about inspirational Black Americans. And I know the one that's really going to be great for your community, Francine, is International Women's Day.
Yes.
March 8th, International Women's Day. And we are going to talk about how much of an impact and influence women are in this world, not just in the United States, in the world. Because I don't know if you know, but women are out here doing it, and we're doing it big, and we're making an impact, and life begins with women. It begins with us. It comes from us. And so it's an opportunity. It's not only women that can talk, but anyone who wants to speak must be talking about the impact and influence of women in their life. So, is that enough things for us to do this first quarter, or what?
Amazing.
We need one or two more. One or two more.
Don't say that, because
You
already know. You know that our illustrious leader, Dr. Ken Rashawn, is like, how can we do one more thing?
Right. Well, in March, and I think it's the 26th, as a matter of fact, Children's Authors Unite is going to be live streaming for the weekend, spreading our spring book sales.
Yes. I love that. I love that. That's wonderful. That is wonderful. We definitely need to make sure that we also share that, and that you share that information in the Thriving Authors Network.
I will do that today.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to let you give a little
Introduce Jimmy.
intro to Jimmy, and then we're out of here. I'll see you soon.
Right. Sparkle Feathers is here to help me introduce our next speaker, Jimmy. Jimmy is a heart trans recipient as of November of 2023. He did 30 plus years as a USA swim coach, and he owns a disc jockey company for 40 years. Jimmy, turn your camera out, come on out, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Francine. Thank you very much. How are you? Great. Hey, everybody. It's great to see you here. It's great to be on the Author-A-Thon number 4. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about my book. First off, I wrote a book because you just heard that I was a heart transplant recipient. Yes, I was. In November 2023, I received a heart from UCLA. The donor I do not know. I have written the family, but they haven't written me back. And I was given a second chance at life. So I wrote the book, Never, 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 Never Give Up. 4 nevers. And I used 4 nevers in the title because there are 4 chambers in the human heart. So that is what the 4 nevers mean. I'm going to tell you a little bit about my book, if that's okay. You heard that I ran a disc jockey company, and I have also been a swimming coach for USA Swimming for over 30 years. So I had to take some of those lessons that I learned in developing my business as an entrepreneur and as a coach, what I would teach the kids to actually help rehab myself. And what I did is I created what's called the SWIM philosophy. SWIM is the acronym, and we're going to start with S. To be serious about whatever it is you're doing, gives you that motivation to not just think you're jumping out of bed doing something for nothing. When I became serious about rehabbing and getting out of that hospital, it was every day I asked, when am I going to get out of bed? Every day I had dedication to get up and walk around the floor because I knew better than most people that if you don't move in that hospital, you might not get out. As a matter of fact, the gentleman next to me, unfortunately, did not make it, had his heart transplant 1 week after me, and I was still in the hospital, and he didn't make it. One of the things that I learned was you have to get up, you have to move, and you have to push yourself further than you think you can, just like I used to tell the kids. So the S stood for serious. I had to be serious about what I was doing. The W in swim stood for winning. Now, that doesn't mean you have to take first place. Matter of fact, very few people ever take first place. If you actually watch the Olympics, you'll see the Olympic trials and 1,000 swimmers compete, but only 38 make the team. So it's a privilege just to be there. However, taking first place is not for everybody. And on any given day, as an athlete, you can win or not win by 100th of a second or less. So what I did with this winning is you have to at least want to get from where you are to where you need to be. And for me, that needed to be well enough to get out of that hospital and continue on with my life. I had vision, I had goal setting, I had things that I did every day. Now, were they gold medal achievements? No. Was it a first place achievement? No. Did people do better than me? Yes. However, for me, it was. So I celebrated all of those little successes and winning. I celebrated every time I got out of that bed the first day, and I only made it to the door. Well, the second day I got out to the nurse's station. Well, the third day I got all the way around the floor, even though I had to sit in the wheelchair twice during my walk. But that to me was my gold medal. That to me was my winning. The I stands for inspiration. Now, inspiration is courageous. It's contagious, excuse me, besides courageous. You need to inspire the people that are on your team. You need to inspire yourself sometimes to get up out of bed like I do at 4:20 in the morning on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturdays, which I just got home before this podcast, and coach my morning practice. It was about 38 degrees outside. With the wind chill, it was about 32. So, did I want to get out of bed when I was nice and warm? Probably not, but I did anyway. And for the 3 swimmers that showed up, and even though 3 out of 20, that inspired them. Okay, Coach Jim was here, and I pushed them hard. So inspiration is contagious. Because they were excited about the workout, it inspired me to keep on working harder. And it's the same with when I was recovering. You know, the nurses, the doctors, the people at UCLA where I got my heart, every day were inspired by what I would say to them about getting out of bed and moving and continuing to keep myself rehabbing. And I think that inspired them to come into my room 2 to 3 times a day to say, Jim, do you want to walk yet? Are you ready to go? And it made it happen. The M stands for motivation. Now, motivation is the ticket to hold it all together. It's the key part of the puzzle. Now, I can't motivate you to do something. You have to motivate yourself. I might inspire you in a talk, but I'm not going to motivate you to get up and go do what you need to do. That has to come from within yourself. The motivation for me to make it out of that hospital alive was, number one, I still had a huge swim team here in Southern California. I live in Valencia, next to Magic Mountain, and I had about 10 kids that were some of the top kids in California that were swimming. And all of them inspired me every day by sending pictures, text messages, videos, emails. And that motivated me to want to do more to get out of that hospital. It took 5 months in my recovery to get out of the hospital. And then I had to do rehab at home. So was I happy about that? No. Sometimes it was very difficult. Sometimes I was tired and didn't want to go, but I did anyway. The next thing that happened, the swim philosophy. You've got to be serious. You've got to want to win, be better than you are. You've got to inspire sometimes yourself, and that will be motivation for everyone and motivation for yourself. Now, some of the things that I learned while writing this book even were things that I learned as a youth, as an athlete. I learned to have empathy for myself and for others. I learned to forgive myself when I didn't make my goal. I learned to set goals. And those goals are important. They had to be smart. They had to be specific. They had to be measurable. They had to be attainable. They had to be time sensitive. So those goals that I made for myself, even though they might not seem like a lot to the average person that's already in good shape and moving around, I did learn one big thing, which I never thought was true, because as a youth, you always think you're impenetrable. I thought I was 10 foot tall and bulletproof. As funny as that might sound, I didn't think anything would get me. However, I did learn, and I've heard this quote before. Matter of fact, even Dr. Ken, who invited me here, Dr. Smiley, Ken Rashawn, him and I talked about this quote. And it's that a person that has their health has a million dreams. The person without their health has one dream. That dream is to get healthy. Well, first off, I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to encourage you to check out some of these amazing authors' books. You can buy the Kindle version. I'd like to show you a copy of what my book looks like. This was published by Perfect Publishing, the organization doing this Author-A-Thon right now. You can buy this on Amazon, on Kindle. You can reach me very easily. I'm at jim@jimmyowens.com. I have quite a few emails, but you can find me at jim@jimmyowens.com, or check out my website, jimmyowenspeaker.com. And I am available to talk to colleges, high schools, students, athletes, sports teams, and entrepreneurs. All of that is happening. My life has changed. I've been given a second chance to be here and to make the world my pool, not just my community and not just my small team of 150 kids. I now have the world to go out and motivate and inspire and want them to win and make them serious. Anyway, I'm Jimmy Owens, guys, and it's been a pleasure to be here. Francine, how are you over there? Can you hear me?
Great, Jimmy.
You're there.
Do you know what? I just love that you celebrate all those little successes because in my books, in my first book, one of the girls was scared to walk across the bridge. And by the end of the book, she walked across the bridge without holding anyone's hands, and all the kids celebrated.
Absolutely. You have to
Oh,
celebrate every victory, Francine, every
that's
single
it.
victory.
Every single victory. And you did a great job today.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been a pleasure to be here. I hope some of my friends got to see this, and I'd like to encourage you to watch the YouTube channel and see the other amazing authors and some of the things Perfect Publishing is doing, like the Black History Month next week, starting in February. 28 days.
Thank you, Jimmy. And
Thank you for
now
having me.
we are going to bring out Vivian Carroll. Vivian Carroll is a faith-driven advocate and encourager, sharing hope, education, and grace for women living with lipedema, helping others embrace wellness, healing, and confidence in every season. Where is Vivian? Hello, Vivian. Thank you, Jimmy. And
Thank you for having me.
we are going to bring out Vivian Carroll. Vivian Carroll is a faith-driven advocate and encourager, sharing hope, education, and grace for women living with lipedema, helping others embrace wellness, healing, and confidence in every season. Where is Vivian? Hello, Vivian.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, Vivian. The floor is yours. We are going to bring out Vivian Carroll.
Am I on?
Vivian Carroll is a faith. You are on, but we have a weird tech glitch going on. Hope, education, and grace. Faison, can you help us?
Hi Vivian, can you please mute your browser? Maybe there's you open a YouTube live.
You want
Can
me
you
to do
mute your
what?
browser?
My YouTube browser?
Yes, it seems like you open the live somewhere on your end. It's probably YouTube.
I'm going to close out. Am I on?
But we have a weird glitch going on.
Can you check your maybe like your browser or some tabs that you
Vivian, can
open
you
on your laptop?
browser? Maybe there's
Turn off
you
my
open a
browser.
YouTube live.
You want
Can
me
you
to
mute
do
your
what?
browser?
Turn off my browser. I'm closing out
Yes, it
everything that I
seems like
have.
you
Let's see.
open.
Let's see.
You can speak, I guess.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, you can speak.
You can hear me? Okay.
Yes, yeah,
On
all right.
cam-
Best of luck.
because I don't even see join and leave. Leave and join. Am
We
I on
can,
camera?
yeah, you are on camera. You can
Oh,
speak.
okay. Okay, very good.
Okay, best of luck.
I don't see it. Whereas when I
But we
was
can see you.
okay, very good. Oh,
Okay, best of
thank you
luck.
so much. So I can begin now.
Yes, you are. You can. Oops, what happened?
Oh, we're gonna let Vivian go in back to solve her tech issue and bring someone back out.
Okay, let me bring Alendra, right?
Yes.
And after then Vivian again, right?
Yeah, then we'll go to Vivian again.
Okay, sure. Thank you. She's here.
All right, we have with us now while Vivian tries to settle her tech glitch, we have Alondra Williams, who is a retired educator, author, and ministry leader with 40 plus years experience creating faith-based books and creative resources that inspire confidence, woohoo, yay, gratitude, and purpose rooted in scripture. All right, Alondra, the floor is yours.
Well, hello, and thank you all so much for having me. I'm a new author, but I'm very excited about all that God is doing and every opportunity that God is allowing me to experience. Just to tell you a little bit about myself, she did mention that I've had 40 some odd years. I actually retired maybe a year or so ago, maybe going into 2 years, I have been an educator, special education teacher for most of that time. My book that I wanted to talk about today is From Brokenness to Fullness and Freedom in Him. Now, I wrote the book from a very personal place. Actually, God had sent a friend of mine to me and said, you should write a book. You should write a devotional about your time with the special education students and, the different things that you've done and all of that, I hadn't even thought about writing. Writing was something that I really enjoyed doing years ago, but I had put that way back on the shelf. I mean, it was really in the recesses of my mind, but when she said that, it was just like, for me, just like when Mary met with Elizabeth and the baby leaped. So I was like, ooh, okay, Lord, And so so I set out to do that. And in the midst of me doing that, God dropped this devotional in my heart. I was going about my business doing something or whatever one day, and he spoke the title to me. It really ministered to me because so many of us on our journey, on life's journey, we have ups and downs, there are ebbs and flows. And so the devotional has is a devotional portion. Then there's also reflection questions. There are some declarations, and then there's a prayer. And so I also have room for you to journal to maybe 2 or 3 pages. I want to make sure that people have plenty of space to journal. And so you can journal your thoughts as you reflect on the questions, but also because I am very much a creative person and I do things a little differently, God laid on my heart to also include coloring pages. So as you are journaling and as you are reflecting and as you are spending time with the Lord, you can color the scriptures that, each devotional page, there are 10 days, and each page has at least one scripture. So the coloring page is based on that scripture. It's really that scripture illustrated. And so the book is designed to really do some introspection. It starts from a place of brokenness and moves you all the way through based on scripture about the love of God and how he has already given us everything that we need. Okay, so there is a quote that God dropped in my spirit. I don't know, I was walking in the room or whatever. He likes to just drop things in my spirit. And I think this quote from day 7 really kind of sums it all up. It says, as transformation unfolds, our hearts overflow with the abundance of God's presence and his unrelenting mercy. And out of that abundance, our mouths can only speak praise and gratitude. Our minds are renewed and transformed because brokenness is not just a mindset, it is a condition of the heart and a state of being. God is the one who heals both heart and mind and restores us into the fullness of who He created us to be. Now, the book, the journal, or devotional, this is a devotional journal. It actually is called a actually it's called A Devotional Journey to Freedom. And so it is on Amazon. You can find it on Amazon. And there are a couple other books that I've written as well that you can see that are posted there. And they're all based on the love of God and how He gives us everything we need, no matter what we're going through. And so my Gmail is posted. If anyone would like to, if that's how you can get in contact with me, through my Gmail, which is alandraw58@gmail.com. And I'm also on Facebook. I have a Facebook page and I also have an Instagram page under my name. And so that's what I wanted to share. And again, I thank you so much. I hope that some of you will find the book, reach out to me, and I will be glad to share answer any questions, or, share anything that I can. Again, God's love is a healing power, and He will move us from brokenness to fullness to freedom in Him. So thank you for the opportunity to share today. I don't, that's. So, okay.
Hello there. Did you have a final thought you'd like to wrap this up?
Final thought. Yes, I do. Okay, my prayer is that readers will walk away knowing that they are seen, they are loved, and they're not forgotten by God. Their broken places can become places of strength and testimony. Freedom in Him is real, it is attainable, and is ongoing. This book isn't about rushing through the process. It's about trusting God in every step of the journey. So ultimately, I want my readers to know that they were created with purpose and can live fully and freely in Christ.
Thank you, Alondra. And I love attending events like this. I watch them on YouTube and I love hosting them because I get some of the greatest ideas that I steal from my other authors. I am stealing yours. I do coloring sheets from the characters in my book. I'm going to add some journaling prompts to them. Thank you.
Yes.
All right. It was great meeting you, Alondra. And now I am going to bring Vivian back out. And Vivian is going to get another shot, hopefully without tech glitches this time. Vivian Carroll is a faith-driven advocate and encourager, sharing hope, education, and grace for women living with lipedema, helping others embrace wellness, healing, and confidence in every season. Okay, Vivian, I'm wishing you luck. The floor is yours.
All right. How are you? Good, good. Hello, everyone. And thank you so much for the opportunity to share today. I am so grateful for the opportunity and the special connection that I have with Perfect Publishing. I've been watching for a while, and I am very impressed by so many of your amazing authors. My name is Vivian A. Carroll, and I am the author of a book called Grace in My Skin. And I want to begin with a simple question. Have you ever spent years feeling like something about your body was wrong, but you couldn't fully explain it? Maybe you tried harder. Maybe you blamed yourself. Maybe you carried shame that no one else could see. That was my story. For much of my life, I struggled with my body in ways that went far beyond appearance. It wasn't just about weight. It wasn't discomfort. It was swelling. It was pain. It was a feeling that no matter what I did, my body wasn't responding the way it was supposed to. And for years, I did what so many women do. I assumed that it was my fault. I assumed I wasn't disciplined enough. I assumed I wasn't doing enough. I assumed I needed to try harder. But then at around 68 years of age, I learned something that changed everything. I discovered that I have what's called lipedema, Lipedema. And I want to tell you what that realization felt like. The only way I can describe it is this. It felt like being convicted of a crime that you never committed, like being found guilty, sentenced, and even serving decades of a sentence. Time in self-blame, time in confusion, time in quiet shame. And then one day someone finally says, you were innocent the whole time. That's what understanding felt like. Not because it erased the condition, but because it erased the lie that I was a problem. The truth is, lipedema is a real chronic medical condition that is often misunderstood and underdiagnosed. And it is believed to affect 1 in 9 women worldwide. In fact, there is just research now that says men suffer from lipedema also. Not a lot, but there are a few men that also suffer from lipedema. But that 1 in 9 number means that millions of women are walking around carrying the shame, questions, the same frustration, the same silent burden. And many of them don't even know, they don't even have a name for, their condition yet. And that's why I wrote Grace in My Skin. Now, because this book is not just about lipedema, it's about what happens when a woman stops fighting herself and starts giving herself grace. The title matters deeply to me. Grace in my skin, not grace when I change, not grace when I shrink, not grace when I finally become what the world approves of, but grace right here in the body that I have, in the skin that I'm in. This book was born out of a realization that what you don't know can keep you in shame, but what you come to know can set you free. And that freedom is what I want every reader to understand. In Grace in My Skin, I speak to the women who have spent years thinking, what is wrong with me? And I want her to hear instead, there is nothing wrong with you. There is nothing wrong with you. I speak to the women who have been misunderstood. I speak to the women who have been dismissed. I speak to the women who have been told, it's just weight. And I want those women to know you're not lazy, you're not broken, and you're not alone. And most of all, your condition is not your identity. This book is a message of compassion. It is a reminder that your body is not your enemy. And it is an invitation to stop living condemned and start living covered in truth, covered in dignity, covered in grace. Because when you finally understand what's happening, you stop punishing yourself for something you didn't cause, and you begin healing, not just physically, but emotionally, spiritually, deeply. And that's what I want this book to offer. A companion, a voice, a light, something that says, I see you. If you're someone who has struggled with body image, if you're someone who has felt misunderstood, if you're someone who is learning about lipedema for the first time, or if you simply need the reminder that you're worthy of grace right now, then Grace in My Skin was written for you. I truly believe this. Grace is not something we earn when we finally get it all together. Grace is something we receive when the truth is revealed. So today I leave you with this. What I didn't know about my body once caused me shame, but what I know now has given me grace, and that is why Grace in My Skin exists. Thank you so much for listening, for supporting authors, and for allowing me to share my heart. My book is called Grace in My Skin, and I pray it helps every reader see themselves with new compassion and new understanding and deep grace. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Vivian, you pulled it off. You got rid of that tech glitching. You did it.
Thank you.
Great job, great job. And now I am going to bring out Lady Jen Duplessis. Lady Jen, where are you? Give you a little introduction here. Award-winning international speaker, 4-time international Barnes & Noble, Amazon best-selling author, host of the Business on the Vine TV and podcast, known as the Business Scaling and Sovereign Leadership Mentor. She helps high-achieving business owners scale with ease and elegance, building thriving, self-sustaining businesses without sacrificing harmony, impact, or legacy. With appearances at NASDAQ and the National Press Club, she has also been featured in the WSJ Washington Post, Good Morning America, and Sirius XM. That is quite an impressive resume, Lady Jen Duplessis. The virtual mic is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, so the WSJ is the Wall Street Journal. Yeah, wrote for the Wall Street Journal when I was in my 30s. It's amazing how time flies. Well, hello, everyone. It's an absolute delight to have this opportunity to speak to you and to be able to share one of my books, one of them. Yesterday, I was just released in the 37th book, a combination of collaboration and personal books. I have 4 of my own personal books, working on number 5 and 6 right now, so it's coming. But today, what I want to talk to you about, kind of take a different angle from what others are doing today, and that's talk to you about my book, Launch, How to Take Your Business to New Heights. How to take your business to new heights. One of the reasons that I wrote this book, to give you a little bit about what you could find in it, is that I found that a lot of business owners, and we're all business owners when we own a book, right? When we have a book and we're authors, we're all business owners, that we do a lot of talking. And, so one of my mottos is stop talking, take action, and get results. And every time I met with someone, even a year later, I would find that they were still talking about getting around to doing the same thing, getting around to it. And I thought, well, you know what? I think what it is, we all know what we need to do. It's the how that prevents us from really reaching a lot of success in our businesses. And with having funded over, if not funded, but generated over $400 million in revenue in my career in financial services, I had the magic bullet for all of that and the magic wand for that. So as a result, I wrote this book, Launch: How to Take Your Business to New Heights. Now, what I did in this book is I broke it out into three segments, three sessions called Finder, Minder, and Grinder. We wear multiple hats as business owners, and we don't get everything done. We have a perpetual to-do list, a laundry list of things to do. We always have laundry to do in our businesses. And I thought, well, what if I broke it down in Finder, Minder, Grinder, and created a book that was much like Soup for the Soul, where you could just open it and find 2.5 pages of something that you needed that day. The divine intervention would come in. Oh gosh, I needed that today, whether it was in the Finder, Minder, or Grinder sections. And then at the end of those 2 pages, I give you some action items so that you can implement and execute and deploy so that you can get the results from those activities. So one of the activities that I want to share with you is something called the rearview mirror, also known as the Great Retrace. And this is something that a lot of business people forget. We're all here learning about each other's books, where you're hearing about everyone's books, and we're meeting people. And we have to ask ourselves, where did it all start? How did we get here? How did you get here listening to all of us authors? How did you get here as an author? Well, you may know someone who introduced you to Ken Rochon, right? Dr. Smiley. But then where did you meet? Where did they meet Ken? Maybe they met him on a cruise. Maybe they met him at a networking event. And so what we want to do is we want to always be looking in the rearview mirror and saying, yes, while I'm going forward, right? A larger window in a car. When I'm going forward, I want to also be looking backward and thanking and showing gratitude for those who have brought me here. So the rearview mirror is about receiving a referral and then thanking the person who referred, and then thanking the person who connected you with them, and then thanking the person that referred those people. And sometimes these rear view actions or great retraces can go back 15, 16 people if you're tracking, right? If you're tracking. And it's a really fun game to play. And it's an awesome opportunity if you have the ability to connect with people you haven't connected with for a long time and tell them, hey, thank you. Thank you for introducing me. Thank you for connecting me. Thank you for referring me. Because if you didn't take that opportunity, if you didn't put your reputation on the line at that time and refer me and connect me, then I wouldn't be where I'm at right now. And this is one of the biggest secrets that I love sharing with my clients in how they can become super uber successful, because the bottom line is we can't do it alone. The great Les Brown says, if you're casual about your business will become a casualty. Are you casual about your business, or are you taking a moment to look in that rearview mirror and give an ounce of gratitude to a handful of people every time you get a new connection or a new referral? And that's what I absolutely love about this book. Now, I just want to share one other thing. I wrote this book. I just discovered this. I wrote this book in 2017. I couldn't remember when I wrote it. That was my first book. I wrote it because someone said, oh, you have to write a book to have authority to get on stages and all of that. And of course, it's helped me over years. However, it's my glorified business card. I love sharing this book with business people, especially new business people, people that are novice in their industry. But I wrote it some time ago. And of course, there have been many iterations of me, personal growth myself, and that's resulted in a lot of other books. So I want you to stay tuned, because I am going to be coming out with a new book very soon about sovereign leadership, about wielding a sword and a scepter, that we need to have both as leaders. We can't be all doing and commanding. We have to step back and have strategy and learn how to work with people and be the best that we can possibly be. So with that, I just say thank you so much for taking the opportunity to take a look at Launch: How to Take Your Business to New Heights. a super great guide. You're going to dog ear it and staple or paper clip and highlight and everything in this book. And I hope that you use it as a beautiful workbook for whatever it is you're trying to accomplish in your business. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Lady Jen Duplessis, and you can find me at ladyjenduplessis.com. And if you want, you can email me author to mentorwithjen at gmail.com, and I'm happy to give you anything that you need. Just put author there, and I know that you listen to me here, and I'm happy to share anything that I possibly can. So with that, thank you so much, and I look forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you, Jen.
Yes.
It was such a pleasure meeting you today. I'd love to get to know you better because you are just so interesting.
Okay. All right. Oh, I hope so. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for having
Thank
me.
you.
Yeah.
I've been invited out to talk about another book because we had a last minute cancellation. It's Francine Julene, otherwise known as Princess Francie, and now we get to talk about the book that started everything, The Magic Library. It's Sparkle Feathers and Princess Francie, and it's the Camp Confidence series. Each kid, and if you haven't seen my other segment yet, my other segment is about the second book, which is Let Your Sparkle Shine. But in this segment, I'm going to be talking about the Magic Library and how it all got started. Sparkle Feathers, my buddy here, I met him during a meditation, and it's something that just stuck with me, saying, I really need to pay attention to this. And what this crazy character told me during the meditation was that I had a mission to help kids find their confidence. When I had this epiphany, meditation, vision, whatever you want to call it, I wasn't even an author yet. Well, I did. I wrote one book, and it was an adult self-help book called How to Start Your Own Personal Change Journey. And it was kind of clinical. It was kind of academic. It wasn't very interesting. I told some of my stories, but it didn't have the charm that this little guy brought it. So after I got this vision, I rewrote that first self-help book and turned it into a fairy tale to try to reach the young adults, make it more interesting for the younger crowd, the ones who probably wouldn't go to the self-help shelf to find a book to read. And I had an overwhelming response from the 18 to 25-year-olds saying, wow, I love the story. And guess what? I implemented some of the ideas that the characters used. Wow, that made me feel amazing that I could write a fun fairy tale and it was helping people change their lives. But I kept getting, kind of like, hey, I kept that tap on the shoulder. You need to reach a younger crowd. And I didn't know how to do that. But Sparkle Feathers led the way. Sparkle Feathers just jumped onto the page and turned into the series Sparkle Feathers and Princess Francie. And the Magic Library, now you think it's about books and reading and literacy? It can be, because no matter what a child's reading, they're improving their literacy. But the Magic Library is about your brain. The Magic Library is about meditation. It's an introduction to meditation for children. Now, I've had adults tell, oh, that's kind of cute the way he's poking up. I've had adults tell me, oh, I can't meditate, I can't quiet the mind, and I can't stop all the thoughts. Well, that's exactly why you need meditation. Well, my mission is to raise strong and confident kids today so we don't have to fix broken adults later. So as I'm helping adults change their lifestyle and overcome limiting beliefs and trying to get them to meditate to clear their heads, I'm thinking, what if kids grow up with this habit rather than try to form it later in life? And that's why I wrote the book about meditation for children. So at the beginning of this book, before Princess Francie ever finds Sparkle Feathers and Camp Confidence, she is sitting at the Tree of Solitude, or in the children's books, I call it the Tree of Sadness, which is this tree. This backdrop was my inspiration for that tree. Well, she was sitting at this tree all sad because she had a scar on her lip, and she was afraid to go to school because she didn't want the kids to stare at her. She didn't want the kids to make fun of her because she had this scar, because she was different. And this butterfly floated by and said, Princess Francie, follow me. And she went under the magic picnic table and came out on the other side of the Tree of Solitude, the Tree of Sadness, and there was the magic tree in Camp Confidence, where that butterfly named Rainbow introduced her to her new friend, Sparkle Feathers. And then Sparkle Feathers gathered all the children, told them to lay down and relax, and he led them through a guided meditation. So if you don't meditate and you want to quiet those thoughts in your head, find a guided meditation. That's how I started, and I found them right on YouTube for free. And now I also make some of my own, and I'll be posting some more on my YouTube channel. Subscribe, please. But during the meditation, the kids are led through a magic hallway with mirrors. And as Princess Francie walks through her hall of mirrors, she sees her reflection of how she got the scar. You'll have to buy the book and read it to find out how. But then she goes and she sees her reflection of her in the 3rd grade. You have to go get the book to find out what that reflection was. And then she walks out into the magic library. It's her brain. And the most wonderful scene happens then, and you'll have to get the book to find out. But when she walks into this scene, it's the brain before meditation, and then it turns into the brain after meditation. The meditation is the first step to figuring out what's making you uncomfortable. Princess Francie was uncomfortable because of the scar, but it was really all these other thoughts in her head. Oh my God, what are the kids going to think? And they're going to laugh at me. And once she quieted all of those thoughts, she was able to understand that, all of the things that happened that she saw in the Hall of Mirrors were things that, well, they were traumatic when they were happening, but when looking back on them, when reflecting on them, they weren't that bad. She lived through it. Self-reflection is one of my steps of the 6-step process of personal change. And in this book, Sparkle Feathers and Princess Fancy, The Magic Library, kids get an introduction to meditation and self-reflection, because all Camp Confidence book series is, it's my 6-step process of personal change and my adult program put into words and fun stories that children can embrace and understand. And guess what? I had a mother tell me that since she read this book with her son, they're both meditating. And parents, guess what? She says he's taking better naps now, and she gets to nap with him. I guess I'm a genius for writing this book because kids are taking better naps and parents are getting more rest too. Go figure. So I invited you to my YouTube channel. That's Francine Juline on YouTube. And you could see how my books are being developed and how I'm taking the 2 adult books that I've already written and I'm getting them republished. I'm turning them into one big beautiful book, and you could get little snippets and tidbits on that process while I do it. And I see Tanisha's here again to talk to you some more.
Yes, yes, yes. Like I know that everyone's really intrigued with everything that Francine. What I love about Francine is like she is all in, and that's what you got to be when you're all in. When it's something that you're producing and creating, you want to be all in on that thing, and she is, and I love that. And it's a wonderful thing for our young people as they learn how to be confident in themselves and in who they are. It makes such a difference in their lives. And so I want to share one more time before we go, just what we are doing here at Perfect Publishing. So first of all, we just want to thank you. Thank every single one of you for being a part of every event that we're doing here at Perfect Publishing, every Author-A-Thon, every marathon that we do. We are the a-thon people. And so we're creating opportunities for you to amplify your voice. If you are an author, if you are a speaker, if you are a podcaster, we would love to connect with you. And so send an email to events@perfectpublishing.com. And that is where we want to be able to find out what you need and help you go to the next level in whatever it is that you're doing. If it is in online space, if it is in publishing, in authorship, in writing, we want to be able to help you get to the next level because we are marketers. Or if you have a mastermind, if you have a coaching group, and you want to create an event similar to the one that you're experiencing today, again, email me at events@perfectpublishing.com. Events@perfectpublishing.com. And let's talk about how we can support your special event, how we can create a opportunity just like this one for you and those in your community. And so today we're talking about authors, and we are creating a book similar to this one. Let's see, can you see it? There it is. This one is about the Smile Channel, and it's about all the all the videos that are on the Smile channel, but a book very similar to this book is the Author-A-Thon guide. And so we have put together every single link, every person that has been a part of the Author-Thon. The goal is to get hundreds of reviews. The goal is to not only receive reviews, but also to provide reviews. And so we want to be able to tell people, hey, we like your book. Here's a opportunity for you to increase your visibility by writing a review, receiving a review, but not only receiving it, but also giving it to someone else who's a part of this community. And so it is a reciprocal relationship. We don't just take here at Perfect Publishing, we give, and we give our time, we give our reviews, we give our purchases, and we give our support. And so I really would love for you to make sure that you have connected with us. Go to the Thriving Authors Network on Facebook, because that's where we are, all authors. If you are an author, you are invited to be a part of the Thriving Authors Network, because that's where we're going to post the next time we host an Author-A-Thon, which is going to be this summer, which is specifically for children's book authors. And then also to get to know what other special events we are hosting. So I want to tell you about our special events real quick. And then I'm going to invite one of our special events hosts to join me in just a minute. So first, Black History Month is starting February 1st through the 28th. And every single day in February, we will be hosting for 1 hour, Black Hour of Power, bold leaders of authority, courage, and knowledge. And in those daily events, people have the opportunity to share about Black leaders that they admire, are inspired by, are encouraged by, impacted by. And so if you would like to be a part of that, again, email me, events@perfectpublishing.com. And I'm going to share the link with you. I have put the link in our YouTube channel as well. So make sure that you go over there and you go ahead and sign up. Sign up, and there's 4 weeks. And we're looking for about 30 more people to sign up. And we're going to be booked. We're looking for 30 more people to sign up. And we're looking for people for you to share who is the Black leader that is inspiring to you. What did they do? How have they made an impact, or are they making an impact currently? And what did they do to inspire you? What was it that stood out to you concerning that person? So we want that. We want you to go ahead and sign up for that. We also want you to sign up for the Love event, which is February the 14th. We have partnered with Evans Kamaru, and he's an excellent person, and we're just excited to be able to support him and his book, Created for Love. And this day is about love makes the world go round. Okay. And now I want to invite one of our other guests and our hosts for a special event that we're having on February 26th, Miss Beth Robbins, to the stage, and invite her to talk a little bit about Seize the Day. Hey, Beth.
Hello, how are you?
I'm wonderful. I'm wonderful. So before I give you the opportunity to share about your book specifically, I want you to talk about, because we're talking about special events that we're having in February, which you are going to be hosting a massive event, February the 26th.
Yes, it is. So February 26th is actually National Carpe Diem Day, which is kind of cool because that's my brand, Carpe Diem. So we are using that day to celebrate seizing the day with a smile. And so we're inviting over 24 hours, about 140 speakers to come on and share what seizing the day means for them and how it impacts their life, how it impacts their day to day, and how if you add a smile to that, you just take it up another notch and what that means. And I'm super excited because it's part of the Seize the Day movement, which is really just, I want to get in the hearts and souls of millions of people to just understand that concept that every day you get a choice and a chance, that you get to greet the day, you get to seize the day rather than having the day seize you. So you set that intention first thing in the morning. I'm gonna love more, I'm gonna be more patient, I'm gonna be kind, I'm gonna be brave, whatever that is, you get to choose that. And I just think that's such a simple concept that has gotten lost. We jump out of bed and like we're checking our phones and we're like, oh, what do I have to do? And it's like, no, switch that to who do I get to be today?
Yes. Yes, I love it. I know you guys are excited because look how, I mean, Beth has already got the excitement boiling in us. And so we're going to be, if check your emails, like I told everybody, dig into your spam, find us and put us on your safe list because we started all over here. And so we might be in your spam again, even though you used to not be in there. So make sure that you connect with us so that we can get the link to you. And right now, we're going to invite this powerful speaker and woman, Beth Robbins, to share about her book. So welcome to the stage, Beth.
Thank you so much. I'm super, super excited to be here. And yes, I'm exuberant. I'm excited about this. I want to start by thanking you for tuning in. And I want to start with these two simple words, carpe diem. And you might have heard them before, but the common translation is seize the day. And most people think about it as doing something super big and super dramatic, like quitting your job, moving across the country, or just changing your whole life overnight, making one massive life-altering decision. And okay, it could be something like that, but in real life, it doesn't quite work like that. Carpe diem is not a one-time moment. It's a daily choice. And it's the choice you get to make every single day about how you're going to show up in your life. And that idea is the heartbeat behind every book I've written so far. So, my signature book, and hopefully you can see it right here, and it's right next to me here, is Carpe Diem, Seize the Day with a Smile. And it came from years of coaching, teaching, experiencing life, and watching people, really good people, slowly stop believing that they're allowed to actually be in love with their life. They tell themselves, someday. Someday when things slow down, someday when the kids are grown and the nest is empty, someday when I feel more confident, someday when I lose the weight, someday when I have more time, more money, more clarity about what I want to do. But here's the truth. Someday doesn't move your life forward. Now let that sit on your heart for a moment. Seizing the day doesn't mean ignoring hard things. It means deciding that even though we have hard things, you still get to choose how you greet them, how you live. And when I talk about a smile, I don't talk about pretending everything's just fine and dandy in your life. I'm talking about the smile that comes from alignment, from living in a way that feels true to who you really are. Now, this book's an invitation to stop waiting for permission and to remember that you still get to choose. It is full of real action steps that you can start implementing right away. It will give you a clearer perspective on your own one beautiful life, and it will inspire you to stop waiting for someday and start seizing the day. And then someone asked me, well, why do you write children's books? And at some point, I realized something really important. Adults don't forget how to dream on their own. They're taught. And it starts around junior high, high school. Those years when we learn to dim our lights in order to fit in, where it no longer feels safe to share our real dreams. And so we put them up on a shelf. And sometimes parents, well-meaning parents and our peers, will guide us down a career path that doesn't really light us up, but yet we stay and we actually build a whole life filled with complacency. And that's okay, but I want to teach kids that their dreams matter. I want them to know that they get to choose how the day goes. They get to choose their attitude and create an ecosystem of harmony and fulfillment. So I decided to write books that speak to that part of us that knows the truth early. Our children know this, but it begins to get blurry as we begin to experience more life. Now, the Children's Carpe Diem series is built around the inner qualities I believe every child already has, and every adult needs to remember. Now, each book focuses on some of the different choices we get to make each and every morning. Some days it might be resilience or patience or forgiveness or more love or more compassion, kindness, definitely, bravery, and so on. But the point is that it's a choice that you put on like a t-shirt. You know, you open the drawer, what am I going to wear today? Well, you get to open the drawer and decide who you're going to be that day. And the impact and the ripple effect on your day is profound. Now, the first book I wrote is Seize the Day with a Smile. And this book teaches kids that a smile isn't just something on your face. It's something that comes from deep inside. And it just makes you feel better when you choose it. And all the people that receive your smile, that's where we start to change things for the better. And this book actually shows how one simple choice to smile, one boy smiles in the morning, has a ripple effect that literally lands that same smile across the globe. Now, the second book is Seize the Day with Your Superpower. I don't know if you can see move it forward. There it is, superpower. All right. So this one reminds kids that they already have everything they need within them, even when they feel unsure, insecure, or afraid. It's learning to tap in and listen to that still small voice, that voice of intuition, and to also listen to others with your heart. Seize the Day with Kindness is the third book. And I'm not real good at showing you the book here on the screen now, but it shows that kindness unlocks all hearts. It helps a new girl in a school create a connection for a new friendship. Kindness is strength. Kindness is leadership. And it's choosing that connection over fear. Book 4 is Seize the Day with Courage. Now, courage doesn't mean you're not afraid. It means that fear doesn't get to decide for you. And there's a young girl and she's making a choice to not worry about what her friends are going to think or say. And she just takes the leap into following her heart to try something she's always dreamed of. But up until then, she was afraid to act on. And then the last book in the children's series so far is Seize the Day with Leadership. Now, this book frames leadership as integrity, responsibility, accountability, and choosing to do the right thing even when it's uncomfortable. This book addresses bullying and stepping up into someone's defense. It was an uncomfortable choice, but it showed how the quiet nature of true leadership and living by example. Now, whether you're choosing books for children or adults, the message is the same. Carpe diem is a daily choice and it's a daily practice. You wake up every morning with that choice and a chance. You have a chance to put yesterday behind you and to seize today. You get to choose gratitude first to even have this choice in the first place. And regardless, it starts with a smile. A smile that comes from knowing you already have everything in your power to rise above the noise, to create a life you love, and to truly, truly seize the day. And if you're watching this, and you might be in a season of waiting for someday, or wondering if it's too late already, or quietly asking yourself if there's more. I want you to remember this. Your life is happening now, not someday. And not when everything is going to be all lined up and all the ducks are in a row, because the ducks never get in a row. Your life is happening now, today. And today you get to choose how you meet it. You get to choose courage. You get to choose kindness. You get to choose leadership. You get to choose joy. You get to choose to seize the day and maybe to do it with that smile. Now, my website is bethrobins.com, and it's important to remember that Robbins is spelled with just one B. Let's find time to clarify your own choices to get you unstuck and on your way to your best next chapter. And all my books, all of them are on Amazon in both paperback and Kindle under the name of Beth Robbins, 1B, or just look for Carpe Diem, Seize the Day with a Smile. And know that it has been my absolute pleasure to share my excitement and my exuberance about this movement, Seize the Day with a Smile. I hope you join on.
Yes, yes, we're excited about it. Powerful, wonderful. I really appreciate and love that you give this approach to the children, the seizing the day.
Yes.
And that
Yeah.
they get to do things and be powerful from the very beginning.
Exactly. That's how we were born, right? That's how we're supposed to be. Yes.
Exactly. Exactly. Wonderful. Well, thank you, Beth, so much for being here and for sharing with us. And you guys make sure that you follow and connect with her and join the Seize the Day on February the 26th.
Yes,
We're excited.
indeed.
Be on the lookout.
Yes, indeed. Thank
you,
you.
Beth. Take
Thank
care.
you, Alicia. Bye-bye.
All right. And we are bringing to the stage Vernice Patrice. Thank you for being here. Welcome to Perfect Publishing and the Author-A-Thon. You are welcome to share now your book and all you want to share about your book.
Got it. Hello, everyone. It is a pleasure to be a part of Author-A-Thon, and my name is Vernice Patrice, and I am an intercessor, I am a writer, and I am a dreamer. Ever since I was a little girl, my mom would take me to church and we will intercede. So that is like the foundation, the core of who I am. Always been a dreamer. And I just recently started launching into writing, and I absolutely am grateful that I have. And it was only because that the Lord had led me to a burden to let me know that it is bigger than me, it is greater than me, like the interceding for leaders, because leaders have always been on my heart. I would want to pray for their well-being, pray for them to stay on the straight and narrow, just cover them in prayer, because you know the word of God, it says when our leaders are where they need to be, there is peace in the land. There is a level of quietness and good things are happening. So but one of the things that the Lord led me to realize was that intercession is more than just one person. It's better when we all are able to come together. Because of course, Second Chronicles 7:14 says, when my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven, forgive sin, and heal the land. And I believe that our land is in great need of healing. And it starts with us, intercessors. It starts with believers. It starts with the Lord. We can't do anything without Him. And so he's calling us. He's calling us, and I just want to do my part. I want to play my role because God has spoke to me through dreams, because that's one of the way that God speaks. And in the dream, He reveals hidden things, and He begins to show me how certain leaders have hidden things, that wounds and breaches, and in the book I talk about that, and then I show like a strategy plan that I pray that I would love for other intercessors, other believers to begin to just strategically pray into. And I use the Lord Prayer in particular to begin to have the weapons that we can fight against the wounds so they can heal. Why this book is so important is because it talks about what happens when the wounds are unaddressed, when the breaches are unaddressed. For our leaders and for intercessors, for believers, what happens? The consequences is dire, and we don't want that to happen. God is looking for intercessors who are willing to stand in the gap, who is willing to allow for it to the unauthorized access to just not just be there, but to seal it, to stop the enemy from being um from being able to hinder the well-being of God's people. So I really carry a burden for leaders that have hidden wounds that they may not even be aware of, as well as intercessors. Even myself, like hidden wounds that we may not be aware of. And that's why we have to cover each other, because you're able to see what I can't see. And God reveals different things to us in part. So it allows for us to, effectively stand in the gap for each other. So it also started because a leader close to me, I was praying for them, and the Lord just showed me some things that were hidden about them that I was praying into, but I wasn't as effective as I wanted to. So I realized I had to be able to just spread the word so others can know about it. And the book is not really so much focused on, this is the book, by the way. The book is not so much focused on like reporting what's going on, because it doesn't take much. They had a whole skit about, the different things that's going on. That not just reporting, but actually taking the extra step to do something about it and actually come up. I mean, just go ahead and just take a plan and be like, okay, this is what I can do every day. 30 minutes a day, an hour a day, whatever you feel led to do, to just lift up those that are leaders in your life. So when I think about leaders, it's more than just like the fivefold leadership in the church, governmental leaders in the church, but it's also like leaders in our bloodline, leadership in our friends, in our associate group, leadership in our community, our local community, those that are over the nonprofits and over the civic organization, the council members, leaders that are like that God just divinely put in our laps, in our lives, that divinely connected us to. Like, we have so many different levels of leadership actually in the governmental sphere of the spirit, the fivefold leaders, as well as in the natural, the presidents, the attorneys, the judges, and so we covering all of that, and I talk about it in more in depth in the book. And so that way you can be like, okay, this particular leader is on my heart. Let me see how I can particularly like have a strategy, a prayer, and not just pray pray for it by myself, but I can have a group of people to pray with me on these particular situations. So there are hidden wounds in leaders. We don't see it because they are leaders. They show us their best. They're able to step up. So a lot of times we can't see it, but it doesn't mean that they will not benefit from our prayers. So that prayer is always in order, either to repair the wounds or to restore the wounds or to sustain it, to protect it from for them having any type of wounds. The key is for not just the leaders, but intercessors, for us to start strong and to end strong. start with excellence and to end with excellence. We have so many leaders that start off with the best intentions, but as life goes on, because of life, because of different things that happens, they end up in situations where they just stop caring as they used to. So our prayers, God is able to restore the intimacy and begin to bring them up to where they need to be so that they can continue to be strong in the calling that they are meant to stand in their mountains, whatever their mountains may be, the seven mountains, media, teaching, whatever it may be, that they're able to be effective in it, because we need more righteous people stand in those lanes. And because when that happens, the people rejoice. And I don't know about you, but I believe that we can definitely benefit from the people rejoicing. So the prayers that I have in there is based on the Lord's Prayer model, and I have uh, strategically place it in a way where it's able to have the seven weapons of prayer: praise and thanksgiving, declaration, scripture, fasting, self-examination, repentance, forgiveness, communion. All of those things are strategically put in the Lord's Prayer. So it's a strategy for fighting and repairing the breaches in our lives and in our community. So this restoration plan, I believe, will be very beneficial. And I also have biblical examples of how healing happens because of intercession. And then those testimonies just shows you that it is not a waste of time when we stand on the wall, when we stand in the gap. So if you want to get in contact with me, my email is support@vernicepatrice.com. You can call me at 678 in my name, VERNICE. The number is 678-837-6423. My YouTube channel is also a great way where you can get in contact with me. It is youtube.com/ at Vernice Patrice. And then I welcome testimonies, especially if you have like a way that God has healed you. One of the things that I didn't mention was that I was able to lose 100 pounds, and God helped me lose that. And a lot of times that I felt like that was my way to healing, but it's more than that. It's through intentional lifestyle habits that allows for us to be healthy. So anyone is interested or in starting or joining a prayer group, I would love to play a part of that. Let's build a community of intercessors who repair, who restored, who rebuild together. So I am so excited that had this opportunity to share my book, and I just thank you so much for that. It's just been such a
Thank you,
blessing.
Vernice, for sharing. Thank you so much for being here and for giving us such great insight when it comes to your book. Y'all make sure y'all go and check her out. Thank you, Vernice.
Thank you.
Take care. And so we are bringing also to the stage Mr. Hank Longo. We're going to bring him to the stage, and so he can share about his book. He is a wealth of knowledge. We're always grateful to have him. He's always a joy and has such wisdom. You can unmute yourself, Hank.
Hey,
and
hello,
I will let
everybody.
you share about your book, or did you want to talk with me?
Well, we can do it all. We can
Well,
talk about.
you can have your 8 minutes to talk about your book, and then I'll come back in.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Nisha. Well, I'm
Yes.
Hank Longo, and my book, published by Dr. Smiley, Perfect Publishing, Soar Education, and it's time to soar and make your dreams come true. And in my book, it's a 16-lesson program that teaches people of all ages. I kind of like to specialize in middle school, but number one, that everybody is special. They have their own incredibilism, and to make them believe in themselves and to make a dream come true. And my theory of making a dream come true is like building a brick wall. You got to put down one brick next to the other and then one on top of the other until you use all the bricks to complete the wall. Well, in building a dream wall, uh, each word, each brick is a word, and each word is a lesson. And to make a dream come true, the first lesson that you have is you have to have a vision. Like you have to have a vision of what that dream is. I call it like the awakening of a vision. And once you can see it clearly in your mind, then you just have to follow all the steps to get it out of your head and recreate it in reality to make it happen. So as we go through the book, each word is a lesson, and they fill out the lesson in the book. You can't see it that well, but just to give you an example, lesson one is what is a wisdom, a vision, and then you have the student write in that assignment what visions that they have, what do they see themselves doing, and what dream do they want to make come true. And then you go through the steps. The biggest thing is to believe in yourself. You have to be passionate about what you dream of doing and the vision you have for that. And then the most important thing is education. And it doesn't matter what you want to be, there's education that's going to get you there, and you can't do it without it. And a good way to do this is to find somebody that's doing what you want to do, to emulate what they've done to make their dream a reality. And and also just all the schooling that there is available through education to help you make your dream come true. So that is the main thing that I like helping these kids with, is because even in sixth grade, which is like my favorite class to teach, these kids have amazing dreams, and they're so thankful that you're taking the time and being sincere in teaching them that number one, they're special. They have their own incredibilism. Number two, to get them to believe in themselves. And I have them sign little contracts that are in the book that they are going to believe in themselves. I said, now you made this commitment, you got to continue to pursue it. And when they know you're sincere about helping them, they really will share with you what they're thinking, what they're feeling, and the dreams that they have. It's amazing. Through the research I've done, through 305 kids responding to this one question, what do you dream of doing? And to see all the different things that they want to be is just, it's amazing. It's very rewarding for me to be able to share that with them. And then at the end of the program, I get them to write me a thank you note, and the thank you notes are fantastic. And some of them bring tears to my eyes because they're just so heartfelt, and that they say, hey, thank you for helping me believe in myself, and I dream of being a pilot, or I dream of being a teacher. And just so many different, a hairstylist, that's always a fun one to deal with when, oh, I want to be a hairstylist. I go, okay, do you know how to do that? And then you help them learn how to do that. Or I want to be a nail tech. Well, let's Google how you become a nail tech. And as you start to show them that their dream can become a reality, they really get involved. And that's what makes it so special. And what I do to inspire them is my vision was to do something nobody in the world had ever done before. I'm considered the Evil Knievel of water ski jumping in the water ski world. And I performed a world record water ski jumping over 14 boats on ABC's That's Incredible. And when you watch the video, which you can, if you go to soareducation.com and go down my homepage, you can watch the video of me on That's Incredible jumping over the 14 boats. And the kids freak out when they say, "Oh, Mr. Longo, you're famous," and all this. It's the most flattering experience you can have. But when you watch the video, it's exactly the way I pictured it in my mind. I mean, I produced the show for ABC, and so it's like they needed to do exactly what I said because I could see it. I had the vision of how this had to work, and was able to make it into a reality. So using that as, here's an example of how you have a vision and make it come true, really gets them to buy into the program. And you're no longer this old guy coming in to talk. It's like they think you're a celebrity, which is flattering. And we have a lot of fun with it. And then they open up and they want to share what they dream of doing. And the world needs it. These kids really don't get a lot of support, I think, and having somebody come in there, letting them know they're special and that they can make their dreams come true. You just got to believe in yourself, and you can't let the naysayers say you can't do it. You just got to jump in there and believe that you can, and don't let anybody take that away from you. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. My website is soareducation.com, and you can get a hold of me at hank@soareducation.com or 863-604-3860, 863-604-3860. And come check it out and see. Maybe there's somebody that you know is wanting to make a dream come true. And this book, once again, Perfect Publishing, thank you very much. And I got to thank Al for all the work that he did in helping me get this book recreated, and did just such a marvelous job with it. So Al Granger, thank you. Dr. Smiley, thank you so much for letting me get into the show. It's always a treat to be affiliated with you. You're such a wonderful person, and I cherish your friendship and all that you've done to help me pursue and soar.
Thank you, Hank. It's always a pleasure to touch base with you.
Well, likewise, Denisha. This is fun.
Thanks for jumping in.
Yeah, thanks. Well, it was just so nutty. I thought I didn't register right, I guess, and had a time, and then it has been a crazy week for me. And I text Dr. Smiley and I says, "Well, have you got a spot open?" And then all of a sudden I get this phone call, "Hey, we got a spot open." And it's like, okay, here we go. So I'm thrilled that you were able to slide me in on this program, because these events are wonderful. And congrats to all the authors that have been involved in this webinar in Author-A-Thon, because Dr. Smiley really puts his heart and soul and goes way out of his way for everybody that has the inspiration to be a writer. And congrats to all the authors that were on this show, and the ones to come in the future.
Yes. Well, we're excited about it, and we're looking forward to onward and upward, right? Next level.
Continue to
All
soar.
right. Yes. Well, thank you. Thank you, Hank, for being here. We'll see you
Denisha, thank you so
soon.
much.
Oh, okay. Let's see. We are going to invite Kimberly Jones to the stage. Very good. Welcome, welcome, Kimberly Jones, to Perfect Publishing Author-A-Thon. We're so glad to have you here today, and you have your time to share about yourself and about your book. We look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you so much, Tanisha. What an exciting opportunity to be able to come on this platform and talk about one of the things that I love more than anything, and that is writing, being an author, and sharing my faith. So I am Kimberly Jones, and I am a life and empowerment coach, the owner of Living on Purpose Life and Empowerment Coaching, where I do all things coaching, mentoring, inspiring people to be the very best versions of themselves that they can possibly be. I love the opportunity, whether it's through my writing or through my coaching or my mentoring, I love the opportunity to come alongside individuals who are ready to do something amazing with their lives. And in addition to all of that, I also help other people write their books. So this is a great opportunity. I'm also in ministry. My husband and I are in ministry together, and we've been doing ministry for going toward 30 years now, doing ministry and really helping people in that area as well. We oversee a prayer ministry, a virtual prayer ministry, where we house most of our teaching, training, and empowerment online. I am one who loves to come out on social media. And so you'll find me out here talking on different different platforms about the goodness of God. I am a Jesus girl at heart, and I don't keep that a secret. Everything that I do is fueled by my faith. And so I'm out here on different social media platforms, just really, really making it known who Jesus is and who I am in the process. And so I want today to talk about my book, one of my favorites. And you shall decree a thing. Now, this is one of about 10, 11, it might be 12 books that I've written, but I think this is one of my favorites, and I'll tell you why in just a moment. But and you shall decree a thing, kind of see if I can get the lighting right there. I wrote this book back in 2017, and it was inspired by my desire to really empower people in the area of the Word of God, the Bible, a scripture, and things of that sort. Because what I found in my life is that as a person of faith, one of the most empowering things that I can do is to read the Word of God and then find a way to practically apply it to my life. Like if you're anything like me and you go to church every Sunday or Bible study, it's wonderful to be able to take in what the individual is ministering or preaching. That's great. But the question for me has always been, okay, how do I take the Word of God and translate it into something that I can use in my everyday life? That's always been very important to me because I know the power of the Word of God. And so I actually started this journey with writing books back in 2015 when I was on this social media platform, Periscope. You guys probably remember that from long ago. And I would come on every day and I would decree and declare. I would simply decree and declare. I would take biblical scriptures and I would turn them into declarations. And I did that every day without fail for about a couple of years, about 2 years. And by the end of all of that, I had all of these books and pages full of declarations. And so my very first book was written based on those declarations. Not this one, but I wrote another declaration book. And it was comprised of all of those declarations that I would make when I was going live on other platforms, Facebook and things of that sort. And so I just collected all of these declarations. So after I wrote my first book, I went on to write a few others, and then I went back to this whole theme of decreeing and declaring, which is when "and you shall decree a thing" was birthed. It's actually, the title is actually based upon a scripture in Psalms 22 and 28. There's a scripture that says, "If you decree a thing, it will be established unto you, and the light will shine on your ways." And I believe that so much so that I just kept on writing declaration books. This happens to be one of my favorites because it is broken up into topics, biblical declarations for different topics, different themes in life. And you can simply open up this book and turn to a page and find exactly what you are dealing with in your life and just begin to decree and declare over your life based on what's written in this book. And so this book has different sections in it. Purpose, if you want to make declarations over purpose, if you want to make declarations over your marriage, if you want to make declarations over your children, your finances. There are so many different topics in this book, ranges from declarations about your health, declarations about your home, declarations for your business, declarations on your attitude. You know, some of us need to get our attitudes together, right? And so we can apply the Word of God in a way that shifts our attitude and shifts our lives and shifts the way that we actually approach what's going on around us. This book, again, written in 2017, topical declarations that will transform your life. And they really will. They really will. I believe that this book was so loved when I released it that a lot of people caught a hold of not only the book, but the process. There's one thing about being an author and writing a book, but it's another thing when your book pushes people to do something different. And that's exactly what And You Shall Decree a Thing has done for so many people all over the world. As a matter of fact, this particular book was a best-selling a piece out on Amazon. So I'm a best-selling author out on Amazon, and this is one of the books that actually has that designation, and I'm excited about that. I'm excited that I get to write and I get to encourage people and I get to talk about my faith through my writing and make impact that ripples throughout our atmosphere, throughout regions and territories. I love that. And so if you need some encouragement, you need, sometimes we can't think of what to say. We things are going on and we don't ever want to speak the problem. We always want to speak the solution. And this is what this book provides, a way for you to speak the solution about whatever's going on in your life. The other thing that's really neat about the book is that it also has journaling spaces within the book. So as you're decreeing and declaring the word of God over your life, of course, God is going to speak to you, and you can just jot those notes down in your book so you don't forget. And so it has that dual purpose of course, having the declarations for you to read, but then also those sections in the book where you can jot down like you would do in your journal and just keep it all in one place. I'm excited about, the opportunity to talk about And You Shall Decree a Thing, because I believe that it is a transformational writing. And that's why I included my butterflies on the cover. I'm a butterfly girl, y'all. I love butterflies. They are everywhere. And people actually are getting sick of me and my butterflies. But it's the message of the butterfly that makes life and opportunities available to us that allow us to transform into whatever it is that God has intended for us to be. And so I believe that as people decree and declare from this book, as they read over the different sections, I believe that transformation takes place. And I have gotten testimonies from all around the world about this book and how it has transformed individuals' lives. And I know that when you get your hand on it, it's going to transform your life as well. Blessings. And I really appreciate this opportunity.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Miss Kimberly, for sharing about your book and everything that you are doing, making an amazing impact in the earth. We look forward to connecting with you soon with even more bigger and better events. So thank you so much. Y'all make sure y'all go and support Kimberly Jones and her book.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And we are going to, guys, we're almost ready to wrap up. We have 2 more individuals. And the next person that we are going to bring to the stage is Mr. Javier Rivero Diaz. Welcome, Javier. Welcome to Perfect Publishing. Welcome to the Author-A-Thon. Javier is an author, and he is a business person and an business education and entrepreneur. And so, Javier, you have the stage to share with us about your book.
Thank you so much, all the team, Dr. Smile, Tanisha, all this amazing team. Thank you for all of you guys for being there with your heart open, listening to God, wherever you believe in. If you are here, it's because you are inspired by the stories that the authors are actually writing. So basically, what I am sharing today is I was sleeping in a car some years ago because I didn't know how to manage my money. I was spending in education that was great, but I was investing too much. I was like investing much more of what I should have invested. But well, that was one of the lessons. So then I at the same time, I was giving some lectures and classes at UCLA, and it was like, okay, I was having such a hard time with managing this situation. So after this was solved, then somebody told me, hey, why you don't put your learnings, your lessons, what you learn from zero, like from being in a car embarrassed, being a university professor, why you don't put these lessons in in a story, like a book or something. And for me, really, it's very, very embarrassing because, I have been professor before, many years before. When you are teaching in a university, normally you don't say that you have been in such a situation. So I thought about it. I said, okay, God, I was really grateful for being alive and overcoming those moments that I say, okay, let's do that. Let's write down the keys that really help me to improve my life, improve my finances. And that's where it came the idea of how to improve your finances.com. That's actually the name of the book that helps people to, yes or yes, like guaranteed to improve their finances in just 7 days. So basically, what I think that made the biggest difference, some of the ideas that actually helped, one of those were actually to tell the truth of what was happening. I was living in Los Angeles. My friends and family, where I was living before, that was in Madrid, in Europe, Spain. So when they were telling me, hey, how are you doing? Los Angeles, LA, this is amazing. So I was telling them that everything was perfect. But in reality, in my heart, I knew that it was not. I didn't have to eat. I was, sleeping in a car. I was like in a very difficult situation. So one of the things that changed things for me was actually to open my heart and telling people and start sharing with my partners and say, hey, you know what? Like, really, it's not as good as I was telling you. Actually, it was not good at all. And then that was one of the lessons for me, that the fact of actually telling the truth and being vulnerable and just it's like, hey, yes, LA, whatever, but I am having a hard time, was really surprising. And the second step was opening my heart with some friends, friends that they were interested, that they really wanted to know. And I told them the truth of, hey, guys, like, you know what, Hollywood, whatever, but I am in this situation. So they got together. We gathered in one of the friends' house, and we start actually brainstorming and ideas and helping me with my numbers. Because when you are in that situation, at least in my case, I was not clear with my numbers. I was confused. I was worried. I was like, the tree was stopping me from seeing the forest. So basically, that was other thing that really helped me in this process of improving my finances. And I don't know about you. Maybe you are a billionaire and you are doing great, and that's perfect. But if you know somebody that maybe is not doing very well financially, that is having some struggle, what happened in this book is magic. I had people that told me that they have made a lot of money out of reading the book, and actually very quick. Like, actually, one guy told me, hey, I am in chapter number 1. I just did 1,000 euros. This is like $1,200. I am in chapter 1. I'm looking forward to the next chapters. And I was like, wow, this is great. Thank you so much for telling me. Because so the point here is that if you feel that God is there or your heart is there, I would say that in a situation like that, always keep the faith, always be grateful, always be opening your heart and sharing your truth. So that's what I think it could make a real difference for you. Let me know how we're doing in time. I think it's about the time now. I want to respect the time a lot. And that's, if you guys want to check it out, it's howtoimproveyourfinances.com. Send me an email when you make improve your life, because that's what makes my day. I do it because I really love to be of help for people. So thank you so much, everybody, for being here, for putting this together. I hope that these tips were helpful for you. And the last one that I would say before we leave, so you leave with 3 tips, is the
The next one is actually being always in the inquiry. Like, hey, what is next? God, I'm here, I'm in a car sleeping, whatever, when I was in that situation. So what is next? So like always be open to that question and listening to what he wants from you, because something huge in a good way is always there when we are ready for that. Okay. So thank you so much, Tanisha, and everybody. God bless and all the best.
Thank you, Javier, for being here. And we are so looking forward just for the next level of connection and collaboration with you. So excited about what this year is going to bring. And thank you for sharing about your book.
Yes, and yes, I'm also super happy to see what collaborations we can do with our business of helping in some processes, and you guys that are amazing with Perfect Publishing. So looking forward to see what energy, what God wants from us to have fun together and help people together. So thank you so much, Ken. Thank you so much, Anissa, and God bless.
God bless
Thank
you.
you. Bless you.
We look forward to doing the next Author-A-Thon with Spain and Europe.
Could be great. Thank you, guys. All the best.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So what a beautiful day. So this is our farewell, our closure, right, Tanisha?
Yes, it's been a great day. It really has been a great day. We've had some amazing authors, a lot of new people who are just being introduced to Perfect Publishing, which we love. We love to see that. And so a lot of new people, and people are excited about these new events that we're going to be having in February and in March.
Well, with it being called the Smile Channel, I'll just say they're feeling the love of the positivity of leadership and books. And, if Ice Cube was here, he'd say it's been a good day. I didn't have to use my AK. And I just want to say I was moved by all the beautiful smiles and people that joined. And it's a long journey, building a tribe, but what a tribe we're building.
Yes. Yes. And we're excited to be able to have such amazing people a part of our tribe, and wanting to share who they are and wanting to share who we are with other people. So then they each one teach one, right?
Well, I want to give some acknowledgments out. And then first, before I do that, I just want to reflect on a quote that I heard many, many years ago, probably 15 years or 20 years ago. And I say this quote on stage a lot because it means so much to me. And it was by Charlie Tremendous Jones. Charlie Tremendous Jones lived in the Pennsylvania area. And he said, the difference between where you are today and where you'll be 5 years from now are the books you read and the people you meet. And I think today reflects of how powerful one book, one person, but look at all the people. I mean, this is a month of days of people that would change your life. And I'm already looking forward to the next one. We have, God willing, we'll finish with 3 more. And one will be in the end of school year. The other one will be the beginning of the school year. And the last one will be what we call The Gift. The Gift is a book that could change your 2027. So I'm just putting it out there because last year we had 3 beautiful author-thons that have built into this. And we're getting bigger and better because we want to. And that's the choice that we all have. And so for all the authors who did this today, we thank you. You're going to be embraced. You're going to be celebrated. You're going to be reviewed positively and cheerleaded to, be bigger, write more books. And we had so many people over the holidays that got over 50 reviews, you included, Tanisha. So, and you find out how easy it is once you just start knocking it out. So that's part of it. I wanted to thank Faison, who popped in a couple of times during our closure here. I know he was excited to say hello, and he is such a champion for us. I don't even know how we do this without you, Faison. We told him he had to move to the United Kingdom for us to really appreciate him higher. And so he left Pakistan and went all the way to the United Kingdom just to take this to another level. And God willing, he is coming to the United States in perhaps months, inshallah, to see DC and also New York. So we hope, but regardless, we'll see you this year. That is a good one. And we have Daniel Pedamonte, who does all the beautiful design work. He did the directory work. We have Amy Cabrera in the Philippines. We have Faison's entire team, his brother, his fiance, and all his family helping. Who would you like to acknowledge? Well, Dr. Ross, she's always
I was
here.
gonna say, yeah,
She's always
Dr.
here
Ross.
to kick it off.
Yes, and she
And
kicks off
that was
all
a
of our
prayer.
events. It's so powerful.
Yeah,
Such
that
a
was a prayer.
powerful way. Yeah,
You
yeah.
know what? When I heard that prayer, I was thinking, if Celine Dion's hearing this, she's going to jump back in her career and do the prayer again, but she's going to do it with Roz. And Andrew Picelli too. I mean,
We want to also make sure that we acknowledge Dr. Michelle Mraz.
Yes. And
she was here for a long time today, and she's always a blessing and helpful to the people in the backstage because she is such an amazing speaker and speaker coach. So she was helping the people in the backstage.
And then I'd like to thank Davin Michaels, who invited me to a cruise that ultimately ended me on the Marketers Cruise. So Captain Lou Edwards, if you're listening, when you're listening, several of the Marketers authors were here today to share their voice. And I know they couldn't have been here without you. So thank you as well. And we hope that many of us are on that cruise next year to learn more about marketing, because that's the reason this show exists, is because without a voice, you just have a book.
Beautiful, beautiful. Write that one down. Thank y'all so much for joining us today, and we look forward to joining you again beginning on February 1st and every day in the month of February. Make sure you sign up. I've put the link on various places, so please check it out. It's in the YouTube description.
Yeah, you got 3 big events. You got the Love event. Well, Black event is all month. The Love event and Carpe Diem event. International Women's Day event next month. But that's potentially 300 plus shows we're doing, 300 plus leaders that we're showcasing to show that the world has a lot of hope, a lot of inspiration. And I'm excited to report that by the time you see Faison next week, we will, 1, have 1,000 shows that we've done through the Smile channel. And number 2, he will be the 100th show on the Dr. Smiley show. So he will be part of the 100 people that are moving the world in the right direction. And Faison, what a treat that only 8 months ago we had our first show launch.
What a journey.
So everyone have a great weekend. You will see her on February 1st. Tune in February 1st. It is the very first day of Black History Month. And Tanisha, I would like to be one of the first. Happy birthday, Tanisha.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, Tanisha.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Of course, I don't know. Well, just so y'all know, it is my birthday on the 1st, and this is my year, my road, what I'm calling my road to 50s, because I'll be 50 next year. So my road to Jubilee. I'm excited.
All right. Well, everyone stay blessed and celebrate these authors, encourage them. And if you know an author, let them know there's a way to actually show up bigger in the world. I'm Dr. Smiley, Tanisha Faison.